with fire.
Oh, yeah. No, this shit happened.
And he has like this metal roof, so the roof didn't catch fire.
Oh, no.
So the shit just burned. Yeah.
Is it fixed? Or is it fucked
I doubt
for a
it.
while?
I think he's fucked for a couple months.
Is he still living there?
No.
I could see him living there with a big hole in the ceiling.
It would mean nothing to him.
Fucking viewed
It
the
would be
sky.
nothing to him.
It hardly rains out there
Yeah,
anyway.
but it gets cold at night.
It does get cold. Isn't that wild? It's like near Mexico, but it gets cold as fuck. The desert's weird.
Yeah, I've never been. I want to go.
Well, why does it get so cold? Is it not
the sand? It's probably the sand.
Is that what it is?
I don't know. I'm guessing, but
I would guess
I
it
feel
is
like
too.
the sand is just
Sand, yeah.
doesn't do shit.
Didn't Francis Ngannou have a very similar story about crossing the Sahara? When he crossed the Sahara, didn't he say it was like really fucking cold at night?
Yeah, it's freezing.
What the hell?
I don't get it.
It's like sand doesn't retain heat. Is that what it does?
Yeah.
It doesn't hold the heat.
Water just passes through. It's fucking bullshit, actually.
Bullshit.
It doesn't do a goddamn thing. You know
It's
it's hot as fuck and cold as fuck?
What's that?
Lack of humidity.
Lack of humidity. Ah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
You know, the Sahara Desert used to be a fucking rainforest.
Really?
Yeah, that's like the normal path of things. We look at stuff through such a narrow window that we think, oh, the desert's the desert, the jungle's the jungle. But there's a natural path that goes back and forth between things becoming like rainforest and jungle, and then things becoming sand.
We talking about the ice caps too? How apparently that was lush. Someone told me that used to be lush forest. That became. We're in an ice age right now, technically. Is that correct?
I don't think so.
I heard if we have polar ice caps, that's technically an ice age. But I could be
really?
wrong. My cousin told me that.
Oh, your cousin might be on Reddit.
Go
through our conspiracy.
My cousin was reassuring me. He's like, dude, the ice caps will fully melt and they'll just be lush and we'll all move up there. You know, hundreds of years.
Well, if global warming does keep accelerating, that's the people that have the most optimistic view of it. They say all the places that are wicked cold will just move into those.
I was listening to that guy. He was talking about how like the Midwest, like Minnesota and shit. I don't like Canada.
Yeah,
it's going to get a lot warmer.
I'm going to recross the Bering Strait.
You got to get back.
I think it's the opposite though. It's going to get more water. You're looking at it wrong.
So I get my time.
If an ice age happens, then you can make that walk.
Yeah, that was my favorite at Jones. He was like, "Fuck global warming. The ice caps are growing." And everyone was like, shut the fuck up. And then one quick Google, you're like, God damn it, he's right.
They're growing?
Antarctica is.
So Leonardo DiCaprio is wrong?
Leonardo DiCaprio can get
He talked to the scientists.
All these fucking scientists, even the scientists don't agree. Because like there's a mass group of scientists that will tell you, and this is undeniable, that human beings have had a big impact on carbon emissions. Mm-hmm. But you know that volcano that just erupted? Where'd that volcano just erupt?
I mean,
there's one that just cracked.
Oh, recently?
Some guy put this, I would like to find out if this is true. Some guy put this on Twitter, that there was more CO2 released from that one volcano erupting than everything human beings have ever done.
Really?
I don't know if it's true. Sounds amazing, though.
I like it.
I've heard math in the
shut
parks
down
per million.
some cucks with that kind of talk.
I like it. I'll be at the cellar trying to dish that out. They'll be like, where did you find that? I'll be like, don't worry about it.
You see, people worry about all kinds of things, but super volcanoes is what you really should worry about. They've knocked humanity down to just a few thousand people in the past.
Really?
70,000 years ago. We've talked about it before. I think it's called the Toba. Is that what it is? The Toba volcano? It's a super volcano. I think it's near Indonesia. Fact check, volcanoes do not produce more CO2 emissions than human activity.
Reuters is on your ass, dude.
Yeah.
They probably typed that up in real time.
So this was June 8th of 2022. So this was one they were talking, God, I wish I saved it. It was one of those things I was looking on Twitter. I'm like, wow, better Google that later.
That one little burp by Mount Etna.
But he said he was going to release data that proved this.
I mean,
one little burp by Mount Etna has already put more than 10 times the CO2 in the atmosphere than mankind has in our entire time on Earth. Don't worry about a scam is in the works to tax your minuscule footprint. Oh, this is a meme that someone put out? I didn't see a meme. I saw someone's tweet. They might have stole the meme and tried to be clever. Or the meme might have come from this guy's tweet as well. Same allegation has been shared here in 2016. An iteration posted on Twitter June 2nd is retweeted nearly 9,000 times. Yeah, it might all be horseshit.
Yeah, I mean, but my
That's
thing
a
is,
lot, though.
That
Look at all
looks
that.
like a lot of
That looks
stuff.
like
it's a
lot of
big ass
stuff.
cloud. I'd say that's 40% CO2 if I had to put my eye on
if I
that.
had to just one glance at it.
Well, it's just funny to be like, nah, the Earth's not warming up. Just no, does anyone know
No,
the temperature of the
both-
entire Earth?
both
Doubt
people are silly. The people with limited research that say it's nothing to worry about, and the people with limited research that say we're all gonna die. Both
Yeah.
people are silly. The ones that make the most sense to me. I had a guy named Steve Koonin on the podcast. He's a physicist who got into that's what he is, right? Koonin, and he I forget how he was tasked with going about looking into climate change, but what he found was that the periods of ups and downs have always existed. Like this idea that the Earth has ever been at a stable temperature that stays like this, that's just not the case. It goes up and it goes down, and it seems like it's always done that forever, and it varies wildly. Like they have these big giant spikes up and down. But this is over thousands and thousands of years, right? Maybe millions of years, where they're predicting like how long. But for sure, we're having an impact. But the question is like, how much impact? Like, what is the difference? And would it be happening anyway? Would it be warming up anyway? If we didn't do anything to fuck up the environment, then we could look at the environment for what it is. We could say, oh, look, it looks like it's warming up. Well, we know we're not doing anything about that.
Yeah.
If we had no impact, but we know we have an impact.
Yeah, but the thing no one thinks about is we escaped from nature in like a blind rush out of just being constantly destroyed by like floods and eaten by predators, and we set up this whole system so we can like eat and not all die.
Yeah.
Everyone's like, fuck this, and it's like, I mean, we can definitely tweak it to be better, but Jesus Christ, man. A little bit of appreciation.
A little bit of appreciation of what we've done. It's amazing what people have done, but yeah, for sure we could do a lot of the shit better.
Dude, like plastic bags, they could figure out different technology for something that doesn't sit in the ocean for,
Well, they can make biodegradable plastic now.
That's my thing. Why don't they?
Well,
That's
it's not
Get to it.
Plastics as they are now. I think most of them are just made with fossil fuels, right?
Yeah.
Most plastics, but I know they're putting out like biodegradable plastics that are made from plant. You can actually make plastic from hemp, believe it or not.
Really?
Yeah, it was wild. I read that. I was like, what?
I don't like it. I got to bring my own bags to my grocery store, and I forget them every time. So then I buy one. Now
Like the canvas bags?
I got piles of bags.
Get a stick. Get a stick with a bandana.
I might, dude. Get some beans. Dude.
It is a
Send
good
my girlfriend
move.
out with beans.
It is a good move that they don't just give away bags anymore. Like, even though it's real convenient, it's probably better if you bring a bag.
It is.
Yeah.
You know,
But who's gonna remember that?
nobody. Yeah, but we've
I
never
walk
remembered
outside my front door and go, "Fuck, I forgot a bag."
But isn't that a thing
I
that
don't
we
feel
can
like
adjust
unlocking
to?
We'll adjust to it. Yeah.
Yeah, it depends on if you're a walking apartment person versus someone who drives.
Yeah.
Like if you're driving to the supermarket, it makes sense to just leave a bag in your trunk.
Yeah.
But if you're a walking person in an apartment and you're in the city and you forget a bag, that's annoying.
Or just do paper bags and burn them.
Yeah,
What
but
about
then
the
you kill
CO2
trees.
emissions?
dude? What about the
No,
emissions?
they
What about the
disappear.
emissions, bro?
Goes up in the air.
Oh, it goes away?
It goes straight through space. It goes out of space. I don't know what these fucking pussies are talking about, dude. Global warming is fucking not real. I'm sick of it.
I had Randall Carlson on my podcast. He's an expert in collisions, like a cosmic collisions on Earth. And he said, he goes, global warming is not good. He goes, but what's really bad is global cooling. Oh, he goes, global cooling is terrifying. Ice ages, that's where everybody dies.
Yeah.
That's where there's no food. That's where you're fucking starving to death.
Dude, how do we make it? How do we make it through the ice age?
Well, you
How
have
did
to
we?
move. You moved. You know,
okay.
or the hardiest of hardy people, they hunted and gathered, like the Inuit. They basically can't grow any vegetables.
What a fucking bullshit life.
What a scary life,
In a
dude.
fucking ice cave.
You're
just-
living in an ice house covered in animal skins.
Hopefully you stab something in the next month.
And you're just
You get to
looking
eat
for fat. You're just
Yeah.
looking for blubber to eat. Because
Yeah.
that's what your body uses for fuel.
Yeah, but imagine how much you could just like slide on ice though. Like you're
Yeah.
walking.
Probably
It's
a lot of
sliding.
That's
Probably
it.
good
And
at it.
fucking in there.
probably nasty.
Dude, fucking in there.
Oh, they're probably
Getting
God,
all
animal
the layers,
skins.
get in there together.
Imagine fucking
snuggle.
in an ice house that you made with a fire in the center of it, on animal skins of animals you killed, knowing that there's no doctors anywhere. So if your woman gets pregnant, like you're pulling it out of there in the middle of the tundra with polar bears around your ice house.
Oh, yeah, it's fucking crazy.
Yeah, but they had no concept of doctors.
They had no
Of
concept
course, there were
Medicine
people
man?
that figured shit out.
Yeah.
But I'm saying, like, he wasn't like, fuck, I wish I had a doctor.
Dude, if you grow up like that, that's how you live. And
Yeah.
people are adaptable as shit. I had this dude on Sonny from Best Ever Food Review yesterday, and he went and lived with these tribal people and hunted with them and ate what they ate. He reviews like exotic foods from all over the world. And like he's like with these tribal people slurping blood out of the carcass of a goat that they just shot. They're slurping it up with their hands.
Oh,
And you could tell he's like barely getting through it on camera, but it's like that's their normal life. For them, it wasn't gross at all. It was totally normal. This is how you get food.
yeah.
You know, you don't let the blood go to waste. You slurp it out of the body cavity.
I
Damn.
was looking at this page.
Neanderthals'
That's the
healthcare
bros.
skills helped them survive through the ice age. What?
Damn, dude.
It
Is
basically
that a
just-
trap?
No, they said like they found people with broken bones and not sure exactly how it did it, but since they were in such small tribes, if they lost someone, it would have been catastrophic to the group. So they all had to work to keep everybody alive closer too.
Dude.
Yeah, I mean, they probably eventually figured out how to set an arm, right, and put a stick there and tie it down. You know?
Just sitting in a fucking igloo.
Yeah, and bro, they don't always grow back good. You know, there's a lot of like,
Man, you get some mangled arms, dude.
yeah, but there's a lot of like bones that they found of people. That's a hard life.
Oh, they're
thing.
monsters like
Yeah.
tigers.
Oh, jeez, you getting
Ah.
shit bit off all the time.
I'm thinking more about your cave life.
Yeah, what
Before,
kind of
like,
life
women had words, and you get home, and they just be like, ah, and you're like, ah.
No words, just
No,
me.
just no words.
You gotta be like,
I bet they were horny all the time. I bet all they did was just fucking throw spears and go gather food.
Yeah,
yeah,
probably.
the more we're talking about it, the more I'm coming around on
Yeah,
this. How
because
sick that shit would have been.
They
dude.
Yeah.
must be so primal. Those people,
You don't know where the fuck
like
you
the
are.
earliest
Yeah.
early
You're just gonna
people,
die.
like people from like 300,000 years ago, whatever a person was back then, they must be so horny,
Yeah, well, that's why they had all those
hairy and shit, just
Yeah.
looking to fuck and throw spears and
smelling each
fighting
other.
off animals.
That's why they had all those fucked up rituals, because they, in their world, nature, like violence, they just like put on a pedestal. That
Yeah.
was like the coolest thing. That was like the ultimate life force back then, just getting squashed by like animals and rocks. So they would reenact it all the time.
Could you imagine if you can go back and get like one of them Neanderthal dudes and like enter him into a wrestling tournament?
It's
Right.
I'll just teach him a few
He'd
moves.
bite right away.
He'd bite immediately.
First guy to grab you.
beast.
But like a Neanderthal is probably so much stronger than people. Their bones are different. They're built different. They're like 5'7", 200 plus pounds. They're built like chimps,
Yeah.
like big, powerful chimps.
Oh,
You'd have to put them down, dude. Can't have them out here.
Do you think that they fucked us or we fucked them?
we seduced them. I think we seduced them for sure.
Yes.
Imagine
keep
me
it
laying in wait, dude.
One of those guys came by.
Plus, back then, like having a powerful woman would be very attractive because then you'd have kids that could survive. Like,
Yeah.
your gene pool, your gene line would keep going on.
Yeah.
Going for China. You want one night in China.
China the wrestler. You want a bulky
Night
ass
in
bitch.
China.
Dude.
She was probably the hottest, dude.
China would have been
Dude, I did Fear Factor with
Seen
China,
it.
and after she completed one of the stunts, she got out and like full flexed and goes, "Who's the man?" She said, "Who's the man?"
Yeah.
I guess it's just what you say.
Yeah.
She had a wild voice.
Big lady.
She did.
How tall was she?
I don't know. But when women take steroids like that, they develop a male midget's voice. She's like, "Here's the man."
Didn't X-Pac take her down?
You shouldn't say midget, so.
Yeah, look at this.
Midge.
Julio was on it.
Nice.
Julio won it.
Damn.
Jeez, Ruggies.
There she
Damn,
is.
dude.
Dude, Hasselhoff.
Had
The
it
thing-
all.
the
That's
thing
all
that
I was thinking
sucks-
about it.
Dude, this squad is nuts.
The thing is,
Yeah,
you know,
Hasselhoff.
3 of them are dead.
Yeah, dude.
3 of those people
That might
on
be a
that show are
cursed
dead.
episode. Dude.
Oh my God.
What did
Yeah.
China die of?
Kelly Preston died, China died, and Coolio died.
What took China out?
That's a good question. I don't know.
Pile driver.
Kane broke into her house.
She did porn for a while.
Oh yeah, it was the One Night in China. That was her porn.
Oh, that was the name of
Wasn't it X-Pac who was? I think
You
X-Pac.
fucking love X-Pac.
Dude,
Who's X-Pac?
the wrestler, D-Generation X.
This is,
Oh.
this is like my favorite story of.
It's bull. It's
Matt
true,
told me the story. He was like, "Dude, I saw X-Pac once. He was in an airport.
dude. I
standing
was
there.
like 12.
I was like, yo,
I was 12.
X-Pac, what's up?" And
I
he
gave
didn't
him
even
the. I was
look
like
at me.
X-Pac. I gave him the suck it.
He goes, he
Dude,
didn't even look at me. I was like, dude, every
He didn't
dude
even
looks
look
like
at you?
X-Pac. No,
Yeah,
it wasn't
a
him.
lot of dudes look like
That's
X-Pac.
he saw a guy that
What?
looked like that in the
Yeah,
airport. It
you
was like
could-
X-Pac.
I saw a
You'd
guy.
be dead. I know 5 guys that look like that.
Every dude looks
Just
like
from
this.
jiu-jitsu class.
Dude, I was 12. He had a cut
Bro,
sleeve denim
Bro,
vest.
every
if you live in a Mexican neighborhood, you see that dude every day. You see that dude every day.
Young Pac.
Oh, that was
X-Pac does rule though. The Bronco Buster, I did not think it was gay.
Not at all.
There was not one part of me that thought it was gay.
What's the Bronco Buster?
The guy gets put in the turnbuckle and he's like sitting.
Uh-huh.
X-Pac jumps and puts his dick in his face. That's it. That's his closer. It's
That's a
over.
good closer.
It is pretty sick.
That's
And he
pretty
gets up and
solid.
says, "Suck my dick."
That's amazing.
Yeah.
So this is what he
There
does?
There it is, dude.
He's getting ready.
Actually,
This guy's got his girl sitting on his lap, and she's nodding like, "Yeah, fuck his face."
he's gonna
Here it goes.
assault this man.
Fuck, dude. This was the
Oh
ice
my
age.
God,
This was
that-
the ice age.
That is insane.
Suck it.
That is insane. That's his finishing move.
To Triple H.
Imagine.
Your finishing
Hell
move.
yeah.
Imagine pitching that in a meeting. Vince, here's my plan. I'm gonna lay a dude against the turnbuckle. I'm gonna fuck his face, and then I'm gonna do like this here. Suck it.
Genius. X-Pac, you've done
Hey,
it again.
what do you think about the Saudis buying the WWE? The rumor, the unsubstantiated rumor
I've
that
heard
the
it.
Saudis are.
You met
buying
Lemaire.
WWE.
He's an autistic man. He loves WWE, and he's not happy about it.
Yeah, he was very mad last
He's
night.
upset
in the green
why?
room. What all him and Tony would do was talk about last night in the
Tony
green
likes
room.
wrestling.
Dude,
They
they're
were
gonna,
very upset.
are they gonna let like the wrestlers hit women and shit?
Well, that's the thing. They're saying they might not. Their conspiracy is no women. They're going to be able to bulldog. Oh, it's going to be Attitude Era again.
Let's be pulling women out of the cars.
Dude, they're going to 3D May off the fucking Jumbotron. Remember they did that? There was
They're
an
gonna
old
bring
woman.
him in to do that on chicks.
There was an old woman in the WWF, and these two dudes. You remember the Dudley? Was it the Dudley?
Dudley twins, yeah.
Dude, they tossed
Dudley
like an
brothers.
80-year-old woman off the Jamie.
I'm really on
What did they do?
That'd be sick if
Toss
they
her off the
made this
turnbuckle?
up.
You'll see.
No,
It's-
no.
No.
This is Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia saw this and was like, "We're in. We're very interested."
Oh,
so this
no.
is she's got a neck brace on.
This is a long bit, so I'll kind of zoom ahead. But
There's Lemaire.
there's a match.
Yes.
They brought her out, so she's standing up there watching,
Oh my god.
and
Mark
And she's
Henry.
yelling and screaming. And so they roll her.
The Dudley boys.
The Dudley boys are so nuts.
Oh, Bubba Ray Dudley.
so granted that
What are they gonna do to this old lady?
He's on a power bomb.
Oh, he's trying to push her down the ramp.
The crowd.
Oh,
the crowd.
no, dude. They want it.
I wouldn't do that.
This is blood. Dude, this is the arena. Spill her blood.
This is hilarious.
Feed her to the lions.
This is actually a great idea. This is funny.
Says,
You'll see. It's really not that funny.
everyone's thought about doing this. No! No!
Fuck, man. What the fuck? He just did a lateral drop on a table.
Dude, power
What
bomb
do
your
they
grandma.
call that? What do they
That's a
call
power bomb. That's
Yeah.
a power bomb through a table.
Dude, the fact that your brain carried this for 22 years. This has been in your brain for 22 years.
Bro, what
It
kind
happened.
of damage did it do to that lady's brain? I mean, I don't care what you say. That lady got impact from that. There was some impact involved in that.
Damn, wonder if there was like a nursing home pipeline in the
He's
WWE.
not like she's not protected there. Look at her hands. That's
She's
a real
older.
old lady, bro. That probably took memories.
He's
from
talking
her.
shit. Oh no, that's Mark Henry. He's saying,
probably
"I
like,
love
"Are you
you."
okay?" Are you dead?
Dude, they killed an old lady.
Jesus Christ. Okay.
That's fun.
He's rubbing his head. He's like, I'm going to get this pinned on me. Fuck it.
What the fuck, man?
I'll get arrested. Damn, dude.
So yeah, they used the WWE is not afraid to put hands
It's
on women.
coming
dude.
back. It's coming
Now
back.
they did get away from it. Now with the Saudis, we might be back to the classics. putting geezers through tables is fucking crazy. That was probably in like Rochester, New York. Rochester, are you ready for Raw?
Fuck yeah.
Oh my god, that's so nuts.
You ever go to one of those wrestling?
No, Tony's been trying to get me to go to WrestleMania forever.
It's so fun.
Forever, but now that the Saudis bought it, allegedly. Is that real? What's the still not real? Did we Snopes that yesterday?
They were still investigating it.
It's going to be cool. If the Saudis get it, there's a chance it gets better.
Who owns it? Does Vince McMahon still own it now, or is he focused on it?
Well, they kicked him out because he got busted with a bunch of floozies.
Yeah.
What?
Paying a bunch of ladies with company cash.
Who would have thought all that money went to that?
Yeah.
Gotta keep people. Look, if you look like that, you're 7 years old and you're the head of the WWE, you're slinging dick.
Yeah,
what do you want him to do?
What do you want him to do? I'd be more disappointed if he wasn't slinging dick.
If he was a faithful married man.
He's a gigantic barbarian man who's like 79 years old and works out with a chain around his neck. You ever see how jacked he is?
Yeah, he's fucking ridiculous.
Show me a picture of Vince McMahon jacked. No, still jacked.
No, I watched him get stunnered at WrestleMania. It's tough, dude. Did you see Lemaire got me. Lemaire was hanging out with me and he was like, it's WrestleMania today. And I was like, I don't give a fuck. And then he started like putting up old highlights to get pumped for the thing. And
dude, I used to love Stone Cold.
It was...
Look at that.
Dude, he's super jacked and he's 150,000
It's from the front, dude. See him from the side. He's got the fucking...
What does he got?
He's hunched, dude.
Oh, my God, dude.
That's pretty new. That's with him and Maggie.
Let him do his thing.
Obviously, I'm not truly criticizing, but when he got stunned...
I'm talking about I'm talking about his extramarital affairs.
Oh. You're giving him a hard time about his physique, Shane? Really?
Joe?
No,
that sounded kind of personal.
I'm stunned.
Yeah,
I mean, he looks good. He looks good. I think he's 80 something years old.
Well, that's incredible.
He looks better than Schwarzenegger.
How old is he? Let's guess.
77.
I say he's.
You just saw it.
I didn't see it.
Did it come up?
I didn't see it.
I didn't see it.
I say he's 80 years old.
Review the tape. I didn't even see it.
What's the Scott? You're saying he said
he looks like shit.
No, he was because back like 10 years ago he was like yoked, cover of fucking Men's Health.
70.
Back when he was 70. And I thought that was gonna be the same guy that came out in WrestleMania. And now you can see its age. You can see it's wearing on.
Let me see.
Yeah. He got stunned and he couldn't even.
You're saying he didn't recover from the stun?
He got stunned and couldn't go down.
He hated Stone Cold, bro. Stone Cold stole his youth.
But Jamie, how old is he?
77. Yeah, right.
How old is it?
77.
77.
Yes, he looks great.
Bro, he looks fucking great for 77. 77, you're supposed to be a dead man. You're not supposed to be pro wrestling.
He would whoop my ass. Obviously, he would beat my ass, dude. He'd slap me.
Bro, he's older than my mom. Look at this. Boom. Not a lot of fucking hit behind that.
Not much going on.
I'm telling you.
Oh, he threw him into the turnbuckle. Pat McAfee goes down.
McAfee goes hard on this.
He sells it very well for him.
What are you saying? This isn't real?
No.
What the fuck are you saying, Jamie?
When we saw him, he was in a neck brace. He's just gotten thrown through a table.
McAfee?
Yeah.
Yeah, don't do that, kids. Those guys get busted up more than anybody. When I've had those pro wrestlers in here, like Diamond Dallas Page, his body had been through fucking hell. That's why he invented that yoga. He's got his own yoga system, and he's like helped all these wrestlers that are all fucked up completely rehabilitate their body and get their motion back.
Yeah. Damn.
Yeah, it's like a hardcore yoga. The dude's in incredible shape, man.
I haven't seen him.
DDP.
He can stand up, grab his foot, and do a split.
I remember DDP. He ruled.
And he's in his 60s. Grab his foot, standing up right now, no warm up, and he holds it up like a split. I'm not bullshitting.
Really?
Yeah, he did it in my studio.
That's weird.
I was like, that's insane.
That's weird.
He was showing me some of his exercises.
Like, what the fuck, Dad?
Guy's in amazing shape. And his back is fucked. Like, technically, he should need surgery. Yeah. Like, it's all bone on bone and shit, but he does that yoga routine every day, and he keeps him healthy and mobile and he's not in pain. The guy, it's incredible. He's so flexible. It's like, how did you do this? When you see him, like, move around, you're like, you are a pro wrestler, and look at you.
He hit Beetlejuice with a guitar.
Did he?
Beetlejuice from the Howard Stern show? He hit it with a guitar?
Yeah, he smashed him with a guitar.
No.
Now he's doing yoga. What a world.
God.
I guess if you're dedicated every day to yoga, you probably help your body.
I think those guys, if you're that busted up, you kind of have to do something every day. Yeah. Otherwise, you're not going to be mobile. Like, you really have to fix. If you just start eating pain pills, which a lot of them do, that's a dark road. And that means you got to think about how many times a year those guys were on the road. When I talked to Jake the Snake, and he was explaining like his evolution in the game and how long it took him and all the road gigs and shit, and he's like, dude, those guys were doing 300 nights a year.
Yeah, every day. Never.
Every day they're smashing into each other and slamming each other and fucking. And some of them they don't like each other, so they want to hit each other hard.
I can only imagine the feuds going, the real feuds going on.
Oh, dude!
I was just talking to somebody about it.
Seriously, fuck you, brother. I'm not fuck, dude.
No, they're all fucking, especially back then, roided out, lifting every day, drinking every day, fighting every day.
Yeah,
they were for like 5 straight years. They hated.
Was it Jake the Snake or was it the Undertaker that had the broken eye sockets? Was it the Undertaker?
Weren't there like
the
5
Undertaker?
He had a
Undertakers?
special mask.
He shattered his fucking eye socket in the middle of a match. This Mexican dude landed on his face. His move, instead of fucking your face, he'd drop his butt on your face. So he drops his butt on. Who was it? It was like a famous guy. Mysterio? No? This dude landed his butt on his face and broke his eye socket. And so he's like, he's got to finish the match. He's got to finish this match with a
Is that why his eyes started going up like this all the time?
That was he actually said he ran into a clothesline. I'm reading a quote from him. It was that guy Mabel.
Okay. I thought the guy landed on his face. Didn't
He says he's like he was 6'8", 500 pounds. I ran straight into what was supposed to be a clothesline, but he was so gassed, and I ended up hitting a spot in his arm.
Actually, Jamie, I think he broke his eye socket twice. I think, if I remember correctly, he broke both eye sockets.
Oh, this is him.
Jesus.
According to this, it says this is what he said on the Joe Rogan Experience.
Oh.
So,
Yeah, both eye sockets. Yeah. See, that's right. One was because the guy was completely out of shape, a lot of similarities. The other one, I think, was the butt to the face.
Oh.
I think he's saying he broke both because we showed another one that he did where the guy wasn't as big who landed on his face. I might be remembering this wrong. I have a very limited memory for pro wrestling. I watched it. Go, yeah, that's great. They threw the grandma through the table.
Threw the grandma through the table was pretty awesome.
I'll delete that by the end of the week. By the end of the week, I'll have no knowledge that happened.
You'll never get dreams about it.
Dude, I remember.
You're right. Rey Mysterio did hit him in the custom.
There you go.
Yeah. Okay. So it was Mysterio, and
he landed with the Hurricane
I think he landed with his butt on his face. See if
Rey
you can find
Mysterio
it.
is super small. That's not the butt face. He got hit in the face by him.
Welcome.
But Rey Mysterio would be hopping
You
around.
said
like
he's
that.
super small.
How you living?
That's
Yeah,
bony,
I
butt.
think he landed on his face.
Oh, dude.
I think that's the reason why he got him that way, because he landed with his butt on his face.
The dead man.
The dead man.
That's so gross.
Landed on Undertaker's head. He missed time to top rope senton.
Oh, you
That
can't
can
He
hear
wait.
me.
landed on the Undertaker's head. Yeah, he landed on his head with his butt.
What up, pimp?
Yeah, he mistimed the move and
Yo,
landed on his
how you
face and
living?
broke his face.
Like a pimp. Every day's a holiday. Every meal's a feast. What's good in your neck of the woods? Very cool. We're just watching some Joe Rogan, my man. All right. Well, if you want, feel free to sleep in here. I'll keep a podcast going. You can fall asleep to it. I sleep in here. All right, pimps. Well, with that, I hope you're aware that we're going to continue this podcast. Welcome.
How enthusiastic people get.
Yeah. It's fucking crazy. It's
They get
crazy.
so fucking angry at the bad guy.
It's crazy.
They fire him up. Those bad guys will come out and be like, Delaware, what a bunch of fucking retards are you? And they're all just like, no.
Well, did you ever watch
They'd have
Andy
Arabs-
Kaufman?
They'd have Arab dudes come out and be like, America fucking sucks ass. And these dudes are like, take that the fuck back.
Wasn't that the Iron Sheik?
Yeah, Iron Sheik. They had dudes come out for everything. There was Russians. They have everybody. Back in the day, like The Rock was part of Nation of Domination. They were like black African extremists that would come out and be like, in front of all the white people, they were like, no.
Did you ever watch the Andy Kaufman films
Yes.
when he was doing
Girls?
pro wrestling? That was
It's
crazy.
hilarious.
The fact that he decided that was what he's going to do.
There you are.
Bring that down to South
I
Carolina.
think the CIA assassinated 3 of them, actually.
Yeah. 2 of them were FBI informants.
Jamie, see if you can find some of the
The
Andy
Rock was a
Kaufman.
snitch, dude. He
Rock
snitched
was a
on
snitch.
Farouk,
He
dude.
told me, we'll make you a movie star. Just got to give up your brother.
You got to snitch on Farouk. He did it.
He put a bomb in Farouk's house.
Imagine it turns out the Rock's working for the FBI the whole time.
How could he not be?
Yeah, at this point, how could he not be?
How do you think they made so many Jumanjis, dude?
Yeah, it's fucking intelligence written all over it, dude.
That's Mockingbird, bro. Jumanji's Mockingbird.
Jumanji was a fun movie, man. How dare you?
Jumanji.
Dude,
Wait,
hit the record.
first one?
Hit the record. Hit the record.
Wait, the Robin Williams one was incredible.
No, I went to see the Rock one with my kids. I loved it.
All right, with kids, maybe, dude.
Check the record. I praised Jumanji.
I had a rough
I praised Jumanji.
You like Jumanji? Yeah, you guys have kids.
It's a good movie.
I was
watched it
you have
before.
kids, bro.
I watched it
I was in
before.
Boston by myself. I was doing comedy. I had to kill a whole day. I had nowhere to stay. I went to a Panera Bread by myself. I had never drank coffee before in my life. I was like 30. I never drank coffee. I was chugging cold brews all day. I didn't know it would. 2:30 p.m.
Oh my god.
And I was in there just like, holy shit, dude, I'm a fucking moron. I saw Jumanji by myself.
I feel bad.
And then I called Matt and I was like, man, I want to quit comedy, dude. I'm so fucking sad.
I've been in a Panera for 4 hours drinking iced coffee.
10 hours.
Oh no.
I spent a whole day in a Panera.
Oh
I had no money.
Dude. Yeah,
That's hilarious.
It's $0.
Well, I
I
told you
saved
were
up to
30.
see Jumanji. Yeah,
you gave me so many fire movie recommends, and finally I came out of Jumanji. I was like, Shane's gonna like this, and he gave him a panic attack. I was like, fuck, my bad, dude.
That fucked me up.
How crazy
I was
was
in
it?
there by myself watching Jumanji.
Dude,
It's like, this is for real a low point. This is like a fucked up thing.
I'm
an adult. It was a weekday, 2 p.m. in Boston.
That is a weird thing.
And that was before, that was like,
I had
this could capsize. My whole life could capsize.
my life. It was capsized. I was swimming.
True.
I was, dude. My ex-girlfriend gave me her old laptop, so I had like a Chromebook that was like a $90 Chromebook.
Your laptop was
I was
dead.
by myself. I would find websites that had old games. I was playing like SimCity 98. Chugging cold brew. Dude, this is fucked up. Now I'm saying it. And I was like, oh, there's a movie theater in the parking lot. I'll go see whatever they have. Jumanji at 2:30.
Yeah.
I'm in.
Yeah, those days on the road in the early days, they feel
It was really sad.
And also, if you're working with people you don't like you show up in a town and the middle's a douche.
Dude, remember I went with him to Florida. He got booked to go to Florida, and he was like, I was like, I'll just come with you, and I'll like host. And you were booked to feature.
Yeah, we did
So
we did a whole Southern tour.
The whole Southern tour. He brought me. I don't think anyone wanted me there at all. He brought me there. I forgot underwear first of all. I didn't pack underwear. I had no undies the whole time.
I was a feature, and I was like, I got a guy I'm bringing. That's great.
That's hilarious. The headliner stole his jokes.
Yeah.
The headliner was a guitar guy, and Shane would go up. I was bombing constantly, and Shane would go up. He was doing well, and the headliner started just like he was bombing on a guitar. Then he started doing callbacks to Shane's bits.
He did the whole.
And then he started just incorporating them into it. Was the
did
craziest
my
shit.
act. By the last couple
Dude.
shows, he was just stealing the
It
thing.
was crazy. Dude.
Whoa.
But it was when I was new, so I was like, that's cool.
Yeah,
You know, I was new enough to be like, at least, he's saying that was good.
true.
But that was, dude, it was me, him, and the headliner in a comedy condo in South Carolina. We just fucked with this dude. He sucked so fucking bad, dude.
we were in a back green room, and there was like a plastic. You know, what plastic's supposed to look like crystal.
Yeah.
It was like plastic, like table stuff with lunch meat. And this guy's just crushing bologna, being like, "Guys, I'm on the road all the time. I can get pussy anytime I want." We're like, "Okay, dude."
Because we were,
right.
He was like, man, if I was your guys' age, if I was single like you guys, I'd be getting pussy too. I could go out there and get pussy if I wanted, but I'm not gonna. Like, dude, he was standing eating lunch meat on a tray in a club in South Carolina.
a guitar act.
Yeah, we're in like a closet, like a Mexican bowling alley. He's like, "Dude, I get clean up out there, dude. You guys have no idea." I'm like, "Dude,
Oh
pretty
god.
sure you're just crying when we came in."
He was absolutely. That was a fun fucking trip,
Dude, that was so fun.
It was so funny. Me and him were young and just bullying a headliner, just fully like, "Oh, is that what you said?" Back in the condo, and he'd be like, "Yeah, it is."
Those weird headliners that like no one knows who they are, but they can
Yeah.
kind of headline, and they go to some places and they've been doing it way too long.
Yeah,
It's terrible.
They can achieve this very high level of toxic bitterness.
it's Sith,
Yeah, you're around them, and then they have a couple beers, and they start looking at you sideways.
dude.
And they tried it. They're like, "Oh, dude, that was the guy." He was like, "Oh, you guys are doing a podcast." I guess we'll see, huh?
Don't waste your time. Fucking dickhead, dude. Yeah, that was very funny.
He was just a bit.
What year was this?
Fuck, man.
16,
Yeah.
15.
But in his defense, back then, how many podcasts were there?
I don't know.
There
I
was
think people
enough.
had already figured out that you could make money off of it.
Yeah,
By 15, yeah.
there was enough. He just was saying, like, every comedian does it. Trust me, I tried it. It didn't work. It's not going to work for you guys. You suck.
I think the market's oversaturated now, but I still think people should do it. Like, if I was a new comic, like, if you're a new comic starting out now, you should do a podcast, even if no one's going to listen. Just keep doing it. Just do it and keep doing it, and it'll grow. But there's so many of them now.
Yeah.
Like, trying to get an audience now, it's so much harder than it was 5 years ago, 6 years
I
ago.
feel like if you're actively trying to get an audience, it comes. You just have to just talk. Like, I talk to myself when I drive anyway. I'll just talk. I'm like, damn, I should have recorded. It's so fucking good.
You talk out loud to
Yeah, I
yourself,
talk out loud
and
constantly.
you're like, damn,
It's
I'm good.
fire, dude. While I'm
It's
driving,
so good.
I talk to myself all the time. My kid will be in the back seat, and I'll be talking to myself and turn around and be like, I can't stop.
You like that
I
one?
can't stop casting.
You're casting. You like
That's your thing always, is talking to yourself?
Sometimes I'll just talk. I don't realize I'm doing it. I'll be thinking. I'll just start talking.
Jesus Christ, if I recorded what I was saying in a car,
Classified.
be a quick pocket. Yeah,
I don't think
Fine
I've ever
would have
talked to myself in the car.
Really?
No, I
I do
don't
it
think
constantly.
so.
It's good.
No.
It's fun.
I'm going to try it.
Yeah, dude.
like talking out loud.
Yeah, just talking to yourself.
It'd be a good way to do
That's
a
fucking
podcast.
crazy.
Like,
Yeah,
if you had a Tesla, especially if you have a quiet car, you could, like, set up a camera and just do a podcast while you're driving.
Dude, I'm telling you, you access.
Bill Burr did stuff like that, but it was like more like him driving around, like, God,
You
look
give
at
a
this
tour.
fucking guy. Yeah, he was giving a tour.
That was
Funny.
good.
Yeah, those
You
are
give
good.
tours of like towns
Yeah.
and shit. You driving and just talking must be
Talking,
for real terrifying.
fleshing out the ideas.
Well, that's the way a lot of guys come up with material. Like, that's how Dylan does it. He comes up with so
Podcast.
much material because he's podcasting
Yeah.
all the time. He's ranting about things, and some of them you can keep. You know, some of them are like genuinely good ideas.
2%, I would say.
But that's if you fucking sling 10 around, you pick up 2. That's pretty good. That's pretty nice.
I was trying the ones you and me workshopped a couple jokes this week.
Oh yeah,
The seller did not like them.
good.
The seller wasn't that excited about it because I couldn't word it. I don't know how to
How
word
many
it.
sets did you do down there?
It's like 5 or 6 a night.
And so each set, the audience was similar?
I probably tried it twice and then scrapped it because I was talking. Me and Matt did a podcast that day, and we were talking about if there was like a parent sex like pride parade. Like if you're see, it doesn't work.
No, you gotta, if your parents flaunted their sexuality.
The way gay people do it at the pride parade. Like if it was your dad and your mom on a float, like, and even a gay guy would be like, ew. And then I was trying to say, like, look, I'm happy you guys are doing it, but that's how we feel. We're like, ew. I'm glad you're doing it, but gross, dude. And didn't work.
Yeah,
Still didn't work.
I mean, it's fun.
I see what you're saying. Yeah,
It's a fair point.
it's a good point.
I mean, again, do what you want to do.
The dog general worked.
Did it?
I might be onto something there.
The dog general.
That fucking dude that retired in the military with the dog mask. I don't even know if it's real. This guy from the military retired, and he was wearing a fucking leather dog mask in his uniform, like in front of the flag.
What?
It might be fake. I might have got tricked, but either way, they were using it on Twitter. He was like, "Commander Bow Wow's retiring. Arf, arf." Like that was the end of it. But they were using it on Twitter. They were trying to make fun of the U.S. military. They were like, "Here's China's military. Here's Russia's military." And it's like skinheads that are like, "Eh." And then it was, "Here's ours." It's a bunch of trans people and the dog guy. And the joke is, for real, that's absolutely more terrifying. Like, that's a truly scary military. That we had a furry with fucking missiles behind him.
Yeah.
That's like an actual lunatic.
That's a problem.
If it's real.
It's probably not real, but I
It
like
might
it.
not be real. Dude, there's footage. There's footage that
Also,
comes out
another
of
joke
this
that's
war.
for fucking 8.
There's footage that's come out of this war that is different than any footage of any war that I've ever seen because it's on cell phones.
Yeah.
There's so much cell phone footage from this war.
Dude, planes are flying low over like apartments and shit.
Yeah, but I'm talking about like one-on-one combat situations with guns.
Yeah.
Like I've seen a bunch of them now. And one I saw yesterday was this guy was in a gunfight in the woods. So he's hiding behind trees, and the trees have like chunks of fucking wood missing from them because a bullet just hit it. I mean, like a fucking movie, right? and he runs to these Ukrainian guys that are in a foxhole, and he's got the drop on them. And I don't know what he's saying. Like he's saying, surrender, give it. And the guy reaches up to grab his gun, and he ices the both of them in the head, down, at close range, from 3 feet away. And you're watching, it's like, holy shit,
Jesus!
Like this is what they're going through over there. This is the real war.
God
this is
damn.
really what war's happening, and they're filming it on their cell phones.
Yeah.
Now imagine a furry. He's in a drone, just like, what are they doing down there?
It's like Spaceballs. He's up in the ship.
He just sends a drone strike.
But that would be the scariest thing if someone had real drone, like those dog drones with guns on them. They just sent those after people.
Yeah.
Yeah, why don't we just send like a bunch of We definitely have like war robots. Why don't we just be like, yo, here, use our war robots? I guess you can't. I
wonder if a friend. I don't know if this is true either. We'll find this out. What was the other thing that we were just trying to find out?
Dog General.
Dog General, is that real?
Come on, dude.
I support the Dog General.
Well, my
I
friend
know
was
Dog General's out there. He's
telling
probably
me-
listening right now.
Ooh, row.
What my friend was telling me when he served overseas because of the Geneva Convention. That's real. That's not real, bro.
That's fucking
That
real,
is so photoshopped.
That's so real.
They're not gonna let that guy wear a
The
dog,
Dog
mask.
General.
That's scary, for real.
Exactly. They want to
Yeah.
make fun of us for having trans and furries in our military. Good luck fighting those dudes.
Maybe this is what he does during like formal events. And regular times, he's just a straight up killer.
We should bomb other countries and make fun of our trans military members.
For real.
Yeah, fuck that.
You gonna fuck with us?
What was the
our
other thing that I was going to look up? We're going to look something else up.
I know what you're talking. The fuck. I don't know.
Jamie, I can't believe you're not finding Dog General, dude.
What was the other question I asked? There's the guy with the mask. And what was the other one?
Video stuff.
No.
No.
There's something I know what you're talking about.
God damn
The last thing I had up was the Andy Kaufman stuff. But
No, there was.
Yeah,
You're
we're
talking about
going-
cell phone
we're all-
videos. Yeah, we're all over the place. Talking about cell phone videos.
Talking about you talking
Ukraine.
in your car.
Oh,
like,
sending robots into
drone robots.
drone robots.
There he is. That's real.
Going to the dogs.
That's real?
No.
American conservative, dude. Talking about.
Celebrate Pup Pride.
Oh, dude.
Wait a minute. So this is gay officers only wear these masks?
No, I don't know what
But
this
that's
is.
Scroll back up.
It's this guy's
What does
stealing
it say?
valor.
Scroll all the way up.
Stealing
It
valor.
says celebrate pup pride with the armed forces. Gay officers pretend to be canines for sadomasochistic sex games.
This is the classic website, theamericanconservative.com.
Dude, that's like the Washington Post to me.
True. True.
This is
They're the
not
same. They're all the same now.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Okay, so the guy likes to wear a mask.
I know, that's the point. And then
Sure.
China and Russia were trying to make fun of us. They were like, look how weird we are. And it's like, bro,
Dude.
our guys will fuck you guys up.
There was
Look
a
at
thing
guy.
another thing I
Fuck
wanted
that.
to ask, but I forget. But there's one thing. Someone told me that during the overseas war, during the Geneva, because of the Geneva
There you go.
Convention, you aren't allowed to have like hollow point bullets in your pistol. you have to have. It's an unfair advantage.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
You use musket balls?
No, you have to use like practice rounds that
Yeah.
you use at the range. Is that true?
1899 prohibited use of international warfare bullets that easily expand or flatten the body.
Don't
What?
know.
It is a common misapprehension that a hollow point ammunition is prohibited by the Geneva Convention, as the prohibition significantly predates those conventions.
But they still do implement that, though. My friend who served was explaining to me the rounds that they made them use over there.
What?
Yeah.
They tried to outlaw fucking
Court-
night vision, dude.
Now, I don't know if that was just his
What?
unit. I don't know. That's crazy.
They tried to be like, this is unfair, what you guys are
Do you
doing.
know how crazy it is?
Yeah, but-
Fair and unfair when it
I'm
comes
digging
to
through
killing
it. It's
people.
going to get weird. 2015 DoD law war manual returns hollow point bullets to armed conflict. So
Mm.
I don't
Well, I think he
Imagine
was,
passing that
That's
bill.
overseas, you said, I guess. Right?
Get those
yeah,
back
he was
in here.
overseas.
It's time for some dudes' heads to fucking
Well,
explode.
I don't know if that's true, but that was what he had said.
And did they have hollow point bullets in 1889? I guess was what this.
Yeah, but doesn't this stuff go out the window when like guys start fighting for their survival?
It
Yeah.
certainly
They're
should.
like, well, I don't want to break those rules.
But when you're seeing a scene like I saw with the foxhole, and you know, like that, this is what these guys are going through today, and it's all done on someone's fucking Samsung Galaxy,
God damn.
so it's like clear video.
Yeah.
It's horrible.
yeah,
It's real close up too. It's like, oof.
it's kind of embarrassing at this point. It's like, dude, you guys are really, what are we doing? You're just shooting each other in the
War?
face right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of, at this point, it's kind of
It's still
embarrassing.
happening.
It's like, come on, man.
Wow. civilizations, when they evolve with war, you never kind of get them out. I think the only chance we have is if we keep like all moving to a new place with a new agreement. Like the reason why the United States was so much different than anywhere else is because the majority of the people just said, look, let's get the fuck out of here and start a new place. Because this shit's crazy. And then everybody was like, hey, where'd you guys go? And then that place, the new place became the shit. And that's really what America is. But then eventually it gets fucked too. Like we don't have the same like physical wars on our borders because we're luckily surrounded by water. But we're still engaging in it all over the place and ramped up. It's like we're involved in so many different conflicts all over the world. It's almost like the only way you're ever going to stop that is if people keep. It was like, all right, this one didn't work either. Let's keep going one more time. Antarctica, here we go, and take over that one, and then do that for a few hundred years, and then fuck that up, and then everyone learn. It's like the lessons that people learn in civilization. They take forever.
True.
We're still doing the death penalty. We know how many people are innocent that are on death row. We know we're killing innocent people. They're like, yeah, but fucking win's a win. Win's a win. Yeah, I mean,
it is one innocent person's. That's
that sucks.
That's falsely accused the whole time. And you're like,
dude, I've had multiple men like that on my podcast because of the stuff that I do with Josh Dubin, who used to be an ambassador for the Innocence Project, and then he went off to. He's released dozens of these people. And the stories are hard. Well, you're crying. I
might have heard one you had on here.
I've had a few.
The guy with the little girl, and it was DNA reversed it. Maybe it was on.
Yes, there's been a bunch of them.
Like, we saw you with her the last time. That was all it took.
Yeah.
And then they found he couldn't afford DNA testing or something.
Well, there's one guy who was an immigrant who walked into a trailer after this woman had murdered someone, and his footprints got everywhere, and they blamed him, and he was in jail for 20 years. Like that kind of shit.
Why is he walking around?
Well, it's like, what the fuck's going on? Like, imagine
he's checking up on it.
Check in on people, and you open the door, and someone's been knifed to death. And you're like, holy shit. And you're just realizing you're trying to turn the lights on. Like, what the fuck's going on? And he's an illegal immigrant. He's from another country.
Yeah, so he tried to hide.
And then the woman blames it on him, and it's just crazy.
It fucking sucks.
And it's just such a flawed system. And the thing is, like, there's an incentive for a prosecutor once they're starting to try a case. They want to win that fucking case. They got a record. They have a reputation. And so they're trying to win. And when it's like a government prosecutor or, like a district attorney, and they know there's some information that would exonerate that person, they're just like, they don't give a fuck.
That seems like a problem, making it like competitive for lawyers.
It's very bad.
To be like, I want to win. They're like DAs that are like, I arrested the most people.
Exactly.
It's like,
yeah. Then they run for office. It's like, remember that? And they're like,
I was tough on crime. And then all of a sudden, 10 years later, being tough on crime is racist. You're like, I wasn't tough on crime. Now I'm the vice president.
Yeah, man. I didn't call them super criminals.
Super predators.
Super predators is nuts.
That's crazy. That's crazy he's getting jammed up on like manila folders when he was like kissing 12-year-old girls on camera.
I don't know jack shit about politics, but if I had to guess, they're trying to get rid of him.
Yeah.
My guess would be they're trying to get rid of him. If all of a sudden his own aides are sending these, instead of like taking these classified documents which you have located and go, well, let's not do that again, and fucking locking them up somewhere. His own aides
self-reporting,
dude.
Come on,
that sounds sus. Well, no one self-reported that fucking laptop.
I know.
That was Russian disinformation. That reeks of Russian disinformation.
They got a hold of the social media companies and lied to them. They did whatever the fuck they could to keep that from happening. And even they discovered this before the midterms.
Yeah.
So they didn't release the information until after the midterms.
I mean, dude, everyone said this a million times with like the news. If that was flip-flop, if it was, Trump's kid, that would have been all over. It would have been like, this is the fate of our democracy, rest in the sons of the blah, 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 blah.
And the media would have gone right along with it.
Yeah, and it's like so obvious and it sounds trite, but it's like, dude, why did what's the incentive to be like, nah, fuck that guy, not that guy? It's like, that kind of freaks me out.
Dude, there's a bunch of us that are just unrepresented. It's the reasonable middle. The reasonable middle of the world. Unrepresented. You got radical left and radical right. You got people that are all in on the Republican Party and you should never get an abortion even if you've been raped. You got wild shit on that side. and on the other side, you got men can get pregnant. You got all this chaos. You got FTX. Those he was just making mistakes. No big deal. We should barely even attack him. We don't even need to bring him in. Come on, guys.
Yeah, why would they let that guy off the hook?
The number 2 donor to the Democratic Party.
Oh, duh.
Number 2.
Yeah,
just by George Soros. And they're like, whatever. No one's freaking out.
My favorite is the Republicans hanging on to that Santos dude.
That is why.
The Republicans are like, no, he's a good dude.
That guy should be in jail.
Santos is the guy who was like, I'm Jewish.
Oh, that
and they were like, you're not Jewish. He's like, I meant Jew-ish. I'm like a Jew.
He's a master of the English language. He lied about so many things. I found out about it on the podcast, and I went a deep dive. I'm like, this guy's wild.
Dude. I was looking at him yesterday. The first article that came up was like, he lied about being a volleyball star. It's like, dude, that's the funniest.
Well, you ever see Biden lie about his education? Have you ever seen that clip? Yeah. Where he lied about his education, they fact-checked him on the news.
What did he say he was?
Oh my God! He just flat out lied about his credentials.
I think it fucked him up in that debate.
Oh, for sure.
He was running a while ago, and he got.
Well, he ran for president in '88.
He plagiarized the speech. Yeah, did that.
Dude, we used to do Joe Biden night at Stitch's Comedy Club in Boston, where we'd all do each other's acts. That time, Joe Biden lied about his academic credentials. So watch this video because it's fucking crazy.
He was 76 of 85.
He was so silly.
He might have gotten it wrong though. He might have been like 85 to top.
Truthfully, a guy who finishes 76 would get it wrong.
That's the video. No, this is the video. I've seen it. He argues with this guy.
And the other question is, could you quickly? I think
I probably have a much higher IQ than you do. I suspect. I went to law school on a full academic scholarship, the only one in my class to have a full academic scholarship. In the first year in law school, I decided I didn't want to be in law school and ended up in the bottom 2/3 of my class, and then decided I wanted to stay, went back to law school, and in fact ended up in the top half of my class. I won the international moot court competition. I was the outstanding student in the political science department at the end of my year. I graduated with 3 degrees from undergraduate school and 165 credits, only need 123 credits, and I'd be delighted to sit down and compare my IQ to yours if you'd like, Frank.
You rewind that and look at the guy who wants to fucking so bad. You see how happy that guy was? He was like, you're doing it, Joe.
I know.
Now, I'm not questioning your IQ. I'm just saying that with the people that we have elected to office in recent years, I think that we have to question their credentials very solidly.
Well, I think you're right, Frank.
Damn.
But you know what I find kind of interesting? It seems to me if you can speak, you're a liability in the Democratic Party anymore. It seems to me you've all become heartless technocrats. It seems to me that you forget that what happens is we've never, as a party,
pause this. This is now nonsense.
Biden rules.
Now go to the article where it says what his actual stats were. Because someone fact checked him on the news. It's not in that clip. There's one that they played that clip on the news and then fact checked it.
That'd be a nice edit, like cutting that to like now him just fucking bumbling around on stage talking nonsense.
He was actually 70th in a class of 85, so he wasn't in the top half. But there was a bunch of other stuff that he lied about in that clip too. In the news clip where they check it, this like hardcore news guy goes, actually, the true story is, and he just lays it all out. And
that blows.
It sucks.
Can you imagine if you're lying and a door comes in?
The new questions stem from taped remarks of Biden during an April campaign appearance in New Hampshire.
I went to law school on a full academic scholarship.
Yeah, scoot ahead a little to the where you can't. Oh, okay. That's okay. Keep playing.
That's crazy.
In my class, I'd have a full academic scholarship. Went back to law school, and in fact ended up in the top half of my class. I was the outstanding student in the political science department at the end of my year. I graduated with 3 degrees from undergraduate school and 165 credits, only need 123 credits.
Biden now concedes he did not graduate in the top half of his law school class, that he does not have 3 degrees from college, and that he was not named outstanding political science student in college.
Newsweek says Biden actually went to school on a half scholarship, ended up near the bottom of his class, and won only 1 degree, not 3.
Joe Biden ranked 76th in a class of 85 at the University of Syracuse Law School. I mean, this guy comes off this whole thing as a flyweight.
Now Biden says Newsweek is right. And his memory had failed him.
His memory had failed him. My memory had failed me. Like, but his memory seems so good right there. Like that'd be so scary if you could maybe that was the early signs of dementia.
Yeah.
You could rattle off facts that you think are fact.
Oh boy.
Maybe he believed it. Maybe he believed it.
Yeah.
My memory failed me. Maybe his memory fails him all the time. Maybe he's just like hanging on, just has a prepared speech for if Bob asks this, I say that. He has to write it all
Yeah,
out.
I'm gonna ram it down his fucking throat. The guy's like, I think you're an idiot. He's like, actually, I got the highest IQ on earth, motherfucker. That does hurt when the dorks come after you, though.
Yeah.
And you're up there lying. Can
Well,
you imagine
especially
if they did that?
those are the mainstream dorks.
Yeah,
I mean, that was Sam Donald.
it was back in the day. The real
Yeah,
dorks.
The real dorks.
The heavyweight dorks.
The
Got 'em.
journalists.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jesus.
I exaggerate when I'm angry, but I've never gone around telling people things that aren't true about me. That's not
An oxymoron.
You just lied right
I
there.
lie, but I never lie.
He just lied right there because he lied. He said he had 3 degrees. That's not an exaggeration. That's a lie.
Yeah.
You know, saying you're in the top half of your class is also a lie.
Yeah.
It's exaggerating. If you say I fucking killed it in college, but then they found out you were in the bottom half of the class, well, that's an exaggeration.
Yeah.
Well, that's kind of a lie.
He
too.
could be like, I was in a lot of clubs. I played, intramural sports.
Yeah,
but he fucked it up.
He went for it.
He lied, and he called black people super predators. And
No, that's Hill Dog.
he didn't. Did he say
I
that?
think it was Hillary.
It was just Hillary.
him.
He called
I
him
think
super
there's him
predators
on
too.
tape. I think he's been on tape.
He's
Yeah.
had some rough ones. He had some rough
I think they get these terms that they'd like to throw around, and then they start using them with each other, and it's like sort of a signal that we're all on the same page.
Oh, okay.
And, whatever it is, whatever term they're using to try to push things across. Hillary Clinton, not Joe Biden, use the term super predator.
Reuters. Let's go.
Son, let's
Jamie.
go.
Jamie. This
Let's
makes up for the lack
go.
of dog general info.
Joe Biden, let's go. Yeah, Hillary, boy. Oof.
Yeah.
I know women want a female president. We got one in Tulsi Gabbard. Go get her. That's one that you can really get behind.
Who do you like, Matt?
In terms of
who are you trying to endorse?
I want Yang, dude.
Yang's a beast.
I hope he starts. I just want a new part. I don't care what he does. I just want a new party to win. Be fun. Just like knock down.
You were Yang early.
Yeah, I like the idea of just
you like UBI at first.
You like universal
Wait,
basic income?
communist?
No, I thought it was a cool idea. Try it. My thing is just try it. We should do wild experiments. Just try it out.
I thought it was a cool idea until people started getting money during the pandemic and then didn't want to go back to work. And I was like, oh no, this is what happens.
Then you try to go to Starbucks at a rest stop.
Yeah, you'd have a collapse of
One
the service
person.
industry. You'd collapse of jobs that suck.
Yeah.
But you would also have a resurgence of people doing what they actually want to do. It wouldn't be everybody, but it would give a good chunk of people an opportunity to try something that they've always wanted to do, where they don't have to worry about subsistence, right? They don't have to worry about food and rent, and then they can go pursue a dream. But how many are going to do that? I don't know. Is it worth trying? It might be. I don't know. I mean, but human nature, the problem with human nature, like people, if you give them anything, they don't do things.
Yeah.
That's a lot of people. But a lot of people wouldn't. They would look at it as an opportunity. It's almost like you need people's like what gives you meaning in life. And I know being lazy is like very attractive. It draws you to it. It's so comfortable to just sit on the couch and play video games and do nothing. But you're gonna get depressed. You're gonna get depressed. You need a task. I think everybody needs a different task, and everybody has like a different level of need. But you need tasks.
Yeah.
Forward motion.
Yeah, have you played Bannerlord? Have you played Bannerlord?
Dude, if I played games, man, I'd have a fucking problem. Jamie can tell you, I have a problem.
Yeah.
I get psychotically
Bannerlord
obsessed,
so
and
nice.
I will play 8-10 hours a day, and I'll fuck up my life, and I'll look pale like a vampire. I'll go into the fucking house.
What's wrong with that?
Dude, I was playing Quake. I would play all night long, man. I installed a T1 line in my house. Back when I couldn't get good internet because I was living in the mountains. I was like, what can you do? And they go, well, if you had a business, we could run a T1 line. I go, well, I got a business. Let's run a T1 line.
Just you playing Quake.
They had to fucking dig up the street, lay pipes and shit.
Oh, they just send like the boring missile.
Yeah, I went hard.
Damn.
So I could play Quake.
How long did this last for?
Oh, I had to quit cold turkey. I realized it was a real problem.
Fuck, I'm not excited about that. I'm headed that way.
Games?
I plugged in the Xbox 360 this week and started playing NCAA 14. Took 8 hours.
There was my friend Rob was a manager at the Comedy Store, real nice guy. And one day he said, he played EverQuest all day. He had a real problem. And he goes, I'm so good at making money in EverQuest and so bad at it in the real world. And I was like, this is profound.
Yeah.
Like, because he was having this, he's out in public. He left the house because, like, for him, it's a big deal to, like, shut the computer off and leave the house. He's, like, so immersed in the game. So he's hanging out with us at the store in the back bar. And he's like, I got to do something, man. I got to do something. I'm like, you got to quit. Like, they're fucking great. I love them. Yeah. Don't get me wrong. I'm not an anti-video game person. I fucking love them. But I know for me, they're too fun. I was like, why am I just sitting around answering emails that I have to answer? When I can just be in a world of murder.
I gotta be honest.
Shooting rockets at people.
That's exactly where I'm at. Dude, I get emails and I go,
fuck out of here.
I literally put the phone down.
Yeah, man. It's a
Mountain Blade
time,
Bannerlord, dude. Let's go.
Time suck.
Yeah, I get addicted. I can't do it. I get too, and I suck too. I suck at them.
That's
that UFC, the UFC is my favorite shit.
We lived together, and I was like, I'm gonna get good and beat Shane, and I played all day. He was at work, I was at home. I was just fucking like, I'm gonna kick his fucking ass. I'm gonna kick his ass. And he came home. He was like, what's this? Beat my ass, and I stormed up. I get so mad too. And I can't handle it.
It's so hard, man.
I can't handle it.
I play what's that? The karate game. Is it Dead or Alive? It's a fucking great karate game. Where you get to pick all these different. And my daughter kept jacking me up because she was playing against. She was using this little lady, and this little lady does this little fast move. She like spins around and kicks you in the head.
So frustrating. Yeah, we'll do a different move. That's fine.
My daughter kept fucking me up. She fucked me up like she was so happy, and I was so upset with myself. I was like, I can't believe that was that girl. She's hot as fuck. Yeah, and she Dead or Alive. That's it.
That's awesome.
It's a fucking great game. It's so addictive. And you can like use some martial arts strategy in that game. If you know like good techniques.
Yeah, I'm the only one that can do ground and pound in UFC. I'm the only one that can do jiu-jitsu in UFC in our video games.
So you know how to hit arm bars and stuff?
I crush,
dude.
How do you learn? Do you learn like pressing certain buttons at the same time?
Timing, all that, stamina, all that. Yeah,
wow.
It's very fun,
bro. Doing the voiceover for that was one of the most brutal jobs I've ever had. It's so long. Because you have like these lists of all these things that can possibly happen, and all these fighters' names, and all these different scenarios.
How long does it take?
Hours and hours and hours, many, 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 many days. Yeah, you're working. You're in a fucking sound booth, and you're constantly drinking water because I'm screaming. So I can only do it because it's you're doing shit like that. So you have to do. I'm trying to do it like a real fight. You weren't in the last one.
It fucks me up.
I'm like, is it?
You weren't in the last one. I genuinely was like, damn, dude, I need the fucking
Daddy's busy. Daddy's busy. It's too much work. It's so much work. I was in the one before it, but they used my old stuff. So I only did like 2 of them. And I was like, that's it. I can't do it anymore.
Yeah, can't you just relicense the sounds, but just take the other ones?
Yeah.
You gotta use the new guys and stuff.
Yeah, it's new names, new people. So that means new sessions and this fucking thing, reading off the paper. Yeah, it's not coal mining. I get it. I mean, well, guess what? I'm busy.
Yeah, but you get in your head. If you're like just like trying to say things right, it'll kind of spin you out.
Well, it's a huge strain on your voice. Because the way you're talking during the UFC fight, like if you're doing it's like you're pushing your.
Wow, that was wild. By the way. That's actually weird.
That was a gear. That was a gear. You shifted gears.
That was a
Tesla. How wild's that car? Is
That's
it wild to feel that?
That's insane. That's scary.
I took them on the ride in the Model S Plaid. Yeah, it seems so normal, right?
Until I noticed your fucking steering wheel halfway through the ride. You're like, this thing's cool, right? Have you ever been in one? I was like, I think I've been in a Tesla. And I looked over and
it's a yoke, like a Formula One car. Yeah. I don't like it. I wish it had a regular steering wheel. Steering wheel. But yeah, I like a regular steering wheel. Also, the horn's not in the center. The horn's a button. I don't like that. Everything else I love.
Yeah.
It doesn't have a blinker stock. Like, go to the blinker stock. This is everybody knows this. It's not in the way.
It's an instinct.
It's not in the way either. It's hidden behind the wheel. Just do that. Everybody does it. It's normal. It's the best way to hit your blinkers. And instead they have buttons. Like, people want to get crafty. You don't have to get crafty. Everything is minimalist. Like, everything is done inside the panel. The problem with that is the panel dies, then you're fucked. You can't even roll your windows down. Like, you can roll your windows down, but you can't, like, there's certain things you can't do. Like, you can't adjust the temperature.
They just like turn off if it has like an electrical shortage and you're like flying. Does it just
never happened. I've never had a problem.
That's cool.
I had a problem with a windshield wiper motor once, but it was just a defective windshield wiper motor. Those cars are flawless. They're so well engineered. They just fucking do what they're supposed to do. They suck in the cold though. A lot of these people that got them in these freezing temperatures in like fucking Toronto and shit, like it drains that fucking battery in the cold.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you got to think about that. But for like regular driving, they make regular cars look stupid.
I don't know. You ever see a Chevy Cruze?
You still have that?
No, my sister has it.
What are you gonna get? You should get something fat. You should get something nice. Fat with a P. Like fat.
I don't know. I live in New York. I don't need a car. Just can't. No, I want to get a car. I can't.
Get yourself a Mustang, like a Shelby GT500.
Matt got a CRV. That thing's CRVs are fucking sick.
Those are
Twin
sick.
CRV.
Honda
Me and my wife have
CRV.
CRVs.
That's a nice CRV. Black CRV.
Yeah, man.
Those things are fast.
Yeah,
And they're
they're
so
nice.
nimble.
They're
Wait,
nice.
Honda CRV.
Yeah, they're
Yeah,
nimble.
we talking about.
I wasn't sure. He was excited
Honda
about it.
CRVs are
why I
great
got it.
cars.
I sold them. I love
The
it.
gear shift
Those are
ratio.
my favorite car.
The gear shift ratio on them are crazy.
What is that piece of shit?
It's a Mustang.
What?
Yeah.
That's a Mustang? Did they
called a
put a
Zimmer.
bodysuit on it? Oh,
Oh, yeah.
look, it does have a
Special
Mustang
one.
rear quarter panel.
It's made by them.
Oh, that looks gross. Boy, that guy, bad investment advice. If
I
guy
don't
pulls
know.
up to your house,
Gatsby?
Shane, I want to make you money.
Is that the
He
GT
got the
Zimmerman?
Great Gatsby.
Yeah, but the Great
Mustang.
Gatsby
What a
was a
dork.
dope car.
It
back
killed a
then.
person in the car. It's the
Did
whole
they?
point of the
The
movie.
real Great
Or the
Gatsby
book.
movie?
Yeah, that's kind of fucked up.
Oh, look, it's got a Mustang GT 500, 5.0. It's a Coyote motor on there.
Scripts are kind of sick.
It is nice.
Yeah, I like my.
But the regular Mustang looks way
Standard.
better, you fucking dummy. The regular Mustang. Now go to 2023 Mustang. What's the Dark Horse? I think they call it the Dark Horse. This is the newest of the new Mustang. You see, why would you fuck that up, bitch? Look at that thing. God damn, that's sexy. That's a sexy car.
We've had this conversation every time I'm on here.
I
Dude,
fucking
I
love
can't drive this car.
Look
You
at that.
can.
Yeah.
Why not?
That's
Jamie,
a
thank
500
you, dude.
Why
horsepower.
not?
Comes in a manual. You can get that in a manual.
You're an SUV guy.
This is it.
Suburban.
Yeah.
The Dark Horses comes in a manual, right? Doesn't it?
I've never even heard of it.
It's the newest of the Mustangs.
New breed
Yeah.
of pony.
It hasn't even come out. 500
I
horsepower,
like that.
carbon fiber trim.
I like that talk.
They can make a
New breed
lightweight
of pony.
package.
I'm interested.
Manual, 6-speed manual. Yeah, that's right. So you can get it in you can get it in scroll back up, please. Sorry. What is this? Can you get it in automatic too? Nope.
Speed manual.
Nope.
10
Just
speed
a manual. Yes. No pussies. Oh, 10-speed automatic. Damn it.
You ever lie about being able to drive manual?
I bought a car without knowing.
Literally every time someone
I
asks me.
did it. I
Every
stole it
time
out.
someone asks me, I'm like, yeah. I do. I worked at I've only worked in cars. I worked in an auto auction. I sold cars, and then I worked in a garage in Philly, and I couldn't drive stick. And all the time they'd be like, you got to bring this car out back.
Yeah.
I'd just sit there and be like, oh, I'm going to get found out. Like year 2 into my job. Bro. I had to find someone and be like, yo, can you please drive this?
Just put it in fucking neutral. And
And
flip
Just
stuff.
teach me real quick.
So many times where I've been in a car in front of everyone, just
There's
Yeah.
you know La Cienega, where La Cienega connects to Sunset.
no.
There's you know that, right?
It's why I no manual in LA.
Oh wait,
because
that's
of
steep ass hill
It's
right by the
steepest.
store.
The steepest, right?
Yes,
by the
I do
store.
know that.
I would take that in my Porsche, and it was a manual, and I'd always get stuck at the top. I stalled out like 3 or 4 times.
Yeah.
Because you're like this.
Yeah,
It's like
that hill's
crazy
insane.
peach. So I had to learn how to hit the emergency brake and slowly let out the clutch while I let the emergency brake out. That's how bad the hill is.
That's how I did mine every time. I had what was it? A Ford Contour. I bought it stick shift off some Polish dude.
That's why if you have a stick, you need a fucking real handbrake.
Yeah.
If you have a stick, you can't have these bullshit fucking electronic brakes. Like, what is that?
No.
Electronic. Like, what are we doing? Everything's electronic. Like, at least some cars like this, like Fords, are making these cars that that's like an advanced muscle car. That's what that like.
Yeah.
You get a feel. You get a boom, boom, boom. Oh, that's the fun.
That's neat.
That's the fun.
You get scared.
I get scared. I got scared in that Tesla, dude. I was scared as shit.
I had 2% of me is like I might die right now.
Bro, I closed my eyes. I didn't want to tell you guys.
Did you?
For a second, I closed my eyes, and then I realized how fucking insane it was.
I asked.
like this.
No, it was genuinely impressive to move that fast. My body was just like I freaked out.
I wanted you to give me permission.
We get
You got consent.
I wouldn't be that guy.
You did get
want me
consent.
to?
No, we did. I wouldn't mind. I'd like to feel that again.
But it's bizarre, right?
It was very bizarre.
Because this is 4-door sedan. It looks like a normal car. It doesn't look like a fast
I almost clutched your torso from behind. I almost fucking held on.
And that's what it is.
And then he's gonna have that little one that's even faster.
It's the start
than
of an
that.
all new.
Jamie.
Let's get this
Do
little
not
one.
let that happen again.
Let's take it to a commercial break.
These autoplay motherfuckers.
I was looking at new muscle cars. This is the new Challenger.
Yeah, but that's
Charger.
electric.
Is this one?
That's
I was
the
trying to look
electric
up the
one.
Banshee. I guess it's
It's, look, you don't see exhaust pipes.
Oh, that sucks.
This electric, and it makes fake noises. It makes like rawr, rawr.
That's kind of funny.
Well,
It actually does that though.
Yes.
Like audible outside of the car.
Yeah. Listen to this stupid shit. It's the
No.
dumbest idea of all time.
This
It's
is
so
just
dumb.
literally so you can
Yeah.
bother people.
Yeah, that's it. It's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Someone's making fun of it. Listen to this. That sound is all fake.
The speakers, I guess. the
Yes.
That's, so that should be illegal.
That should be illegal.
Jesus Christ.
That's the fake butt of the car world. Oh. That's what it sounds like when you rev it. Listen, it's got this low rumble to it.
The low rumble is kind of ominous. I like
The
it.
only good thing about the rumble is it's good for like people walking on the streets and shit. You hear the
Yes.
car.
Yeah, true.
Or protesting.
That's so dumb. That's so dumb. It hurts my feelings that I do. Yeah, fake rumble.
They got to make some noise. Yeah, you can't have that.
With
You can't have that thing on a "They Will Not Replace Us" rally. You need
silent.
silent. That's not great.
No,
You might have to edit that one.
You can't give them stealth. That's a fair point. You can't
Stealth's a
give.
nightmare for those people.
Can't give. Yeah.
Well, you know what the problem with that sound thing is? It seems like you could hack that and have it play whatever you want.
Definitely. Have you been to Jamaica?
No.
Wild.
What do they
Dudes
do?
just ride around. They have speakers on every car.
Outside?
Speakers outside, blasting music, dude. Constantly.
That's what people are going to do with that thing.
Yeah,
or have
it'd be
it
nice.
talk.
When Jamaicans
It's gonna
get a hold
say
of this,
The Tesla, you could make fart, right?
Yeah.
Yes, inside the car.
But outside, you could too.
Oh, really?
And I think they had to cancel that because people were fucking up.
well, that's actually very funny.
Do you remember that movie Scanner? Was it Scanner Dark? No, what was the movie with Alex Jones where they animated him? Like back before Alex Jones was persona non grata. He was in this like mainstream
That sounds like
animated
Scanner
movie.
Darkly.
Was it Scanner Darkly?
He's in Waking Life.
Waking Life. That's right. Play the clip of him from Waking Life because it's him driving around in a car with a speaker on the roof. Look at this.
Debt and taxes. Don't talk about politics or religion. This is all the equivalent of enemy propaganda rolling across the picket line. Lay down, GI. Lay down, GI. We saw it all through the 20th century. And now in the 21st century, it's time to stand up and realize that we should not allow ourselves to be crammed into this rat maze. We should not submit to dehumanization. I don't know about you, but I'm concerned with what's happening in this world. I'm concerned with the structure. I'm concerned with the systems of control. Those that control my life and those that seek to control it even more. I want freedom. That's what I want. And that's what you should want. It's up to each and every one of us.
That's what I do when I drive.
With your daughter in the back. Like,
2001.
2001.
Richard Linklater.
Isn't that
I
wild?
mean, it's kind of killing it right there.
yeah, that was actually pretty good.
Yeah, that was very good.
Yeah, one giant blunder.
It was a big blunder.
It's a big one. Yeah.
I'll get you.
Kind of the worst blunder almost.
The worst blunder you can make. It's the worst. It involves every bad thing.
Yeah.
Guns, kids, lies.
But didn't he take it back before they
He did,
got him?
but the problem is, you know, those people sued him and won $965 million.
That's a lot of money.
And in Connecticut, you like he won a lot. They won a large settlement in Texas, but in Texas it's capped. So I think it's capped at like $700 and something thousand. So even though it might have been like 40 million, really he has to pay $750,000 per one. So it was like 1.5 million or something.
Mm-hmm.
But then the Connecticut one's not capped. The Connecticut one's different.
Yeah, isn't it like $1 billion?
It's close to $1 billion. Yeah.
It's a pretty funny way to end a trial.
Is he on a payment plan? Like, how's he?
Who was the judge?
I mean,
Fucking
how
Dr.
can-
Evil?
How can you ever come up with that number? That number's so crazy. The number only exists if you're trying to just put someone out of business, like completely and forever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, he's still going, isn't he? Is he still going?
Yeah, but
He's not going to be able to make a fucking billion, dude.
this is impossible. So, but the other question is,
Yeah,
like,
true.
if it goes back to trial, do they reduce them? Like, how does that work? Are you allowed to appeal? Like, how does that
I would
work?
imagine you can appeal. I mean, it's probably pretty. I don't know. Who knows? I'm just like,
this could go on forever and just bleed him financially.
You should
just
get a
from
pirate
legal
ship.
fees.
You should go out to the seas.
True.
And broadcast from the seas. You should save up enough money to buy a boat.
You should buy Epstein's Island.
You should.
It's for sale.
What's going on with it?
It's for sale.
Nobody wants it.
Do you want it?
I can't afford it.
Trying to say you want it?
I just open like a sandals.
Yeah,
open up
I'll
a sandals,
fucking
dude.
buy it.
Open up. It's a waste of a good
kind
island.
of ghosts would be floating around that island.
Yeah, young, hot ghosts.
Russian.
The best ghosts of all time.
You'd be chasing them like, no.
Come back, haunt me.
They come in.
I'm lonely. I'm over here watching Avatar by myself.
Whoa.
Bespoke. That's
No,
it.
Dude.
It's $55 million.
Bro. 55
Scroll back up so I can get an overhead again. Look at that.
There's the temple.
That's a
Can you
temple.
imagine if I opened up a podcast studio where Epstein's Island used to be?
I mean,
Just imagine. So where do they fly them in? They fly them in somewhere else, and then they have to yacht it out there?
Whatever it's called, the Big St. James has a airstrip on it, and then they take a boat over. So,
So
you own 2 islands, actually.
What's stopping you from
So
doing
this is like, did you see The Glass Onion? Did you see that, Jamie?
I did not
The
watch
Netflix,
No.
it's
I
the new
started.
Knives Out. It's
Yeah.
fun. It's good. But the dude is kind of like an Elon Musk character, and he owns an island just like this.
Fly into St. Thomas and take a private helicopter.
It's amazing. Nobody wants that island. Do you know how many recording pieces of equipment you have? You have to tear down every wall. Every wall's
True.
bugged.
Yeah.
Everything. There's probably every fucking picture. The eyes are filming you.
yeah, shit.
Great St. James.
Man, I imagine you want to destroy, demolish everything anyway.
So you have to land on that one little island that's a landing strip, and then that's a helipad. It says, is that a landing strip too?
I thought this one did, but it said you land in St. Thomas, so I might be
Oh.
back here, and then you take
Dude,
a
you could.
boat. Or
Did they
helicopter.
bulldoze the temple?
No, that's not his island. That's not the same island. That's the island where you can land. So it's
No,
close
No, this
by.
is the island.
This is
That's his island.
Yeah.
Oh, so he has a helipad.
Correct.
Oh, okay. Oh, I'm
They
sorry.
might
I was
have, or this
confused.
picture
What
was
is that?
taken.
That temple's
I
up
thought
there.
they were saying that this is the place where you can land. I'm like, how the fuck are you going to land on this
Yeah,
little
yeah.
rock?
You think someone would demolish the temple?
You should put your podcast studio in the temple, dude.
Well, why would they demolish anything? If it's valuable, somebody might want it as is. There's a lot of nutty fucking people in the world. You know,
True.
if you're like some Saudi billionaire and you're drinking whiskey and you're like, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to buy that fucking island. Just like they bought the WWE. I'm going to buy that fucking island.
It's pretty
I'm
funny.
going to stick it in Clinton's face. Look where I am. Do you recognize this room? You should.
Yeah. I know what you're doing there.
Yeah.
Trump only hung out with the staff.
I only went there 26 times.
26 is a lot.
26 is not a lot of times.
That's incriminating.
There's so many days in the year.
Yeah, that was and no one talks about that
Really
anymore.
good
That was
It's
a weird
only
one.
26 times.
You got a good Clinton.
It's not bad. I got to listen to him. If I listen to him, I can get it
Yeah.
pretty good.
What's he up to now?
Not much. Hiding.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's
the world's
done
turned on him.
Yeah, but he's also
he had some rough
he's old,
ones.
bro.
Hill
Well,
Dog
he's old
had
as
some
shit.
rough ones.
He's not just old. He's old. He had heart problems. Then he got on a vegan diet. And the vegan diet is like, you got to do that. You got to be real good with that. If you want to do that and be healthy, you have to really dot your I's and cross your T's and make sure you get all your macronutrients and shit. And you got to take supplements. He just looks like this.
You're in ketosis, man.
I was. I had
You're
a
out
week.
of ketosis.
So I started getting like restless leg for my whole body. I did a week.
Oh.
It felt awesome. I felt great. Then like the last
His
night.
leg felt great.
No, I'm saying before that. I was like, I got out of the keto flu, and all
I
of a
was like,
sudden,
maybe there's something to restless leg.
no, I hate it. But I had it in my arms too. I was like a dead bug. I was in my bed and I was just like, kind of. I think it was an electrolyte thing. I looked it up. So I'm gonna try it again. I think I fucked up my electrolytes.
Yeah,
Dude,
do you take
it's-
an electrolyte supplement?
No,
You should.
I was
Everybody
just-
should.
yeah, I
So
was,
easy. Take this stuff called Liquid IV. It's the shit. You
They
dump
have
it in
it.
water,
Yeah.
shake it up.
We got a lot of it.
Tastes great.
yeah, I got to do that.
Filled with vitamins and electrolytes. Like so many people are deficient in certain nutrients, and so many people are dehydrated.
Yeah,
It's so easy to be dehydrated. Like you really should be drinking water all the fucking time.
yeah. Yeah, I was, dude. I felt good though. I didn't realize how different you feel. I didn't.
Oh,
First of all,
yeah.
you don't need really to eat them. I was crushing carbs, and
Yeah.
I went down to like not eating any. I'm like, oh, I didn't know I didn't need that. My whole life, I've been primarily eating those.
I think different people react different ways. I have a buddy that's been on keto now for like 6 months. He's lost 60 pounds. He looks fucking great. He said, I'm never going back again. Dana White is another one. Dana White lost like 40 pounds And he's like, dude, I'm eating like this for the rest of my life. He goes, it was all just sugar and bullshit and carbs. And he was having all sorts of health problems.
Mm-hmm.
But my buddy looks fucking great. John Dudley. He looks great. He's like thin now. Like I could hardly recognize him. He's 6'5", and now he's 200 pounds.
Oh, wow.
Like, that's crazy. He was like, at one point in time, he's like 250, probably even higher. He's a big boy. And now he looks fucking lean and mean. He's like, my joints feel amazing. My energy levels are great.
Yeah.
I just don't think it's for everybody. I don't think there's a one-size-fits-all diet.
Yeah.
I know a lot of people that just go vegan and they're fine. And I know a lot of people that try it and their body gets fucked up. I just think everybody's different, man.
You think that happened to Bill Clinton?
He looks like shit.
Yeah.
But I think it's also
how
guilt.
old is he? He's
a lot of
old as
guilt,
fuck, right?
A lot of sleepless nights. It's a lot of thinking about all the shit he did.
Yeah, imagine the internet coming out after you're like towards the end. That comes out and they're like, oh fuck.
Yeah.
Well, not just that, but having to live with being the president and all the shit that you gave the fucking thumbs up to, and all the people that died, and all the countries that got invaded, and all the fucking black ops that we don't know about, and all the people that got assassinated, and all the people that, like, how about the Obama administration? How many people died from drone strikes that were innocent? A lot. It was in the 90% range.
Yeah, it's a lot
of civilians, of innocent people that were died in these targeted surgical drone strikes. Isn't that an amazing term you could use? Surgical for a missile with a bomb on the end.
Yeah. You're very precise.
Surgical strikes.
Dude,
imagine it again.
Silent dinner, silent like pot roast with Hillary Clinton, dude.
Oh, Jesus.
Your Bill is just silent fucking, like you fucked up something on the news and she's not talking to you. She's in her pantsuit, just like.
They have some sort of an arrangement. I can only imagine.
You think they don't even like, you think they're just like totally different wings of the house or
they're
something?
partners. They're business partners.
But she's still going.
Yeah.
She's still cognizant.
She's great. In terms of like who would have been a better president representing the country, her or Biden, her by a long shot.
Yeah.
Even if you don't agree with her politics or you think she's a criminal, that lady's a stateswoman.
Biden 8 years ago, Biden.
No.
I liked Biden back in the day. I like that guy.
He's full of shit.
Yeah, but I like the fucking like, hey, fuck you. I'll get the highest IQ on earth.
Hey, buddy. Fuck off.
He had a good
You're talking
voice,
a lot of
man.
shit. You remember when he got confronted by that guy at the factory?
The factory, yeah. He's an old man.
Yeah. It's like,
old man.
you're trying to take away our guns. This guy was like a fucking regular worker. Like, you don't know shit.
Yeah. He spazzes, dude. Biden gets hit with like
spazzy.
Young dudes coming up being like, you're taking our guns.
I'll kick your ass.
Hey, buddy.
Yeah.
I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Yeah, you're a, what do you call him?
Pony boy,
dog face pony soldier.
Pony boy,
dog face pony soldier. Here.
Oh shit.
Yeah,
you're full of shit. Here, look at this. What's that sound?
I thought he was real badass. I don't have any idea.
But he used to be good.
I don't know.
It's not our audio. It's
No,
this
just
audio?
that videos.
Yeah. See if you can find another one. Yeah, here we go. You're actually trying to stop. You're full of shit.
Shush. Danny, shush the lady.
Damn. Shush.
I support the Second Amendment.
There's a way better video of it, though, right?
I have a shotgun. He always talks about a shotgun. I got a shot. As if he doesn't have like armed murderers hanging around his house 24/7. I got a shotgun. I'm an old. I'll take my 12 gauge and shoot it out in the sky, and he'll run for
I think he
cover.
makes up everything.
Yeah, he's just living in a
He
fucking
does talk
movie.
confidently, though. He sounded like he was actually handling business there. He hit a fucking lady with shush, and he was like, you're full of shit.
Yeah.
Do you think he's on Adderall?
Something.
He's got to
be.
I think there's a lot of functional people that are on Adderall.
I think Trump dog was flying.
He was on something.
Trump was flying on something.
I think a lot of people are doing that. Dave Portnoy is pretty open about it. And
Adderall?
He told me he did it before the podcast.
Yeah.
And he seemed totally normal.
Yeah.
But he's like, if I don't have it, I just feel like I don't have my edge.
Really?
Yeah.
Doesn't it like, I heard it shrinks your, like while you're high on it, shrinks your
penis
big
is
time.
gone, dude.
Yeah, it turns like
Really?
gray, yeah.
It's gone.
Oh, dude,
Like a cocaine thing.
Almost worse, because Adderall is all day. Your dick is this. I take Adderall sometimes just to get fucked up. It's fun to drink on, dude. You take Adderall, you can drink all day.
You can drink all day anyway.
No, but I'll take Adderall and drink until my body shuts down. But because of the Adderall, you're still there. Like we went to the World Series. I went to the Phillies Astros World Series. I was blacked out, but I was fully like what's going on? And then we tried to leave the stadium. And I was like, yo, I can't walk. Notre Dame, Ohio State, I left. I couldn't walk.
Yeah, it's like in Call of Duty when your character dies, but you get the camera to float around the whole thing.
You take Adderall, you can day drink. Because I don't,
I get crazy. I can't drink on Adderall.
How often do you take it?
That was the 2 times I've taken it.
Damn,
Ohio State, Notre Dame, World Series. It's a big day. If I'm taking Adderall, it's a big day.
Dude, what's a dose?
Whoever I'm with, there's always somebody around that is prescribed.
Yeah, it's 10 to 20. I would say it's like 10 to 20.
Always. It's crazy.
Yeah, 10 to 20 milligrams probably.
10 to 20. Sometimes you run into people that are like 30, fucking 40 milligrams.
Crunch the time release.
Googled the
What's that?
number.
I think Portnoy said it takes a 30.
Yeah.
I was like, I didn't bring it up. I was like, that's
Some people munch the time release too. They have little balls. You can crack down on them and just get it all at once.
Bro, I tried to snort those things. Those are some dark evenings.
Dude.
Plastic balls.
Dude, I tried.
This is crazy.
I tried drinking on it twice. The one time I was in college. I was on the Adderall. I didn't realize even like what it was. I was drinking on it. I got all zoomed out, and I was like at the kind of not like a super high level of a concert. And I was like, I'm gonna jump down to the next level. And I tried to jump down, and I got kicked out immediately. It was fucked up. Yeah, I was like, if I could time it perfectly where all the guards' backs are turned, I'll jump down to the pit, climb up, and jump into like the other area.
You try to get it up to the stage.
It just snagged me. Yeah,
of course.
It snagged me.
You're a mess.
I was like, I'll jump into the crowd, I'll blend. And the crowd just parted as I jumped into them.
Right.
The guy just beat the fuck out of me.
I was at a South Carolina DP. He saw you
knocked
jump
my
down.
one shoe off. Knocked my one shoe off. I got back in with one. I kicked my other shoe off so I didn't look suspicious. So I walked in my socks, and they thought my friend was me, and they started kicking him out. And I just let it happen. I was like, fuck it. My friend had to get kicked out, and then I got kicked out again. And then I snuck back in a third time.
Yeah.
No lie.
In
my
Tom
socks.
Cruise. This is Mission Impossible.
I was on Adderall. That's why I cannot drink on Adderall. I snuck in. I snuck in with the Aramark workers. I just walked in with them, only in my socks. And I climbed up through under the bleachers, and I just emerged into like some seating. People were like, ah! I was like, dude, it was the Beastie Boys. Like, oh, dude, I love this song. It was like Intergalactic Planetary, and it came up. Oh my god, it's amazing. Can't have it, dude.
Speaking of,
I can't have that shit.
Sneaking, you're gonna appreciate this. Sneaking at a stadium. I was gone. It was an all-day tailgate. I was at South Carolina versus Tennessee, SEC football. It's a night game in South Carolina. And I'm standing there, and there's just a tiny fence between me and the handicap section. And I just stepped over it. No one batted an eye, dude. I was standing there just for real. I was all in the field. I left my friends. They were in the student section. I was just shit-faced walking around. I was like, stepped in, and dude, people were like looking at me like, checks out. Fully checks out.
Yeah, if you used to that.
Yeah. I mean, that's my face when I'm blacked out. I was just people were like, this guy, he's by himself.
Someone just brought you a blanket. Yeah, thanks, man. Oh my god!
It happened at you're gonna like that. I was at a Bills swaying.
I'm just picturing you shit faced and some guy doing a handicap check.
Yeah, it's just I was at the Bills game, Bills Steelers this year. And Gabe Davis, he's a wide receiver. He likes comedy and he likes podcasts and all this stuff. So he invited me to the game. I'm at the game, and I took Adderall there. There you go. There's another Adderall. End of the game, he's like, come down here towards the field. He took his jersey off, autographed it, and handed it to me up in the stands.
Whoa.
Dude, it's just me and children. Me and little kids are the only dudes like down there trying to get high fives from the players. This guy hands me his jersey, and people are like, oh, it's a guy. Like NFL Films was filming it. Like it was it was like a sweet moment for them to be giving me a jersey, and I was like,
that's wild.
Yeah.
Pushing kids out of the way.
I think they thought I was a special needs man.
Oh, no.
It was just me and children. It was me and children in the bleachers, like, high five. Can I get your gloves? Good game. And then the guy gave me his jersey, and they're like, nice. Congratulations.
Yeah, like that's what it's all about.
Yeah, they're like, folks, look at Gabe Davis giving back to the community.
The worst thing that can ever happen to someone is a baseball game where a pitch gets hit, a ball gets hit, it goes foul, and some guy snatches it in front of a kid's face while the kid's trying to catch it.
Yeah, that's brutal.
And then celebrates. like reaches in front of the kid, and then everybody looks at him like, "Buh."
You want to know how fucking weird I am? I keep going to baseball games and I love them, but the whole time I'm like, dude, if there's a foul ball, I'm getting the fuck out of the way. I'm so like, dude, dropping a foul ball. You know how embarrassing that is?
Yeah,
it's scary.
You can easily drop a foul ball. Catching one with one hand is crazy. I've seen dudes catch line drives with one hand.
Everyone's like, yeah.
Hero move. I've also seen people try to save their friends. I've seen people dive in front of the ball to save their friend when it's coming out of a friend's head. And friends
nice.
Like on their phone and shit. Yeah.
Jesus.
Taking it from a kid is
fucking crack by a ball.
Dude, they used to let go of there was no nets down the third and first base line, dude. Dudes would let go of the bat. There's a fucking hilarious image of this dude in the crowd getting hit with a bat. It's right here. His jaw is off his face.
I saw another one like that where a dude caught a bat. The bat went flying. The dude fucking snatches the bat out of the air. Yeah, just
that's exciting.
Fuck. Yeah.
Because if you're in a baseball game, 90% of the time you're not paying.
Yeah, I'm one of those freeze and kind of watch something bad happen.
What is this one? This is the bat one?
There's a couple bat ones.
Oh, yeah. So this is the bat. The bat flies and dude snags it.
Oh, and it's sharp, dude. It was split.
Hero. That guy's a hero. Look at him.
Oh, my God.
That's the greatest moment of his life. He caught that bat.
He's talking shit.
He's talking shit.
He goes standing up.
And look at homeboy.
I think it
flying. Everybody's freaking out. These guys like, I got this shit. Snatch. One-handed it.
I mean, that thing could have hit a vampire.
That's our leader. That's our leader.
That's good. It could have vamp out, dude.
If we were a tribe, it was a tribe, that audience, that's our leader. That's the guy who caught the bat.
Look at that.
Animal.
Yeah, you find that still image of that dude get his fucking face smashed.
Do you know how good that guy must have felt, though, to hold that fucking bat up, standing up like this, and the whole audience like, yeah!
That must have been incredible.
Yeah.
Yeah. Especially you didn't see it coming.
Right.
Like the closest thing we can get to adrenaline is like a good set.
Yeah.
This guy was just
watching. Yeah, look at this. Yeah. This guy saved this kid.
Look at the lady. Look at the lady.
Yeah. Oh my God. Dude. Oh my God. That kid was.
Look at the mom. Look at the mom bailing.
Yeah, look how jacked that dad is.
That dad's an animal. Look at the size of that dude.
Oh shit, dude.
That's what I'm afraid of. I'm gonna be the guy going.
Yeah, but imagine look at the guy on the right. Imagine a classical oil painting. That'd be a beautiful painting, dude. Look at the guy all the way to the right. Yeah.
That guy's still drinking his drink. Look, he's slurping. He's in the middle of slurping.
Dude, one guy's not even reacting. He's just sitting there like, whatever, dude.
Is that a drink or popcorn or both?
That's popcorn. He's got some popcorn.
Yeah, I think both, but it's just
now we're on to something. Yeah, find that lady getting racked in the face with a basketball. It's so good.
Ooh. Is that her? Broken bat at Fenway Park. Oh my God, life-threatening injuries. Oh.
Look at the lady.
Oh, that
look at the little kid.
Took it. Look at the little girls like, save me.
That guy didn't even get his arms up.
No.
Sees it happening.
Bro, he got cracked. How bad that guy get injured? He's a little old to get hit in the head like that, too.
Yeah.
That might have done him in.
Shattered jaw at the
for sure. At the least. I mean, I'm looking at that right now. That's like Anderson Silva hitting him with a left hook. Look at that.
Yeah.
Snatch. That guy caught one. To the mug.
At the Indians game, dude. In Cleveland. You're in fucking Cleveland.
Look at that guy laughing. Look at the guy with the glasses. He's like, bro, this is sick.
Look at that lady just looking with like morbid curiosity.
Yeah, that lady's a psycho.
Yeah, dude.
Look at her. She's staring down that bat.
Oh, this like shows your true, your deepest layer.
God. Oh my God.
Solid photos to snag too.
What's that?
The photographer getting all that caught still without all the movement.
Every single one of those photographers went, dude, I got that.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
They have to be on point for that, right? They've got to be ready. That does happen. Jesus Christ.
Dude, I mean,
that guy's a fucking
That
hero.
is amazing.
Look at the size of the John Cena arms on that motherfucker. Yeah. That guy's a tank.
Imagine if he was doing like, really? You got that, bro?
Well, that looks like it's his kid.
Oh, yeah. Definitely his boy.
Kid doesn't even see it.
Look at the kid's face.
He's playing fruit.
That guy's using the force.
That might not be his kid.
No.
Yeah, no, I think that's it.
There's two kids. Look at the little girl. The little girl next to him is smart as fuck. Look at her. She's like, down.
Oh, maybe.
It might be the mom. Whoever it is, they just duck. I doubt it's the mom.
True, yeah.
Oh, that's the row in front of them. That's what that is.
Right,
Next to him. So the dude is next to him.
The black dude up there, like, oh.
I think moms have a thing innately where they can't, like, they genuinely can't get out of the way. Like, they'll just stick their head.
Yeah. You ever drive with your mom in the car?
Yeah, dude.
Anytime?
Yeah, they put their hand on it.
Every single time.
It's pretty sweet, actually. It's very nice.
My wife does that to me sometimes.
It's very sweet.
It's hilarious. Yeah,
I've never done that one.
A little bitch ass move. How much strength do you think you have that way? Almost none. Like, how much resistance do you have that?
Did you ever test it out?
Stroke.
Did you ever test it? Did you ever, like, fuck her arm? Like,
No.
dude, don't do that. You're going to hurt
She's done
yourself.
it a couple times. She does it with the kids. It's just a natural thing to do with the kids when they're hitting the brakes. But it's just like you have zero power that way.
Yeah, focus on the fucking road, dude.
Like,
hold the steering wheel.
How much can you stop going in that direction with your arm outstretched like that and you weigh 130 pounds?
Yeah.
Like, what are you fucking
I mean, this is going to be a very dark statement, but I don't know.
What?
That means every single time a mom's in a car accident with a kid, a severe one, she did go like this.
Yeah.
The last thing she felt was, oh, he's going out. He's out the windshield.
Oh, when I was a kid, we didn't wear seatbelts. Nobody wore seatbelts.
No, we used to all pretend. We would laugh. My parents would make you guys clicked in, and we'd all go click with our, like, make the noise with our mouths. They'd be like, haha, and they would laugh. My dad and my uncle, they cut when they started beeping, they just cut their seatbelts off and plugged them in.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Seatbelts were gay.
Dude.
Now they're not.
I
don't know what happened. Whoever did seatbelts
It used to be if you wore a seatbelt, you were a pussy.
Kind of a pussy.
Yeah, like if you're a cool guy in a muscle car movie, you didn't have a seatbelt.
When did that change? What happened?
Even
Paul
today,
Walker.
I'll notice dudes would be driving in cars and they're not wearing seatbelts.
You know? Fast and the Furious might have been seatbelt propaganda.
Yeah. Might have been the CCP.
It could have been.
They manufactured all the seatbelts.
True.
They probably do.
Bro, you come up with this stuff?
Bro, this is deep.
Paul Walker.
Seatbelt China. Hold on, Jamie, will you find that old woman getting hit in the face with a basketball?
No, we're done.
No, I want to see this lady get hit in the face. It's a very funny video, and then we can find a new topic.
There's nothing like rodeo guys getting stomped.
Well, that's actually like brutal.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or running the
watch
bulls.
Someone get hit by something? Oh,
yeah, see, it's funny. Right? Running the bulls, though, that's rodeo guys. You're at least like, this is a sport. All this,
it's
those
a
dudes
sport where there's only one person knows they're participating. So
running the bulls
she
has
gets-
it coming.
How does she get hit?
So it'll happen once and then get zoomed in just so you can see it.
Okay.
It's in real time.
Right in the mud. Oh, she wasn't looking.
Oh, no.
She wasn't looking at all.
Oh.
Look it up on Facebook.
Oh, it was like a chain email.
Oh, boy. Oh.
Dude, look. Oh, fuck. Fuck, dude. Oh.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God. Look at him. Look at him.
Dude, on
Fuck.
the peak. On the
Oh, dude.
peak. So bad.
He was trying to block it.
Boom.
She didn't even know it happened.
Oh, my God.
Took a shot well, though.
Oh.
That makes me happy. She's all right. The basketball, you're all right.
Yeah, that's Marsha Brady at the worst.
Oh, she could have
Basketball, yeah.
whiplash. She could have whiplash easy. Let's see what happened. Did she stay in the game? She's supposed to stand up with her arms over here like,
Look at her. She's smiling. She's already laughing.
She took it well. She took it well.
She loves the
You're
Charlotte.
right.
She loves
You're
the
right. It is
Charlotte
a
Hornets.
basketball. One more time, Jamie. Really?
That's the Hornets. And by the way, Hornets ball.
Hornets get the ball back, dude. Fuck the Kings. Sacramento versus Charlotte. You get popped in the face. Trying to watch the Kings, Hornets.
It's 6 seats, too. She didn't even pay attention.
6 seats.
What year was
She
that?
was looking at her Facebook.
That was recent.
15.
Oh,
Yeah.
man.
Cousins was with the Kings.
Sucks.
Running of the Bulls, though, those are fun dudes.
Have you seen an old person that's paying attention to their phone, they get hit by something, they're always on Facebook.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, you're saying if? I thought you said
for
have.
sure.
Yeah.
It's Facebook. That's the platform. That's all old people.
Geezers love Facebook.
They love it. Why is that?
Fucking rules.
I know, but
You're
why?
a geezer,
But
dude?
why
Just
is it for? Is it political arguments? Like, what are they
political
getting into?
arguments. You're like, what happened to everybody I knew ever?
Oh,
And then all of a sudden it's like, holy shit, this is what they're up to. Nice. Your kids look great.
You ever catch an ex stalking your Facebook?
I don't have Facebook. I do. I got.
You don't have one?
Yeah, I got.
Yeah, I don't have mine either. I had one. I deleted it, and then I got a new one because I wanted to like see a group, but I never go
It's
on it
important for open micers because that's the only way you can fight all the other comics in the local scenes Facebook page. Everybody just fights in there.
Really? Well,
Yeah.
dude, when you go off of Facebook for like years and go back on, it's kind of eerie because then you see people writing the same kind of stuff like 2 years later, and you go, "Whoa, that's kind of fucked up."
Yeah,
it's kind of like a big time suck.
It's definitely a time suck. They're so addictive. All these social media apps are so addictive.
Watching people get fat on it's nice.
Yeah.
Slow. You get to go back in their pictures and watch the trend. You go, oh man. You get back to 2014, like let's go to the president. You go,
ooh, you got sad. You were sad for a few years, and I could see it.
Well, during COVID, how many people just developed heavy drinking problems?
Yeah, that must have been kind of fun to watch during COVID. People's unhinged Facebook.
Idiots. Yeah, I had friends who just were drinking wine every night. And they're like, I think we got a problem.
Yeah.
Wine every night's. Yeah.
They're polishing off.
Just hanging out. No, I know. That's what I mean. Just crushing.
Yeah. By yourself. Trapped in your house.
That was so fucked up. We got trapped in our houses.
Yeah.
That was crazy.
Dude, I miss it. I loved it so much.
Really?
Did you?
Dude, I was at my parents' house.
That kind of rules.
Dude, I got NCAA 14. I was playing Xbox in my parents' basement. Shit ruled.
You didn't feel like a loser at all?
How could you? No one's doing anything.
Yeah, no fair.
That's the best part.
That's the best part.
No one's doing anything. Right. You could be a loser.
You're allowed to fuck off.
Yes.
Yeah, everyone was fucking off. It's like the world got a vacation.
Yeah.
Turns out the economy doesn't work that way.
Turns out it is going to backfire.
It's real bad.
I'll be all right.
Yeah, you'll be fine.
I'll be fine.
You'll be fine.
But outside of missing the days in the basement, dude, this was 2 years ago. I was in my parents' basement. My mom would be like, dinner.
Isn't it crazy that
I would
2
run
years
up the
ago that
steps,
happened?
eat dinner.
2 years ago, we were all scared. Locked in.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just had my first kid and I had to make the call and just be like, nah, fuck this stuff, dude. And my wife's like, if you fucking get this wrong, I'm like, nah, dude, don't worry.
What do you mean?
Just being like, I checked out the death rates and I'm like, bro, the odds are pretty good. We'll be fine.
Yeah.
And she was like, well, and as soon as I looked up the age, I was like, oh, dude, don't worry about this. But I was like, dude, she was like, you can't go out. She was in like primal fear mode, and I had to be like, trust me, dude, I can go out and go cop these.
It's very lucky that it's not scary at all for kids.
Yeah, no, it's
very lucky.
It's it's ideal.
Yeah, the flu is worse for a lot of kids.
This is my this is what
you guys talk.
This is my thing, dude. Here's my thing, dude. It's like once they figured out it fucked like the older people up big time. If I'm 80 years old, I'd like to think I would be like, yeah, I'll take it. But if you're like, I wouldn't tell my grandkids if they didn't know what it was.
They thought in the beginning that it was going to stop transmission, stop people from getting infected, and that it was safe and effective.
Yeah.
And so it made sense that everybody's like, you got it.
Is that what it was?
Yeah. It made sense. It totally made the hysteria make sense. People weren't given the best information. You ever see the CEO of Pfizer talk about it now? It's crazy the way he describes it. He goes 1 to 2 shots. See if you can find this, Jamie. He goes 1 to 2 shots gives you very little protection, if any at all. And the 3rd shot gives you reasonable protection from hospitalization and death.
That's what he's saying now.
That's what he said in some sort of a speech. I don't know when this was, but to hear him say it that way, I was like, I have never heard you say it this way before. I've never heard anybody say it this way before.
Yeah, again, it's hard to make heads or tails of it, but I don't know. When it came out, I was like, wait, I'm also scared of needles. So when it came out, I was like, nah, I'll wait. 2 doses are not enough for Omicron.
The 3rd dose quite good protection against deaths and decent protection against hospitalization.
What the fuck does decent mean, though?
Yeah, that's decent. It's weird to hear him say it, though.
It'd be like, you'll be kind of stoked on it. It's like, thanks, dude. But this is, again, I don't know. It's hard to know what's true, but isn't it like a lot of the stuff are independent people allowed to replicate the studies Pfizer does, or are they not allowed to?
Well, they don't give you the actual raw data. They give you, like when they do peer-reviewed studies on with peer-reviewed reviews of data that the vaccine companies provide them, they don't get access to the raw data. They get access to the data that the scientific people that work for the pharmaceutical companies release.
Yeah.
They don't get all the studies. They don't get, vaccine companies are allowed, or pharmaceutical companies rather, with any sort of thing they do, they're allowed to. Does this in here? Okay, play it.
Version that will be effective against Omicron as well. It's not that will not be effective against the other variant, but against Omicron as well. And the hope is that we will achieve something that will have way better protection, particularly against infections, because the protection against the hospitalizations and severe diseases, it is reasonable right now. with the current vaccines as long as we are having, let's say, the third dose. This vaccine will be ready.
Yeah, that's not it.
You don't understand what he's saying.
I'm trying to find. I know he's
Snake the Hedgehog.
Nice.
But now they're finding out that the new one, this bivalent vaccine, the new data shows that it's no more effective than the other vaccine.
Well, do you ever get into the antidepressant stuff? How that, like the serotonin hypothesis, you're allowed to do as many studies as you want. And if you get the one that kind of like is statistically significant, then you can be like, all right, that's our one.
Yeah.
Run it. And it's like, you could have like 800 dogs and have one good one and be like, we got the numbers. Go ahead.
Exactly.
It's fucked up. And it's never been, as far as I know, the whole hypothesis hasn't been like proven to like even if you use like clinical significance, like does it actually work in theory? Like, when you, like they're doing like p-values and shit, you can fuck around with math and just get like, oh, it's 0.05. And it's like, well, cool.
Yeah, no, they
fucking hate p-values.
Dude, it doesn't make any sense.
They bailed on the concept that it's a chemical imbalance. They said there's no evidence that it's a chemical imbalance.
Are we talking depression?
Yeah, man.
That was the thing that they'd always said about the reason why SSRIs work.
Yeah.
It combats a chemical chemical imbalance. But now, find the paper that shows that there's no real evidence that there's a chemical imbalance.
Did they ever figure out when did they start putting kids on this stuff?
Oh man,
true. When did Columbine happen?
They've looked at that stuff before.
Because that seems kind
well, there was Chantix. Chantix was the anti-smoking, I think, one, and that like there was a lawsuit for that. That was like
when
really
school shootings really skyrocketed.
Dude, all I'm saying is they I don't know. I don't want to say lie about the SSRI thing, but it was like, dude, they didn't give the full picture on those. Then there was OxyContin.
Depression is not caused by chemical imbalance in the brain.
Yeah, dude.
We don't know how antidepressants work. There's no convincing evidence that depression is caused by serotonin abnormalities. Many people take antidepressants believing their depression has a biochemical cause. Research does not support this belief. The notion that antidepressants work by elevating serotonin levels is not supported by the evidence. Whoa.
Dude, they gave these and the side effects of these things are fucked up. They're very bad.
This is what's crazy. Carries, look at this. Major depression is one of the most common psychological disorders affecting more than 23 million adults and adolescents each year. It carries economic costs in the hundreds of billions and is a major risk factor for suicide. The causes of depression have not been debated, yet a common explanation holds the culprit is chemical imbalance in the brain. This notion emerged, not coincidentally, in the late 80s with the introduction of Prozac. Jesus Christ, a drug that appeared to help in treating depression by increasing the levels of the brain transmitter serotonin. So it makes you feel better. And so they said, oh, you must have a chemical imbalance. They just juice people up, juice them up with serotonin. Like, yay. And that makes you feel better.
Yeah,
I'm all right with it.
It's fucked.
With what?
Just fuck it, dude. In a cubicle, jack it up, dude.
Take that shit.
Take fucking heroin.
How many people do you know that are on Prozac? It looks like a good time.
Almost everyone.
Everyone you know is on Prozac.
I think
a lot of people are on.
I think a third of women are on.
Women
on Prozac. Something like an antidepressant. I think it's a third of women.
I bet you feel great.
Well, it dulls you.
I
think at first it's like nice, and then it dulls you. And from what I've heard, you just stop feeling stuff about anything. And then you need to keep upping the dose, and it increases your weight gain.
You
then you got to keep making all the serotonin. I think serotonin is made from carbohydrates. Like you need carbs to make it. So people gain weight because they start fucking gorging themselves.
That's okay. Do this.
And then you get like all the
Go to my blog.
ED.
It's RabbiRothschild.blogspot.com. Rabbi Rothschild.
Here's my thing. If they cause erectile dysfunction, how you gonna be happy about it done?
RabbiRothschild.blogspot.com. You'll read all about me. You'll read about future technology, about alien disclosure, anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, mind-uploading technology, life extension technology,
because you're hammered. You go to the
de-extinction.
and chances are that football game or a stadium. So there's guys next.
Blogspot.com.
You know what I mean? You go up to the urinal, you go,
oh yeah.
You just can't get out.
Rabbi
Rothschild. Kissing all over your underwear.
Yeah, your dick is fucking this big.
You got to break the plane at that point. At that point, you're going all the way. Your dick breaks the plane.
Going up. You're pissing up. That's how small your dick is.
Click the
Prozac
blog
and Adderall could result in
and read about all the shit.
Potentially serious condition. Unless closely monitored by a doctor, you should not take Adderall and Prozac together.
Yeah. You probably shouldn't take any of this
It's
shit.
fascinating.
Yeah, well, my dude,
Let's just try to have a good time.
I'm pretty
Thank
sure
you for
anxiety
being
and depression are baked into the human experience. I don't think you can get away from it.
Yeah, you sound like a good Catholic.
That's what I'm saying, man.
That's what being Catholic's all about.
I used to have wicked panic attacks when I was 23, and I was also a gigantic piece of shit. And it was the thing that like made me start thinking about my life. I was like shocking in my. I was just like, and if I had just gotten medication, I just would have kept being a giant piece of shit. So I'm always like, maybe sometimes you got to go through. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You got to slough through that stuff.
Yeah.
I was a fucking.
How'd you pull out of it?
Shit, I just fucking had to come to grips with the fact I was going to die eventually.
When you say a piece of shit, you were just,
dude, I was just
what
a
were you
monster, bro.
What were you taking?
It wasn't even that. I was just,
what were you doing?
Just like selling drugs.
Selling drugs.
Oh, you were selling.
Yeah, I was a bad kid. I had no
Oh.
excuse. I had like, I wasn't like I was like my back to the wall. I was just like, I just like got a couple of jobs. Like I don't like this. I was like, I should sell drugs.
What kind of drugs you selling?
Pretty much everything.
Really?
Weed was the mainstay. But then I started like I got coerced into. I didn't even know what pills did. So I was like my friends would talk me into going and like finding pills for them. Turned into a whole thing, dude. It was bad news.
How'd you get out of it?
Just stopped eventually.
Wow.
Just stopped. Yeah.
Patreon podcast took off. Now we're good. Thank you, Patreon.
No, it was. I had
That's
like
amazing.
I didn't know what pills did, and I remember watching a whole, not even a whole, but like it was an apartment complex, and there's these two buildings full of like all these kids who were living there. There's a long story, but like I somehow got my hands on like Watson pharmaceutical like jugs of fucking. They were Vicodins. And like they were just, I love
that I somehow got my hands on jugs of Vicodins. That's never happened to me. Weird.
I've never stumbled upon any jugs of
Never
Vicodin.
opened up a cabinet.
Dude.
Look at these jugs.
I think I've ever seen a Vicodin.
What's a jug of Vicodin? How many are we talking?
Dude, it's when you're at the pharmacy and you look behind the counter, it's those big boys.
Oh, like a whey protein bottle?
Yes.
Like one of them big scoop protein things?
Yeah.
How much was that worth?
At the time, it was.
You're going to jail. You're talking about this on the podcast. You're fucked.
No, statute of limitations.
What is the statute of limitations?
I don't know.
Statute of limitations.
Statute
of limitations, dude. I'm in the clear.
Shades got the shades on.
It's tough.
It's over. Okay, here we go.
But no, it was.
Mushrooms kicked
That's basically the thing. I was just a fucking nightmare. That was the thing.
So statute of limitations. You're good.
This is before the statute. Before the statute.
The French gave us this.
I was laying in bed just going, what the fuck am I doing with my fucking life? Having panic attacks. And it forced me to be like, yeah, it's probably a pretty bad idea. Everything.
So how'd you phase out of it?
I just stopped. It made me develop like a sense of like, yeah, this is fucking other people up. And I like saw people getting fucked up. And I'm like, I'm going to stop doing this.
And you kept getting robbed at gunpoint.
And I kept getting robbed at gunpoint.
How many times did you get robbed at gunpoint?
Twice.
Whoa.
Yeah, twice.
After the first time, like, this is never going to happen again.
After the first time, I went back. The plug robbed me at gunpoint. And he's like, I won't do it again. And I was like, okay.
You said yes, Daddy.
The plug? What's the plug?
The dude who's your supplier.
Oh, your supplier robbed you at gunpoint.
Well, yeah, it was kind of a mess. I would give him money and he would go get them. And then one time he came back without them, and I was like, dude, just have them. I was so scared of these guys. And I was like, you can just keep it all. I don't care. And he was like, how do I know you didn't set me up? And he pulled a gun out on me. And I was like, ugh. And my roommate walked down and went, ah! And then they both just right out. But, yeah.
And so then you tried to buy from him again?
No, I told him, he like, time passed. He's like, dude, I'm so sorry. I found out who actually robbed me. He's like, if you could come back, I'll take care of you. Blah, blah, blah. I'll like make it worth your while. And you'll never have to put any money up ever again.
And then what happened?
I just went back. Started,
And then he happened to just pull his gun.
Then apparently he got in trouble for, I think he tried to shoot at somebody. So I went back to pay him back one time, and then some guy was like, nah, he's in jail. He tried to shoot someone.
But he tried to, you said he pulled a gun on you twice.
Once. A different guy pulled a gun on me.
You said he would never do it again.
He did it. He was true to his word.
So that guy would never do it again.
The
other guy did it.
Some other guy. It was some guy. I was in a house, and a guy came in with a gun. That stunk.
What was this about?
Weed. Pounds.
They just said, give me your weed?
Yeah, it was like kind of like one of those things where like a guy comes in, he goes, oh my God, some guy happened to be behind me with a gun. Everyone get down. And I was sitting there like, this is bullshit. So then he like just took the money, took like the weed. And then he was like, just like, who the fuck, blah, blah, blah. He started telling me like I was on his territory. And I was like, dude, come on, man. And I just sat there and he just talked for like 2 minutes. And he was like, if you guys try to look out the window, there's people outside, they're going to shoot you. He took all of your cell phones. I did have $1,000 behind my back that I didn't tell him about, so I got to keep that.
That's pretty sweet.
That was pretty tough.
A lot of people would have lost their composure. Thankfully, that other guy pulled his gun on you before, so you were...
Dude, what happens, though, is you lose, everything slows down, and you're able to, like, I was in that, the first time I just shit my pants. The second time I was, like, looking at the kid who I never met before, who I knew kind of set this up, because I watched one kid I knew, like, be in a real state of fear, and I watched this other guy pretending to be scared. All while this guy in his ski mask was like, oh, with the gun. And it was just like, fuck, I really, like the part of my brain, like I might get shot, just went offline. And I was able to watch and be like, I'm going to fucking kill this little motherfucker when this guy, you know, blah, blah, blah.
And so how long after that did you stop?
A couple years. I was chasing the bag, dude.
For real.
I got robbed. I didn't make any money. I got robbed constantly. I was too trusted. I got robbed by Club one time. Club Point. It sucked.
Club.
These guys just were like, we'll pass your
with a shillelagh.
You better give me the weed. What's that weed you got? Not because I got it.
Not again. Fuck. Damn.
Yeah,
so he's a non-violent drug dealer.
Yeah.
So how did you start making money when you quit?
I always worked in construction and stuff too. I'd always have a side gig, so I never depended on one too much. So I could always say like "fuck you" to my job if I didn't like it, and if things got like weird, I could like I'm not going to do. I would chill. So I kind of like hybrid approach.
And how'd you get into podcasting?
I was just a comedian. Me and Shane were just living together. I'm like, dude, can we please do a podcast? I'm fucking dying here, dude.
I was playing video games. I was like, yeah, fuck it, yeah.
Yeah, I was just. I mean, that was.
What is it called again? In case we forget.
Matt and Shane's secret podcast.
But yeah, man, that was. It's not the way. That was not the way.
No, it doesn't sound like the way.
But I was.
Sounds like you got some good stories out of it though, and you lived
pretty good. Yeah, pretty good. But I was living according to a fucked up system, and it was like things called mental disorders got me out of it. That's what I'm trying to say. We're like, dude, my body was like, this is fucked up.
Dude, when you were crying, tell that story.
Which one?
When you were crying after you tried to sell real estate.
Oh, dude. Yeah, and I became a realtor too. I was 19. I was a realtor. I was like selling Percocets. I'm like, I'm going to become a realtor and really expand my empire. Imagine a 19-year-old kid trying to sell your house.
Jesus.
I had like a shaved head, and I would come in and like, people would just be like, yeah, we're not going to use you, and I'd cry in my car and be like, fuck, it's so fucking hard.
These people weren't going to use you? We're going to buy the house, but we won't use you?
They would say they were going to use me, and then I would be like, sweet, I'm about to make $4,000, and I would like take a credit card and max it out, being like, payday's coming, and then they'd be like, yeah, we're actually going with someone else, and I'd be like, fuck, I'm fucking ruined.
Isn't that a dirty move in the real estate world?
Yeah, but I would, you know, but what happens?
19. You're like, yeah, whatever.
Well, in real estate, what people do is they go, we'll get you, like, what did the other guy say he can get you for your house? And they'll go pie in the sky. Because you'll just go, oh yeah, that sounds better, but then they know it's not going to sell for that, but they sign you into the contract and they slowly lower you down, which kind of fucks you, because that like first week's kind of important. If they see you've lowered the price, then they go, oh, they're open to negotiate. Don't get me started, bro. I'm a fucking certified fucking realtor.
You and Tim Dillon should do a podcast just on real estate,
dude. I remember I was like, I'm going to start being a grown up and reading the newspaper, and I opened it up. It was like subprime mortgage crisis, and I was like, what the fuck's that?
That's Tim.
Was he a realtor too?
It's all his fault.
Oh, dude,
it's all his fault.
Over that.
He was a subprime mortgage guy.
Was he really?
Yeah, that's what he did.
He fucked me.
No,
he was in Long Island.
Didn't Tim have like houses?
Yeah,
that he was in.
Well, he had one house that got repossessed. Yeah, he bought it for. I think he bought it for like $600,000 when he was 21 years old, worth nothing. And then they took it from him, and it sold for $250,000. So it's like right after 2008, everything crashed. He lost.
Yeah.
He's like, why the fuck did they sell me a house?
I mean, he's exactly right.
The way he describes the, we did a podcast together recently, his podcast that we filmed here, but the way he describes it, it's funny. It's like,
that was a good episode.
Yeah, he goes, everybody's at fault. You knew you couldn't fucking buy that house.
True.
Like, why are you trying to buy that house when you don't have a job? And they sold you the house. Like, whoa, okay. And then they took it from you. And you're a victim? He's like, come on. Should have bought that house.
Fair's fair.
But that's looking at it one way. Another way is looking at it like some family that like scrapes together money and the bank convinces them this can work out, and then their fucking rates go through the roof, and then they can't afford their house anymore. Now they're fucked.
Yeah, it is kind of like once it's like the house is $400,000, even if you have good credit, you're like, how much we're gonna pay? It doesn't make any sense. They're like, over 30 years, you're gonna pay $400,000 in interest. And like, whatever, man.
You crying in front of that real estate thing was it was one of our very close. It was like our bonding story.
Oh yeah.
Him like sitting out there. He said he was crying after a deal didn't go through, and a guy drove by on a bike.
No, that was when I got divorced. I used to go every day to my house that I was living in when I was married, and I'd walk the dog from my ex-wife, because like, you know, she was at work and I didn't want to like, you know, fuck her over.
You
So
love
like,
the
don't
dog,
worry.
too.
I love the dog. Really cute. I get choked up about that.
It's a great dog.
My wife knows it. She's like, how's the dog? I go, don't fucking bring that up.
Chances are this is going to reach that dog's ear.
The what?
What you're saying right now.
She showed me a picture.
Your dog's at home right now. It's going to go.
Don't, dude. Don't do it. But yeah, I used to drive. I would go there. I'd walk the dog. I'd walk through the house, and I'd be like, God, I'm a fucking piece of shit. And fuck. And I'd drive home and cry the whole way home. And then I saw a guy jogging. And I was like crying in my car, and I was like, pussy, out of the window. Like, I called him a pussy. I was trying to make myself feel better. And he just like looked at me like, what the fuck?
Yeah, we had the same
like,
sort of.
Nice shorts, pussy.
I bombed at Helium. I was driving back to our house. And there was just like a finance bro on a bike. And I was just driving by him and I was like, pussy. And I hit a red light and I saw him flying, dude, for like a mile. I saw this dude like pedaling to catch up to me. My windows were down and I had a thought. I was like, do I pull the window up? I was like, no, I get whatever he's about to give me. I genuinely had that thought. I was like, he deserves it. Dude, he stuck his head in my window and he goes, nice car, you fucking faggot. And then I went, and we both started laughing. And he pedaled away, and I was like, "Yeah." He laughed. He was like,
funny.
I mean, as soon as he hit me with what he said, and I didn't react by like, "Yeah, right." I laughed. When he said it, I was like, "Yo, dude, I can't believe you said that." And he hit me with like a.
That's hilarious.
It was such a nice
That's
moment.
a good exchange.
It was a genuine nice exchange.
Yeah, like an aggressive exchange, but you both walked away feeling good.
We both. For no reason, I was just leaving Helium. I saw a guy on a bike, and I was like, "Nice bike, fucking loser." And he caught up. He goes, "Nice piece of shit car, you fucking."
Yeah,
and he hit it.
We used to yell out of car windows constantly.
Yelling out of car. We used to live on Drexel's campus,
Oh,
and it was back like right when the woke stuff was starting. It was the most fun shit in the world. We'd leave open mics. I'd be drunk, just sitting out of a car. We'd pull up to a light. There'd be college students. I'd be like, "Excuse me. Could you please check your privilege? Could you please check your fucking privilege?" And people like, "Oh." It was so fun.
The reactions were on. They would get like pissed. They would confuse the fuck out of them. Fuck you, dude.
Dude, this is a hilarious exchange with this dude who I guess is like this right-wing comedian. He goes to one of these Ukraine protests and he brings a homeless guy. And he says, my wife's boyfriend is homeless. You know, why don't you help him and the homeless people here? And this guy, like, legitimately tries to engage him. Like, why are we sending all this money to Ukraine? We have this homeless problem right here. My wife's boyfriend's homeless. And he's got this dude with his shirt off. And he's, like, shaking his cup with change in it. Like, come on, man, give me some money. I'm like, we donate some money to him. And the guy, like, tries to engage about the problems with Ukraine. And we have a legitimate problem with Ukraine.
I mean, what else do you do? I mean,
but this guy is like that liberal robot zombie repeating shit that he saw on CNBC, just saying it.
He's got no shot. If somebody comes with a homeless dude and starts fucking with you, if they're a tag team,
fuck
you and a homeless dude roll up and start fucking with people.
It's just funny watching this guy trying to engage with like these liberal Ukraine talking points. You know, what Russia's done is, this is it right here. Look, give me some volume on this.
Oh, my God.
Oh,
it's, America send more money to Ukraine. What about this homeless man? My wife's boyfriend. Do you need help? Do you think he needs help? I need help.
What is it?
This is a violence from Ukraine. What about the homeless people right here in America? You only think $100 billion to Ukraine is a lot?
In this case, I'm simply asking this of Congress. Are you asking Congress for this?
Yeah, I think they should help the homeless instead of giving hundreds of billions of dollars to Ukraine.
Putin has been threatening to attack other countries, including the United States.
Do you have any money? Do you want to give him any money?
Putin has been threatening to attack other countries, including the United States. Like,
that's fucked up, dude.
But he's struggling.
Damn, hilarious. That shit's hilarious. He's just watching that guy actually try to engage him. Actually, Putin's been threatening.
Well, that guy's gone. That guy's gone. Anybody out there is gone.
Yeah.
That guy's gone, too.
Well, which the guy who's doing the video?
No, maybe, but the guy, the guy holding up a Ukrainian American flag that's an insane person.
Yeah, kind of an autist, too, a little bit.
But, yeah.
Or maybe not, though. He might just be clammed up.
Something's wrong with him.
What percentage of people do you think genuinely can't think for themselves?
You see how this guy
That is terrifying.
A lot of people can't think.
Yeah.
And not only that, but they've had jobs where they've been forced to like all day, every day, follow the rules, listen to the boss, be told when to show up, what to do, and you just get into this drone mindset. And then there becomes an ideology that everybody in your business shares. And you have to share that ideology or you get pushed out into the fringes of the social group.
The attachment stuff fucks people up.
It fucks people up. And then, they say, well, a good way to get brownie points is to tell people I protested. I protested.
Yeah.
I'm going to show up. I'm going to let everybody know I'm with the cause.
Yeah, that was the Milgram experiments were fucked up. Like 2/3 of the people just let him shot. They were like, I'll just shock this guy.
What is the Milgram experiment?
That was the one where they were like, the guy in a lab coat would be like, turn up the voltage now. Like a guy, as an authority figure, he'd be like, turn it up now. And then they'd be like, the guy would be like, no, help, please, it hurts. And the people would be like sweating and like, they didn't want to do it on some level, but for some reason they just kept obeying this guy. Like if he was like an authority figure,
he's doing a lab coat.
Do it now, yeah. You must do that. He didn't yell or anything. Like, you must do this. And they were like, fuck, man. And they were like, and only like 2/3. I think a third of the people went like, fuck this. This is fucked up.
Yeah, they would make it so the guy in the other room would pass out or die.
Yeah.
Because he would go from screaming and screaming and screaming. And then towards the end, the guy would be silent. And he'd be like, shock him again. These people off the street would be like,
it was like an overwhelming amount of people would just obey this guy, mindlessly obey an authority figure.
Do you think that's some program shit from back when we were hunter-gatherers?
Probably.
Just follow rules. Listen to the chief.
Probably. Because, if you got kicked out, you would die. If they're like, buzz off, you would die.
Yeah, there's a thing that people have where they look to authority. That's why the Trump thing was so interesting. Because, like, he's like this big, larger-than-life character that has confidence. And he's telling you what's going on. I'm your leader. I'm the best leader. Best one you've ever had. And he's doing this, and everybody's like, yes! And you find out, like, the problems with the education system, the chickens have come home to roost, motherfucker.
Oh, yeah.
Because there's millions of dummies. Millions and millions and millions and millions and millions of dummies in this country.
Yeah. It's fucked up.
They would take so much to boost them out of dummyhood. So much.
Yeah, you can't
exploit them.
You have to do kids. You can't take adults and like shatter their worldview or be like two things can be true simultaneously. The average is going to go, what the fuck are you talking about, dude?
Some adults can handle it. Some adults can grow, but it's hard to grow when you're working all day. And if you're working all day in a place where you have to follow the rules and you have to stay in that mindset that we're talking about and be a part of that ideology, very hard to stray outside of it.
Yeah.
Because who are you going to tell? Who are you going to pull aside? If you're one of those right-wing Christian groups, and you go, well, maybe if someone gets raped, they shouldn't have to carry a kid.
Yeah.
And then they all surround you.
Yeah.
You're talking about murdering an innocent human life.
Yeah.
Murder.
Your whole family's being like, we're gonna fuck you up.
It's like the fucking the Westboro chick that got out of it.
Oh yeah.
She was on this. She was on fucking Howard Stern's Hollywood Squares.
Really?
It's one of my favorite things. You ever see those Hollywood Squares?
No.
It was the
Megan Phelps was on that?
Yeah, it was the Phelps. I think their block was gay haters. It was like them. It was like
when she got
Gilbert
out.
Gottfried, Daniel Carver.
Yeah.
One block was just called the Retards. It was, it was nuts.
Yeah, that shit was wild.
It's what he did. I mean, look, people to this day, they make fun of Howard Stern because of who he is now and the way he behaves now. That guy's the man. He was the fucking pioneer. When he was the king of all media and he was telling everybody to suck his dick and the FCC was going after him, the government was fining him.
Yeah.
They were fining his businesses fucking millions of dollars.
Yeah.
And he was out there doing wild shit on the radio.
He was putting a Klansman on with fucking Young Thug.
Now he's woke.
Miami.
It's crazy.
Trick Daddy?
Trick Daddy.
Yeah. Yeah, he has to be, though, because, dude, the skeletons, that guy.
Yeah, look at this.
God hates.
Oh, and she.
No, there's also Hollywood Squares, but yes. Okay. They used to bring them back all the time.
You know, what's interesting, too, is that when you talk to Megan Phelps, this woman who left the Westboro Baptist Church, and, she wrote a book, and she's so kind, like so normal and interesting. And she realized she had to get out. And she got out by meeting a guy on Twitter.
Yeah.
Some guy on Twitter was, arguing back and forth with her. And so she engages with this guy, and they start having, civil conversations, and then they meet. They wind up marrying. What? Yeah.
I mean,
she's very nice, man.
Bonk City, dude.
Yeah, but, dude, she's very nice.
Unfortunately,
if you met her, she's super
pretty
nice.
Lady, nice.
She's pretty.
Yeah.
She's smart.
But she was raised in the Westboro Baptist Church.
Yeah.
Like that takes for her to get out of that that's crazy.
Well, she knew it was
nice would be to
she was confronted by actual biblical lessons. This guy would like confront her with like actual biblical stuff. So like, this is not what God said. This is not what's in the Bible. Like what they're doing, what Fred Phelps is doing is wrong. It's against Jesus's teaching. And she's like showing.
And then he smashed.
And then he smashed her pussy with his penis. Nice.
They probably got married first.
For sure.
Almost definitely.
Quickly.
But how nice was
he was butting her up with the Proverbs,
how nice
dude.
Was that
baby.
Dude, while they're fucking just like
Galatians.
Song of Songs. 8, 13.
Yeah, that's pretty cool that he did that.
He got her out.
Yeah, you could get sucked into anything. If you're in it when you're young, you get indoctrinated. I mean, that's how every fucking cult does it.
Yeah.
You know, there's so many of them that can do it. They just voice of authority. This is the rules. Everybody follows the rules. You know.
Yeah.
So you're drinking the fucking Kool-Aid. You're literally like, all right, well, fuck it. Everyone else here is killing themselves.
They got young kids badly though, because they somehow hijacked the definition of being cool. And it's like you gotta love government and big corporations, and then you're cool. All the young kids now, a lot of them are fucking warped on it.
Yeah.
Dude, I don't think that's sustainable. They're going to get their dreams shattered over and over and over again, and they're going to come out of it on the other side and realize they got fucked.
Yeah.
But the putting your faith in the pharmaceutical drug companies and the government,
dude,
and then the climate crisis crew that's trying to make money off that, all of it is just like, you're carrying water for people that have been stealing money forever and ever and ever on both sides.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. It's fucked up.
Fucking sure.
It's fucked
They're
up.
all dirty. That's why it's interesting when you watch this Biden thing. It's like, the machine's in motion.
Oh, with the
machine to get rid of
papers
him
and
is
shit.
in motion.
All they got to do to get rid of him is let him give an interview.
Well, they're letting him talk.
It'll be
now.
gone.
They're letting him do this now. They were hiding him through the entire, like during the presidential campaign. Remember when he was hiding?
Yeah.
Basically hiding. He did one Adderalled up debate.
Trump dog was Adderalled up in the first one.
They're all Adderalled up.
Trump dog was Adderalled up. He wouldn't shut the fuck up. All he had to do to win the debate was shut the fuck up and let Biden talk. And
he did a great job in the second
one. He dominated. First
too
one,
late. It was too late.
He acted like a fucking asshole in the first one.
Yep.
And the whole country saw it.
Yep.
I was watching it like, dude, shut the fuck up.
Yeah,
let Biden not be able to talk. That's all you have to do.
He just make facial expressions. He could just went.
The problem also, this is the real problem. The debate format is ridiculous.
Oh my
if
God.
you are talking to someone who is going to be the president of the United States and you have 5 minutes to say what you're saying, or 30 seconds or a minute, whatever, any kind of time constraint like that is ridiculous. When Lincoln used to give speeches, they would do it outside with no mic for hours.
Yeah.
They would talk for hours and hours and hours about what they wanted to do and how they wanted to do it. Yeah. And then people would sit there and listen to it. And you get an understanding of what the fuck this guy's all about. You give these like, time is up, Mr. President. Your time is up, and he keeps trying to finish the sentence.
No.
How do they not have real-time fact-checking?
Well,
that's the thing that
they
kills
do,
me.
but now all of a sudden that's kind of weird.
Right. Who does it? Snopes.
Exactly.
Well,
they'll fact check the one guy and not the other guy, and then you're sitting there going, "Wait, is that true?"
Well,
Yeah,
a lot of things were fact checked during COVID that turned out to actually be true, and they were fact checked as false. And now we openly admit the truth.
Yeah,
This is
but
a
I'm
lot.
saying if they get caught lying
You can't.
during the thing, it should be like, no, that's actually false.
Yeah, but these independent
Does.
fact checkers, a lot of the fact checks are very subjective how they view the information.
Yeah.
It's funny too that those debates could be good, but the only guys that are willing to like speak up and say like, there's one from like Ron Paul in like 2008. That's like, damn, that was a good. That guy's Yang would come up and like make a good point. The guys that are going to win don't even try to make a good point. They're just up there like.
It would have been very interesting.
That's cute.
If Ron
You tried.
Paul won. If Ron Paul won, that would have been very interesting. That would have been very interesting.
I don't even think he was.
He was independent, right? Is that where he?
Yeah, but I don't even think he was. He was nothing.
Yeah, but his ideas about non-interventionist foreign policy, like it resonated with a lot of people. Like, why are we the police? of the
Dude,
world?
he gave that
What
speech
are we doing?
in the debate. They're like something about 9/11. He went off on like, why do you think it happened?
Yeah.
He's like, why? It was at a Republican convention where everyone was like, boo, shut the fuck up. They hate our freedom. He's like, they don't fucking hate our freedom. It was like a good moment. It ended his career or his bid for the election, but
Yeah.
it's pretty sick. He stood up, tried to give a speech.
His son is a badass.
You like Rand?
Yeah.
Is that the guy who was?
I like
Trump dog.
He goes after
Trump dog
Fauci.
got Rand.
Why do you get? Yeah, that was the guy who's always attacking Fauci. Why did I? Why?
Well, he was right. He's attacking him about gain of function research. And
Yeah,
something lying.
That was shady.
Why did Trump get it?
Yeah, why Trump get Rand?
Rand was in a debate, and he was like, I haven't gone off after your looks at all. And trust me, there's a lot of material there.
Rand's handsome. Rand's handsome.
And Rand Paul was just like,
what looks?
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Trump
man?
just was like, you're fucking ugly. I haven't made fun of you for being ugly. I could if I wanted to.
He's not even ugly.
No, he's a normal dude.
To have that kind of confidence with that head of hair is preposterous.
Well,
Go after people's looks.
Yeah, but it fucks
You're
you up
literally
so
wearing
much.
a mirage.
Like Rand Paul was literally like,
right. He didn't
it
know how
was
to
a
handle it.
stunning.
Well, I think they would all approach it very differently now. They're probably like, "Oh, next time I'll get him."
Yeah, they've
They'll
done it
never
already.
get him.
2024, I'm gonna fuck him up.
No, they've all got nasty.
In a soundbite debate, they could never come near.
No, he's a master performer.
Yeah,
he's a guy who's been speaking publicly forever.
Yeah, and he's mean.
Yeah, he's
He'll
mean.
go on and be like,
He's
yo, you're
mean.
ugly as fuck.
And he has comedy timing.
Yeah, he does. Fuck.
He'd be in jail. Boom.
That was
boom.
I mean, that was in a debate, and the crowd was like,
boom.
Because you'd be in jail.
Yeah, that was pretty. And you see the moment when he thinks of it, his eyebrows kind of wiggle. I was like,
when he got Hillary Clinton, it was when he got Rosie O'Donnell. You could see him because what's her name? Kelly.
Megan Kelly. Yeah.
She's like asking him. She's like, I got you on this. You've called women this. You've called women this.
Not all
you can
women.
see him go.
Yeah.
And he adjusts the mic, dude. As soon as he knows it, he goes, only Rosie O'Donnell. And the place.
Yeah.
There it is, dude.
And disgusting animals.
Got it.
Your Twitter account.
Only
is
Rosie
several-
O'Donnell.
For the record.
Over.
What did she say though? For the record.
It was well beyond Rosie O'Donnell.
Yes, I'm sure it was.
Your Twitter.
I'm sure. Yes, I'm sure it was.
Just somebody telling you facts.
It's
and you're
also
like, shut the fuck up.
Super hot lawyer, Megan Kelly, the prototype of the fox
of the babe,
blonde, super hot assassin lady.
Oh god,
there's to me they're the hottest.
They sent her
Those super hot Republican ladies on Fox. They're the
Yeah,
hottest. They're the hottest women alive.
I went to Mar-a-Lago.
They're so hot.
I went to Mar-a-Lago. There was 10 of them walking around. They're just around.
Bro,
they're so hot.
They're the hottest women alive. Those Fox bots.
Fox bots.
They really are.
Well, they fucking sit there. I had this whole bit about like Megan Kelly's literally wearing a vagina curtain.
Yes.
I mean, it's not even a good curtain, like a blackout curtain you'd have in a theater.
Yeah.
It's like the little curtain grandma has over a kitchen windowsill where the windows open,
the sun shining through.
whispers in the breeze.
Sun's
Just
coming through
a small amount of cloth between that and her underwear, which is just this tiny little piece of cloth that's over her vagina.
You trying to get me hard?
Bro, you're the guy.
And they all have beautiful legs, and their whole leg is exposed.
Yeah.
No man could ever dress that way. You see their feet, you see their toes, and their legs are crossed. I mean, it's a preposterous way of dressing. Yeah. You have full cleavage, arms are exposed. There's so much skin.
It's a weapon.
It is wild, though.
Yeah.
The attire that women are allowed to wear in certain situations is so sexual in compared to what men wear. Men cover up, a suit, a tie. That's a man dressing nice. A woman dressing nice, you can see half of her tits. You see most of her legs. You see her feet. You see her toes. You see her painted little toes. Perfect little feet.
Damn, Joe.
Her long arms, flowing hair, and she's wearing makeup, like full face.
I'm about to get in that fucking ice bath.
Let's go.
She's looking at you in the eyes like, I'm mad. You're like, fuck, I've been so fucking bad.
I know you're mad.
Lips a color that only exists in flowers.
Yeah. Do you ever get into supernormal stimuli?
What's that?
How like they trick butterflies into dedicating their whole life.
Yeah, this is all I've ever wanted.
We're fucked up.
For 7 years. This is the moment, dude. I was wondering how he would do. I was wondering. I knew you were gonna do this.
He sent me the longest fucking text
I was so
message,
afraid.
like bummed out that he's asking me to have you come along, and I was like, yeah, for sure.
I know,
but it was
but
like this
it's not
long thing. No, it's
Appreciate
There was
that.
like 8 texts.
That's what kind of guy he is, dude.
It's
That
not-
is
yes.
risky because you don't know. You'd be like, this motherfucker.
Well, I
fucking
don't because
he knows me.
I know we're
Yeah.
friends, but like, it's still like a hey, you want me to bring another guy? It's kind of
No.
Yeah.
I know,
Let's go.
but I also knew in my heart of hearts, Matt would rise to the occasion and say things like, "Have you ever heard of super stimuli or whatever
Supernormal.
bullshit that was?"
Dude, no, it's a real.
I knew it was in
It's
there.
fucked up to think about because you can attract people. You can attract species to. You find what they're innately attracted to, and you produce a version of that that's so pumped up, nature can't reproduce it, and it hijacks your biology.
Like Doritos.
Like fake tits.
Yes, fake tits, Doritos. They would get these butterflies that are like the deeper the shade of blue or purple, like some type of butterfly. The males would follow this. They would go to that to like mate with the female. And they started getting these like dark purple construction papers. These male butterflies would dedicate their whole lives to just like floating around this piece of paper, and they die.
Oh,
and then you have human beings who are getting like hit with the same shit, like flavor blasted goldfish. That's outside of nature's capacity to like,
right.
And then you get hooked to the fake thing, and it hijacks your biology, and you're like, I want that.
Sour Patch Kids.
Yes, dude.
Corn Ranch Doritos. It's over.
I start eating Sour Patch Kids. I can't stop. I go just one. And the next thing I eat a whole bag of candy, and I'm sitting there having a fucking diabetes attack.
Dude, if you go into a convenience store, 99% of the shit is bad for you.
Yeah,
it's bad.
You can get like some beef jerky. It's pretty good. Yeah. You buy a bottle of water.
That's
bottle of water, beef jerky. You gotta buy
get a cup of coffee.
Hard-boiled eggs that are in like a plastic bag at a gas station.
That's if you got your head on straight.
That's
actually a safe bet.
Woodman.
No, that's actually a safe bet,
dude.
The hard-boiled eggs are a pretty good bet. You know why? Because first of all, you can keep eggs for a long time. Eggs you could like leave on a counter, like they don't go bad the way they're encased, right?
Yeah.
And then when they cook it, once they cook it, it's boiled all the way through, so you don't have to worry about salmonella. Put that bitch in a fucking.
I'm not worried.
Saran wrap.
Saying but the societal repercussions of eating it publicly outweigh the nutritional. Dude, I was with a guy who we were on a road trip. He got in the car and started eating fucking eggs out of a plastic bag at a gas station. I was
That's
like,
me, bro.
I was like, we're done, dude. You and me.
Hard-boiled eggs. That's me.
It.
I would 100% eat that. Not only did I eat that I would be flocked to that. I'm like, ooh, that's what I'm looking for. Peeled and ready to eat. Perfect. Let's go. I'll eat 5 of those. Peeled it. What the fuck?
Dude,
Somebody else
this is out of control.
No preservatives. No preservatives.
Yeah.
Those are the
USDA.
ones.
Perfect. You don't have to preserve them.
Those are the scary ones. You go to a southern gas station.
I just bought a jug the other day. I went to the gas station. I was at the gas
Oh,
station and they had eggs with jalapenos in them. I was like, oh, spicy boiled eggs, spicy pickled eggs. Let's go.
What are the farts though?
Whatever.
True.
They're terrible.
It's whatever you want.
I mean,
that's exhaust flames, dude. That's
Bro,
absolute exhaust
the most
flames.
terrible farts.
In a Tesla, just eating gas station eggs. That's protein, dude.
The most terrible farts that I can make are pasta with like meat sauce.
Oh.
If I have pasta with like sausage, with the tomato sauce and a giant bowl of spaghetti. Oh my God.
So I'll eat sausage or something before a show. Now I'm drinking Bud Lights. Now we're going into the show. I'm burping in the front row. It's an hour-long show. I'm literally on stage going. I see people in the front like.
How many times you ever farted on stage and knew it was horrific?
Never, dude. You farted on stage?
I farted on stage once.
God,
so bad.
So comfortable.
It was so bad.
No,
I was horrible. I
Did you
was
stop
so
talking?
embarrassed. I moved to a different part of the stage. Pretend it wasn't me.
Did you stop talking while you're farting, or did you like?
I don't remember. It was a long time ago, but I remember it was so bad that I was like, "Oh no, I got to get away from this."
Dude, I've been chasing that.
So
I've not been able to fart on stage. I didn't think you could do it.
We've been discussing this.
Dude, I go right to Mike. I'd go to Mike and amplify.
You got to fart into the mic.
Depends on what Joey did that before in the OR. He was in the middle of a bit.
Must
He
have
goes,
exploded.
so I'm talking to this dude. Hold on. He goes, Suka. He goes,
Killed.
back to
He must
his
have killed. What's the fucking
He stuck a microphone in his asshole. And then you are next. And you got his fucking fart gas.
Did it work? Because the way I would
killed.
imagine is
Killed.
the crowd going.
Oh, we died.
Like people must have been like, "What was that?"
It was at the store in the OR. The store in the OR is basically doing stand-up in a prison colony. It's like the people are savages. Like they're so accustomed to, especially back then, they're so accustomed to just this wild comedy and Brian Holtzman and all these different fucking people are going up slaying and talking about all kinds of crazy shit. It's dark as fuck in there. You can't see anything.
It's the best.
It was perfect.
That club today.
Yeah, it's different animal.
Hopefully we can get that going.
Oh yeah, yeah.
One of those types of rooms.
Yeah, I thought you meant that club, the store. Yeah, how about that place? It looks nice, right?
Yes.
We're close.
If you can get a room like that where guys are farting in mics, I'm coming.
It's happening.
This country might have a chance, dude.
Dude,
we got a chance.
That's the new Liberty Bell.
It actually might be the Liberty Bell.
It's the Alamo for comedy.
It really might be.
Yeah.
That's what Louis called it.
The Alamo.
Said you're building us an Alamo.
Yeah.
Sweet live.
It is fucked up, dude. I mean, dude, it's literally the sign of totalitarian oppression to be like, yo, you seriously don't fucking joke about that.
Yeah, don't joke about that. It's dangerous. And people don't realize that, but people have realized that throughout history. The Lakotas had a sacred person in their tribe called the Heyoka who would make fun of everything.
I would have fucking hated that. That guy sucks ass. And he would hide behind it too, like comedians. Like, it's just a joke. You'd be like, Heyoka, dude, for real, stop.
Yo, it would be like roast
talking
battle
about my
every
wife's
day.
fucking tits.
It would be like roast battle
Every day.
Every day.
You're a shitty Indian. You can't catch anything. Every day the Heyoka stands up.
Well,
like,
if you fucked up, they'd give you a fucked up name. You had to like, it would be your name until you proved them
fucking Empire of the Sun Moon.
Yeah.
Dude,
Really?
Dude, their names were like dog pussy.
Yeah.
It wasn't as magical as we like to think it was. It was like dog dick.
Yeah.
Come over here.
Well, when you read about what they did to each other, you're like, oh, Jesus Christ. Like, this idea that they were these peaceful people that were living together, living off the land, and everybody
Maybe somewhere. That's the thing.
Yeah.
But they didn't
seem like it. Well, they got raided by the other ones.
Yeah.
Dog Dick and his buddies would show up and fucking drag you and your kids off without a horse.
They would go on raids just like the Vikings did. They were raiders.
Yeah.
Like the Comanches, especially the people that lived here, they were raiders. That's what they did. They'd get together in giant groups of horses. The other thing they would do that's fucked up, they caught guys. Like they caught guys slipping, like some U.S. guys were trying to make their way across. They would cut their horses loose in the middle of the night. And so they would stampede their horses out so they'd never get their horses back. And then they would slowly follow them from a distance while they starved to death.
Jesus, man.
Watch them and mock them. So they'd be on horseback at the top of a ridge, just, a few hundred yards away, laughing at them. And these dudes are walking, no water, don't know where they're going, no horses.
It's the guy from fucking Pittsburgh. Just walking. Just like, God damn it. I've been to a baseball game.
Just wanted to pay for education.
Yeah.
The government was going to pay for his college. It's like, this is great deal. God damn. Now I'm out here starving to death in the plains.
Yeah.
And you don't see shit. You're just walking. It's just flat forever.
Yeah, it's shit.
It's flat forever.
Plains suck.
And there's no houses up there. This is the early days. No one had even moved there yet.
That was the scariest part of that book about the Donner Party, where there was like, the scary part about crossing the plains was like a kid would get off the wagon and like walk. They'd be lost immediately. The grass was high enough. You'd lose a kid, and you couldn't stop. You'd be like, oh, the kid's gone. They'd be lost. It was like it was a desert with like grass that was up to here. So children were just gone. There were snakes. Everything sucked.
Everything sucked. Wolves.
Yeah, just a dog came and ate your family.
Pack of them.
Just a bunch of dogs carried your sister off.
Your mom dies from diarrhea.
Everyone's diarrhea, dude.
Oh my God.
You didn't know where it should go. Everyone's just shitting around the can, drinking out of the water. Like, birds are falling. Birds are
You don't
yelling
have
at you.
time to boil the water, so just drink out of the creek.
Shit blows.
Dysentery. And
now all of a sudden, Indian fucking Comanche start following you.
Yeah, and they follow you slowly. They'll let you know you're around.
They're like, we're gonna rape you in about a week.
Yeah.
God damn it. Your wife's nagging.
Slowly circle you. You're not even gonna fight them off.
Look at them. That's a man.
Oh
no!
Imagine the sourpuss on one of your wagon wheels breaks. And you're like, how the fuck do I fix this again? She's like,
You have no idea what you're doing.
what a sourpuss, dude.
Your wheels are made out of wood.
Explode.
You're making your way across the entire country on wheels made out of wood with horses pulling you. You hope the horses stay alive because you only got a few of them.
And a full family.
Full family with kids.
And then you'd have a kid.
Oh, yeah, along the way.
And they'd get pregnant.
Yeah.
Your wife would get pregnant on the way.
Obviously, yeah.
Obviously,
dude.
Well, that Cynthia Ann Parker story, the woman who was 9 years old, and the whole family was slaughtered. And they would take the young ones and integrate them into the tribe because the Comanche lost a lot of children, a lot of mothers while they were pregnant. The baby never came to term because they were riding horses. They're bouncing around all the time, and they're fucking, a lot of impact. So their populations, it was very important to keep a high population. So they would bring in people that they captured.
That's what the Amish do. That's what the
Amish do
Amish.
that too?
I've heard.
They go on raiding?
I've heard they snack kids.
They'll come down in Kingsbury. They'll raid us.
I heard they see like a mom all drunk and fucked up. I've heard. I don't want to slur the Amish, but I've heard they'll fucking snack it. Yeah, they need some new blood, man.
You really heard this?
I have heard this. I've heard people who
what bar?
My brother's boy. It's a fun thing to say.
It's a fun thing to say.
It's like folklore.
Yeah.
It's fun. It's nice having the Amish. I like having the Amish where we're from.
Me too.
That's what separated us growing up. It was you where you lived, Amish country, me.
Now we'd have the Amish.
What's that thing they get to do when they
Rumspringa.
Rumspringa,
They get to stay on Rumspringa as long as they want.
And then they can come back.
It's not like a year. It's as long as they want.
And then they come back.
You can be like 38 and be like, all right, Rumspringa is done.
Whoa.
Yeah.
But your parents will shun you. So they can't talk to you. You can get shunned real hard. If you fuck up real bad, everyone you know just won't talk to you.
Well, how do you even know?
They block you, basically.
They're not on social media.
They
don't have phones. How do they even know if you're upset?
Just old school accusations. Just like, dude, he smells like booze.
Yep. Or if you go like, all right, mom. Like
That's not what I mean. I mean, like, how do you even know if they're mad at you? You're not around them.
Oh, no, not if you're not on Rumspringa. Like, that's a big thing in the Amish community. If you like.
Right. But what I'm saying is, how do they know the parents are mad if they're out running around because the parents don't have phones?
No, they don't.
So they can't call you.
Pure Rumspringa. He's saying when you get back,
yeah,
if you fuck up within the community, you will get shunned.
Yeah, like everyone will stop talking to you. It's like a punishment they do.
For how long?
I don't know. I think they'll do it for a while. You'll come and like, hey, mom, and she'll just go, turn it back. Hey, dad. Hey, Paul. Hey, Paul. He'll go,
hardcore.
I like that, though.
Then I'd go to my room and fucking fap, dude.
Just whack off.
I'd take off my Huckleberry Finn pants and be like, nice.
You have to do it to memory.
True, but I mean.
Fap only to memory.
I mean, you probably got some rich databanks, dude.
They probably have some drawings they could show you.
I bet those dudes, dude, it doesn't matter how religious you are. If you're a young boy trying to whack off, you're getting your hands on something. Yeah. Those boys got a hold of some porn, dude.
Who's ever gone the longest in the 20th century jacking off just on memory?
Dude, I haven't watched porn since August.
That's not that long.
That's pretty fucking long, dude. You do it.
That's not that long.
People do that accidentally, dude.
Yeah.
What?
That's normal.
Yeah. I was having dreams about it.
You have dreams about porn?
Yeah, when I first stopped, dude, I was like having dreams about porn. Dude, it was hard. That was tough for me to stop doing.
What made you want to stop?
I thought about getting caught because I've gotten caught before by my wife, which, whatever, fair game, but like, I thought about getting caught by my kids. I'm like, I'm definitely going to get caught. And I'm stopping this now.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're a stop it now guy when you see a problem. Stopping now with drug dealing, stopping now from jerking off.
Yeah. I was so fat.
What about when you go to a hotel room,
bro?
See, that's the thing.
Bro, when we're done this.
That's the thing.
But then do you bust out the porn?
No, then I wanted to so badly today. That's the final frontier. Not looking at the porn in the hotel room is tough.
It's impossible.
Only I'll know, but I can't do it. I mean,
that's
at least
the first.
If I do it, I'll tell people. But
that's the thing, though. Like,
but you can't get caught. You said your worry was that you're going to get caught.
Yeah, but I've like been a big hardo about being like, I quit porn. I've said it, in public. So now, like, if I go back on it, I'm going to get crushed.
You're a prisoner to your statements.
Yeah, but also it's not bad. Once you stop, it is easy. Like, I don't need it. I don't need to.
Sounds like you're going to need it.
I think it does. Brother. He keeps talking to me about this, and every time I'm like, who cares?
It's a mental challenge.
Like, I genuinely don't think about it or care about it.
Some dudes get addicted to
it. Yeah, but I live with my girlfriend. I don't watch porn when we're together. I was home the last 2 weeks. I didn't whack off once.
I've been known to slink off, dude.
As soon as I got to this hotel in Austin.
Yeah.
I was it was time. You forget how good porn is, dude. You look at it, you're like, yo, what is she? She got stuck. There's 8 of them and stuck in the dryer. That shit rules. You forget.
How many
dude.
girls get stuck under the bed looking for an earring?
Dude, it's not a moral grandstand. It's just I want to build my willpower. My willpower is weak.
No,
it's weak, dude.
You got nice willpower.
But you quit selling drugs and you quit watching porn. You have good willpower.
You have great willpower.
It took a while. And also it took some bad events.
Yeah, but you did quit. That's what willpower is about.
True. Also, he's discussed what type of porn he's into.
What kind?
I was just into everything, brother. I went down some dark alleys.
What's the darkest?
The darkest alley.
The T's.
The T's.
T's?
The T's. Brother.
The fucking T-100s.
T-1000s? What's that? What are you talking about?
What's the Terminator T-1000?
Yeah.
You ran into some T-1000s.
Boys and the girls. When the boys become girls.
When the boys become girls.
The T's. Trans.
He liked the T's.
That could be an issue.
Joe, I'll tell you, it is.
You don't want to get caught with that.
Well, here's the thing. It's just a ramping up of like, talking about super normal stimuli, dude. That's why I'm so passionate about that. It's like your brain, you need like the edge. This was my problem with it. I didn't have a drug problem. I could never like stop drugs or whatever. But then it's like you get the blood flowing on sex stuff. It's like that's not getting the flow, and you go to like something a little bit more kind of out there, and then you finally you land on those shores, and you go, my God, my God, where am I gone?
I was like
trying to assemble the raft. It's all fucked up. Like, oh, yeah,
one of our first episodes is he's explaining. He watches it, and I was like, what the fuck? And then he was like, give it a shot. So I was like, I'm open-minded. I tried to whack off the T-porn. I opened it. First things first, I'm watching a dude, like you can see his clavicles while he's fucking, or her. You know what I mean? I could see the clavicle. I was just like, ew, dude. I turned it off immediately. I can't believe
I have a strong imagination. That's
disgusting.
A strong imagination. No, I'm honest though, dude. I was like, this is
fucked
up.
One fucking dude on top with tits, but you can still see the clavicle and the Adam's apple. And I was like,
you sought that out, dude. You sought that out.
I don't know which ones to search.
I don't fucking know. But I will say, dude, I'm telling you, it's a silent epidemic, dude. I'm not projecting this on the masses.
Epidemic?
I believe so.
Dudes into teas?
Yes. I truly believe so. And dude, I actually know if you read the book, what is it, fucking A Billion Wicked Lies, A Billion Wicked Thoughts, where they crunch the fucking metadata from the internet, and it's like, it's doing numbers, dude.
Someone's crunching the metadata on trans porn?
On all porn, dude. Well, yeah, what's fucked up is the porn.
That sounds like one of those Pfizer studies. They try to find the right result.
We're crunching it. Matt, stop acting serious right now. You're pretending to be serious about this. And
He's
I want you to
crunching
stop.
metadata with a pen in his hand.
A
He's
billion
got a
wicked
pen in
thoughts.
his hand, and he's fucking hovering it over the paper. He's talking about metadata.
He's waited so long to be on this
T-porn.
show. And now he's here and he's like, I'm telling you, they crunch numbers on T-porn.
We didn't have to bring this up.
I like it.
It is good. It is good. It's a jolt of electricity. Dude, it's your fucking sexuality at stake, and I'm fucking hetero as hell.
I get it, bro.
But it's like, bro,
I believe you. I know a lot of people listening.
I need to hear that from you right now, Jokes. I'm in a dark place.
Bro, how nice would it be to get back to the hotel and just T-porn it up?
Now I'm telling you,
Get dirty.
I'm not making it up. You go off of it, you kind of de-escalate the fucking dopaminergic drive towards like more and more crazy. And then you go, yeah, I'm cool on that.
Yeah, no shit. That's what everyone does. They look at it and go, whoa.
You could just go to like a karma-free, like stepmom type porn, where you got like a 45-year-old lady, she's banging a 20-year-old college student. You know, the college student's in town, dad goes to work. Oh, my neck hurts. Could you give me a massage?
The coolest shit possible.
The 20-year-old kid doesn't want to do it. Like, he's kind of fucked up. My dad'd be upset. He doesn't have to know. Can you rub my lower back?
Yeah.
Yeah, that'll
know that hot 45-year-old who your dad isn't fucking anyway.
That's what she says. She says he never fucks.
See, isn't that better?
so much bigger than him. It's so much better. But I'm saying like some guys can't drink.
You're so much bigger than him, man. It's so much
some guys can't drink. Some guys can't drink because they stay out all night. I can't, dude. I just
couldn't
fucking
do one bump. Well, we were talking to William Montgomery. William Montgomery in the green room last night, and William Montgomery's been off of coke and booze for quite a long time. And they showed a picture of him when he was fat and drunk.
Yeah.
And I was like, one bump of coke. How bad would it hurt you? I go, maybe you just get back a little bit. Every now and again. And you can see like look at his face and go, I'm kidding. Don't do it. I'm like, don't do it.
You
You're
guys have
doing
the same
great.
playbook. You guys have the same playbook. That's my favorite thing to watch. You go, come on, man.
Oh,
yeah.
It's the funniest shit.
It's actually something I got to stop doing.
Yeah, it's pretty funny, though.
Why? Have you ever talked to anybody into doing something dark?
Every single time Adam Egget comes out with me and him get fucked up.
He's trying to not
And he's
drink.
like, I don't want to relapse. I'm like, dude, stop saying relapse. You drink. Every time. He's like, I don't want to relapse. I'm like, what are you talking about? You got fucked up.
When he's in the green room, we always offer him a drink. He's like, no.
Oh, I forgot to tell you. This is what he did yesterday. It was Adam Eget's birthday. And he spent the day, I texted him earlier, and he was playing Madden, and he was winning 150-0.
What?
He was running the score up on the computer on the easiest level.
Just to be a winner on his birthday?
On his birthday. I mean, it was the weirdest. It's kind of the saddest fucking thing I've ever heard.
He's a great guy.
He's the man, but he told me it was his birthday.
Dude.
And he was literally at his house, in his apartment, playing Madden on the easiest level, running up the score. Against the computer.
When I first started talking about doing a club out here, he was the first guy.
Weird.
He was the first guy I called.
He's the best.
I didn't call anybody else. He was the first guy I called.
Yeah, he's a man.
I called him. I said, I got a plan. Like as soon as I escaped LA, I was like, hey Adam, what are you doing? I'm like, I got a plan.
He's the best.
Yeah.
Oh, what, Joe? Like that.
Yeah.
He talks like Norm. He's got a little Norm.
He's
very nice.
Such a nice dude too, man.
I've known that dude forever. He was one of the reasons why I went back to the store in the first place. I knew him from the Tempe Improv.
Mm-hmm.
He used to work at the Tempe Improv back in the day when I would roll through. And then he showed up one day at the Improv and had a conversation. Come back to the store.
He is the fucking. I love him.
He's the best. I'm like, you're there now? I go, you're there now. Huh.
Yeah.
He's like, it's different now. Come back.
Yeah, he's so funny. He's funny too.
He's got a great eye for comedy. He's going to be an amazing creative director. You know, he'll know like the good guys that have potential. Yeah. He'll know what they're doing wrong. He'll be able to get them good spots and figure it out. Help them figure it out. We can have a great crop of people here. We've got a great crop of young guys.
I never considered really moving down here until I just got my taxes.
Oh,
I was instantly like, dude, Austin rules. For real, I was like, dude, I'm not moving. I love New York. One season of actually making money, 1 year of making money. I was like, what the fuck?
You can always visit New York.
I know.
Yeah, that's what I like to do. I like to go to New York, hang out there for a few days, go to the restaurants, do some shows, get the fuck out.
Yeah.
I never lived in the city though.
I actually truly haven't either. I live in Queens and I'm never home. I do the road.
Yeah. I lived in New Rochelle because I needed a parking spot because I did the road so much. I always had a car. So I needed a car and I couldn't afford to live in the city and also afford a parking spot. So yeah, hundreds of bucks a month.
Yeah, I just have an apartment in New York where I play video games 3 days of the week.
Nice.
That's it.
Nice.
Other than that, I'm on the road or doing shows at night. If I'm home, I'm like, I'm just going to hang out.
Queens, huh?
Yeah.
How do you get in?
To the city? I Uber.
Really?
Now, yeah.
You don't take a train?
I used to, but it's like 45 minutes an hour.
Oh. How long's the Uber?
25 minutes. Yeah.
How weird conversations do you have?
No. Headphones.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Also, they're New York Uber drivers.
Oh, okay.
They're not down to talk. They're not talking.
I remember when they were so mad that Uber showed up. The cab drivers were so fucking mad. And now that's all you see is Uber. You see so few cabs. Like it's so much. It's the numbers are down. I wonder what the actual numbers are. But the visual numbers. It used to be cabs everywhere. It was like most of the traffic was cabs. And now you drive around. You're like, what a weird system, right? Like we'll drive.
Yeah.
Don't need to drive. Just get in. I'll tell me where you're going.
Yeah, Philly made like Uber pay them like $250,000 a year because they sell, they call them taxi medallions. So you have to buy a license, and the license were worth a lot of money. And then once Uber came in, like it's like a liquor license, but for like driving taxi cabs.
Right.
And they just plummeted. They're like almost worthless now.
Wow.
So then the Philadelphia Parking Authority owns the cabs, and they're like, you got to pay.
You don't like that, do you?
No. So it's fucked up.
Uber?
No. I like Uber's fine. The Philadelphia Parking Authority.
PPA.
Dude, we have a fucked up thing going on there.
What's going on?
They get parking tickets. They'll just come snag your car. And like the parking, they double in value. It's really fucked up. Then they just sell your car.
What?
And then they charge you money. I've gotten like 2 cars taken.
What?
Fucking. They're like $500 cars.
$500 cars.
I would take them and I would just go, fuck you guys. One time I went back because you had to write like what you could go get your valuables out of your car before they sold it at auction. So I went back and you had to fill out a piece of paper what was in there, and I put like a giant dildo, and I put all this stuff, and they had to take it back to their guy and have it written off on us. Pretty
nice, you got them.
Pretty tight.
Suck our dicks, PPA.
Yeah, fuck you guys. Yeah, but they'll take your shit and just repossess it, and then
how many tickets do you have to have before they take your car?
Now it's like 2 or 3, dude.
What?
Yes, you get on.
You
have
a
boot
BMW.
list.
You got a new BMW.
Yes.
You get 2 or 3 tickets you don't pay, and they put a boot on you and they take your car.
Yes, and if you don't, and then they charge you every day they have it, and then if you can go back and basically buy, like you can pay them, they hold it like hostage, and you can pay them to take the boot off, and they won't tow it. But if you're late, they'll tow it, and then you got to go down to a lot. You got to like call a bunch of people, like figure out where your car is, and then you go down there and you pay for them, they give it back to you. Oh. Now if you don't pay it back in time, then they sell it off at auction. Make a ton of money doing it, and they can also do a thing where they've taken my dad's car when my brother owed money because they had like the same name. What? And they're just like, sorry, dude, is what it is. You got to pay us and come get your car. But dude, it's criminal.
Even if it's not your car.
Yeah,
your kid's car.
Yeah, but they both have the same first name, so they're like, oh, it was a mistake. But they're like, you still got to pay, and it's like, like, fuck
you still got to pay even though it's a mistake.
You can't. There's nobody you can talk to. It's the Wizard of Oz. You go up to like blacked out glass and just talk to a lady who's just like 360.
I got my car towed when we were filming Gillian Keys. I was supposed to be on set. I walked to my car in the morning. Car's gone. Go out there. It is. I had to go like a dock
Yeah, dude.
The car was just behind like an old warehouse. I had to talk to behind the glass. It was just a black lady. I was like, "Hey, where's my car?" She's like, "Get out!" She's
Dude,
screaming at me.
It's
was a
crazy.
battle.
It's crazy, man.
I thought that story I was going to tell would be better.
No, it's, you have to go when you go down there. It's like a barbed wired fucking fence, and you go in, and there's just someone's mean as fuck. It's crazy the way they do it. And then they control all the parking in the city. They said, all this stuff. They're bad. And apparently, from what I've heard, the money doesn't even go to the city of Philadelphia. It actually goes to like some GOP, like it goes to the state, weirdly, or part of it goes to the state.
Really?
If you try to look up the PPA, they say it's a quasi-governmental agency. So like, if you try to follow where their money goes, it's kind of really hard.
Should we Google this, or we should just take
look it up? Look it up. Yeah, look it up again.
Like that one we might want to substantiate.
Yeah, true.
No.
If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But fuck them anyway. But
Dude,
I've been beefing with the PPA.
Fuck the PPA.
I've been beefing with the PPA forever.
If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But fuck them anyway.
Fuck those guys, dude.
Yeah, they are pussies.
They took my 88 Camry, dude. Me and my brother bought twin Camrys for $1,000. We bought two 88 Camrys off this old lady. We were bopping around together. They fucking
she had two? Why'd she have two?
I had no idea.
You guys got matching Camrys.
Matching Camrys,
sick.
Bro. 88 Cams. We were buzzing around. It was
This is
so...
the same old lady that got crushed by Vince McMahon.
That's probably her
That's you and your brother. You and your brother powerbombed her.
Fucking lady went down hard, bro.
Yeah, when you
That
get a
can't
ticket,
be good.
when you get a ticket from the PPA or any of that, when you're fucking like when we lived together, I had $0. If I got one ticket, I was bankrupt. One ticket, I had $0.
I know those times. Yeah. By law, all PPA's on-street operations net revenue is allocated to the city's general fund of Philadelphia School District. Wrong.
Bullshit.
Wrong,
It's bullshit. It's bullshit.
On-street operations revenue is generated from meter payments, permit fees, parking fines, vehicle auction proceeds, and booting and towing fees.
They had a thing where they weren't giving the schools money. At least I thought I saw a thing where the schools were like,
it says it brings in 265. Go back to that. It says it. Go back to that.
Bullshit.
It's their fucking website. It's their website.
$264 million a year in annual revenue. Just from Philadelphia from parking tickets. $264 million in fucking parking tickets.
Dude, you tell me that's going to those schools in Philly?
Look at the Inquirer. Overpays executives and has too many political.
Yeah.
Exactly. Oh, it turns out the PPA's website might not be telling the total fucking truth.
Let's see what it says.
Fuck the PPA, Matt.
I can't stand them. But yeah, man. Someone takes your 88 Camry, dude, you'll be fucking salty.
Yeah, you're never gonna let it go. You're gonna wait till you get on the highest platform on earth and go, fucking pieces of shit.
Well, when you get incentivized to have that much revenue coming in every year, what if nobody parked bad ever again? What if everybody did the right thing, everybody paid the meter, and all that $264 million dried up? What the fuck do they do now? That's the problem. It's like there's an incentive.
Yeah,
like to catch people.
I can't even read those signs. Anytime I try to park, it's like Monday through Friday,
they go
8
over
to
those things
6,
with fucking
trash.
1,000 grit sand.
Dude,
fuck those signs.
And they also will get you for inspection. If your inspection's up, they'll ticket you every single day.
Really?
Yes.
Wow, motherfucker.
Yeah.
But they had a problem. One time there was like a gap in what they were supposed to pay the schools, and they had to be like,
So what's it say here? 2007, Parents United, a Philadelphia parent group that fights for school reforms, successfully sued the PPA for failing to pay the city and school district under its 2004 obligations. During these years, the PPA was technically in breach of its agreement with the state and greedily withheld money that it owed.
Greedy PPA, dude.
I'm telling you, man.
I like how it says greedily. Ooh.
Yeah, it's pretty. Yeah. But either way, I mean, I'll stop talking about that.
No, I like it.
It's all right, dude. I like when people are mad.
Yeah, it's pretty funny.
That's fun.
Especially against parking tickets.
Especially the truth. Well, it is a fucking gross thing when you're poor.
Yeah.
Fucking, you can't even just leave your car somewhere.
This guy followed me to Sheetz in my Corolla, and he got me. At the gas station, he stayed and ran my plate just because I was driving a poor person car.
Yeah.
And he followed me out of the gas station and then pulled me over. It was like, your registration's expired, all this stuff's expired. I was like, looking at it. It was me and I was with a dog. A dog was in shotgun. And I was like, this ruins me. Like, I have $0. You give me a $180 ticket.
You tell him that?
I mean, I was kind of like, are you serious? Are you serious about this? Like, I'll go get it, please. It was my inspection. He was like,
yeah,
he was young too. He was like my age.
That's what their job is, though.
No, I know. I wasn't mad at. I mean, I was mad at him just because I had $0.
What's fucked is they have quotas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, and cops have quotas for pulling people over in certain places, and it's kind of like unspoken. It's not like written on paper in some places because it's not technically legal. But I've talked to a lot of cops. Like, you have to make a certain amount of revenue. You're basically a glorified revenue collector.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pulling people over and making money for the state. Not stopping any fucking real crimes.
No.
Doing that.
No, it's fucked up. And they call it activity. They'll be like, you're low in activity. We need some
activity.
Yeah, it's fucked up.
What if everybody followed the rules? Imagine that.
What if?
I mean, would they still keep cops around like they have the firemen? Like, there's
for sure, dude.
They
Those
have to
guys
have
are
the firemen. You know, because if fire can break out, you might not have a fire for 5 years. What are you gonna do? Disband the fire department? No.
Yeah, no, they'll be here. And you didn't need them, but yeah, the speed trap stuff. Yeah.
Of course.
I like the bros.
I do. We support the blue.
Yeah, I've come around to those guys. I like them, man. I'm like looking forward to getting pulled over just so I can talk shop with them. Be like, guys.
I mean, now that I can afford a ticket, be like, you got me. Good stuff.
Like, I love what you guys are doing. I was just trying to get your attention.
You know what's fucked is those cameras where they were catching people running red lights and giving them tickets, and it turns out the money wasn't even. It was like a privately owned company.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like those were not real tickets.
It's like the PPA.
PPA owns that too, by the way.
But that got overturned. Like, they can't do that anymore.
They were shortening the yellow lights.
Were they really?
Yes, New Jersey got busted for shortening the yellow lights and snagging people at those things.
Yeah. By how much?
A second or something. It was enough to snag you because you're like, oh, I got it.
Yeah, you got enough time.
Man, what's worse than when you're driving and you see a flash?
Ooh.
I didn't even know they were doing it. In Maryland, they do it a ton, where the speed limits are checked by speed cameras.
Yep.
I'd be driving to shows, open mics and shit. Again, $0. Well, I'd be driving, dude, a flash would be in the car. I'd be like, shit, dude.
Because crying. Back then, it goes to your parents' address too.
Yeah, it's going to my mom's. It's my mom's car.
You know they got you.
God, that fucking sucks.
It's funny how many different scams there are to like extract money from people.
Oh yeah,
because that's one of them. You want revenue for the city, extract money from people.
Yeah, you need it. Yeah, it's fucked up.
It's very fucked up.
Especially stuff like that. They brutalize trucks too, man. Trucks get killed.
Oh yeah.
The highway patrol just sits there all day, and they'll be like, "There's like your chain is this way," and they're like $15,000. They crush trucks.
Ugh. Yeah, now, this is good. Now this is boomer pod. Now
you want to talk about
trucks? This is an absolute boomer pod. Be like, you want to know about road scams? Here we are. You know, my favorite is just runaway truck ramps.
Oh, those
make me so happy, dude.
Yeah,
I just love imagining the dude who, like, when you go up to like Penn State, all those it's through the mountains and there's just runaway ramps
because sometimes trucks
and it's so
no
funny
brakes.
Thinking of a dude just having
there's one right there.
Ooh,
the guy just driving and be like, oh,
because when they're going down a steep hill, flying up that, sometimes it just go. Look how beautiful that is.
Yeah, that's pretty nice.
Where is that?
Oh, is that Bud Light, bro? Is that BL's?
Might be.
Up the ramp?
It's not a Bud Light truck. It's not refrigerated either.
Maybe it's stolen Bud Light. It's like bricks. It's like blue bricks or some shit.
Like videos.
Yes, please.
Runaway trucks is. I just like thinking of the guy who's like half asleep.
Yeah, here comes one
flying up a hill.
There we go.
Oh, you see the guy's he's slamming on the brakes. Oh, he's gonna go up it.
Oh, you gotta hit that thing. That sucks.
Come on, brother.
What's all the smoke coming off the back of his?
Him jamming his brakes, probably.
Wow.
Out of control though.
How do you know, Jamie? Jamie's like, yeah, pussy, just keep going. Get my fucking package.
He's got a head that's still going with its calming.
Jamie's got trucker blood.
I ordered those AirPods, pussy.
He's got to hit this ramp.
Here we go.
Oh my God, look, he's going up this ramp.
Come on, brother. What happens when he comes back down?
Yeah, what is the smoke coming out?
Oh, it's his brakes, dude. He's going the whole way up.
That can't be his brakes.
What?
No, that's not his brakes.
Like
that seems like his truck is dying.
Oh, yeah, maybe.
He doesn't make it all the way to the slammer at the end of it.
I mean, still, I can't believe he made it that high.
If he jammed his brakes, it was like probably jacked.
I can't believe he made it that high.
That's pretty nuts. That's got to be that's like that snow tubing at the bottom. Like fuck.
I watched a 3,000 horsepower engine explode. Go to Richard Rawlings' Instagram. Go to Richard Rawlings from Fast and Loud. You know that show? He's a fun car guy from Fast and Loud. That show. What is it?
Please don't score.
There we go.
Yeah, that thing is just smoking. What is happening to that thing? Is that his brakes?
I would guess.
That kind of seems like brakes in that situation. Because this guy just can't slow down. That's got to be terrifying.
I mean, it's so much weight, dude.
Oh my God. Can you imagine being a fucking dude behind the wheel of something that weighs like, what does it weigh? Hundreds of thousands of pounds?
So I mean though, like an hour like 7 of driving, like all day, just chilling.
Get tipped over.
Oh
shit.
Yeah, dude, even just driving like a truck with a trailer of like lawnmowers on the back, you try to stop that thing like 60 miles an hour. It doesn't stop.
Go to Richard Rawlings' Instagram page, and he's got a reel up of this dude who's revving up this truck engine, this gigantic souped up truck engine, and it fucking blows up like it got hit by a missile. It's wild.
Jesus.
Because it's a 3,000 horsepower souped up engine, and they're like, wah! And then boom,
there he is.
Fuck, where is that? You go to his reels.
That's a nice pic. Rawlings. Damn, dude.
I think that's it. That one right there.
This was not.
Nope, that's not it. That's not it. Maybe someone took it down. No, did they take it down?
That looks like it.
Where?
No, you just see the truck.
Exploded.
No, you just see the truck.
Oh, there it is. There's a fucking thing on fire.
That's the engine.
Oh, okay.
No, that's not it. It was way worse than that. Let's see if I can find it. I can find it, Jamie, and I'll send it.
Well, whatever this guy's doing.
So what happened? I guess I could just look for it too. You said a truck exploded.
Yeah.
Truck burnout explosion.
Such a pussy. I don't know anything about cars.
I don't know anything about anything, dude.
I really don't.
That really blows.
Tell you what, though. I know about crunching the metadata.
Crunching the metadata.
That's interesting. I don't know. That's not it. There you go.
That's
Tire burns out.
No, this is way worse. That's crazy. Maybe, was it his YouTube? Does Rawlings have a YouTube? Did he put it on there?
I don't know, but
see that there, because maybe they removed it for some reason, because maybe someone died, because it looked like people died.
Oh, that's not good.
It looks like people died.
Yeah,
Rawlings
down.
What?
It looked like easily someone could have died.
Oh, man.
That's not the kind of content.
You see those fucking speedboats?
Just click on videos instead of home. Now click on shorts. Click on shorts. No, I don't see it. So Google 3,000 horsepower truck engine explodes. See if you find that. Fuck, I should have saved it. I was going to repost it, but it might have been somebody died.
Yeah, it might take it down.
Fucking wild. Wild.
They're just revving it.
Boom! Yeah. I mean, giant fireball. This dude dives out of the front seat. I don't know what it was. There's a bunch of people hanging around.
This just seems like a famous video that happened like a couple years ago.
Isn't it funny that like 2000?
Oh boy,
yeah, that's it. That's exactly it. That's it right here. So they're revving this up.
Oh my god,
bro! Get some volume though, because you got to hear it, because it's fucking bananas.
That's when all hell broke loose. Oh no,
bro! Look at that dude bail out of the front.
I mean, that's Monster Energy drinks.
Yeah, 3,000 horsepower dyno explosion. So they were testing the horsepower on a dyno, and the fucking engine blew. Bro.
Jamie, add a comment. Sick. From the Joe Rogan experience. Sick. Sweet.
Something Beavis and Butthead.
The guy had gauge earrings. He was just in there, just. Yeah.
Did you watch any of the Beavis and Butthead? The new Beavis and Butthead?
No.
Is it supposed to be any good, Jamie?
I haven't watched the TV show. They brought the show back too.
Right.
I haven't watched those. I watched them.
They brought the show back?
Mm-hmm. It's on Paramount Plus, I think.
What? How do you think it is? I don't know. I have a feeling they stunk it up. I don't know why.
If they watch TikTok videos, that could be funny.
Yeah, that's pretty.
I got a feeling they stunk it up too.
How many people are watching Paramount Plus? Is it 20?
No,
probably.
I think P Plus wasn't. Didn't they have South Park? Actually, I watched South Park.
No, they had
and
the
I
South
deleted
Park
my
special
account.
on there.
I watched that and then deleted that.
Now HBO Max says South Park.
Okay, nice.
But there's so many streaming platforms,
dude.
It's Peacock.
Yeah,
they have one. NBC has one. Disney has one.
Yeah, Disney Plus.
Beavis and Butthead. It's all old stuff.
Damn, Daria, Celebrity Deathmatch.
To bring it all back.
All
That shit
episodes now
fucking
streaming.
rules.
About Mike Judge's Beavis and Butthead.
You remember how nice Celebrity Deathmatch was?
The best. At a
So this is
sleepover.
Paramount Plus original.
One season.
Give me some of that.
I can't watch it here. We're not logged in or anything else. I don't think it's yes.
I remember Celebrity Deathmatch. They had one. It was a halftime show. Packers Broncos Super Bowl. I was fucking pumped, dude.
That was a good show.
Yeah,
that was a good show.
Remember halftime shows? They used to have a lot of like in Living Color had a halftime show during the Super Bowl.
Really?
Yeah. It did a halftime.
Every show, like MTV did, we're gonna do Celebrity Deathmatch
during
at
the
the
Super
halftime.
Bowl. Yeah, yeah.
Every channel had a different Super Bowl halftime switch over to us.
Yeah.
But now I think they're all owned by the same two companies.
Well,
So
what
they're
a
all like,
giant mistake by the Super Bowl. How about make the halftime fun?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. How about you have some wild shit?
was pretty good.
who was last year's?
Dr. Dre.
The Geezers.
Yeah, that was good. The Geezers came out.
The
Right?
Expendables.
Fat 50 Cent was upside down.
This was it.
Yeah.
This was the first time that I ever saw In Living Color. I couldn't fucking believe how funny it was. When I saw Jim Carrey and he was doing Fire Marshal Bill, I was like, oh no. Look at that.
Yeah.
Questions here, buddy Larry? My name is Mindy and I'm busy. Serving drinks to these yahoos during halftime can be lucrative. But it could also put you out for the season.
Wow.
I mean, imagine trying to do that.
But this here, regulation there.
All right.
Damn.
Look at how creepy he looks.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's he up to now? Isn't he like?
He was just Joe Biden on SNL.
Was he?
Carrey was?
Yeah.
Really?
They fucked that up so bad, dude.
Why,
They
how do
made Trump a giant asshole, and then they were like, Biden's Jim Carrey, and he's kind of cool.
That sucks, man.
Like his character was like, I'm actually cool. God damn it.
What do they call him? The Dark Brandon or something?
Dark Brandon Rises, dude. It's actually pretty funny. Now that it's bothering people, it is funny. Now that it bothers they were right. It is funny.
It's funny when it bothers you.
And there's certain art and all that stuff that's designed to bother people like me.
Yeah.
And when it works, I'm like, all right, that actually is funny.
Do you think that's what Jimmy Fallon's doing when he does that vaccine dance?
X, baby, bye.
Have you seen that?
Yeah, that was
What is he doing?
Gut wrenching.
It's
What is he
soul
doing?
crushing.
I never saw that.
Do you think they have like a photo of him, like on an island filled with hookers? And then,
No, I think, bro, they just gave him millions,
Look at him.
toss him.
Oh
Look
my
at this.
god, dude.
But it isn't the same. Sounds more like Elon Musk's his name. It's XBD.1.5, not UB40 who sees red wine. Put on your mask when you're inside a facility. It could be a robot from a Star Wars trilogy. It's XBD.
Is this a new strain or something? Damn, what if he started talking about like athletes falling?
But just imagine the pitch meeting. Imagine the pitch meeting. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to talk about the new pandemic variant, but in a song.
But over Love Shack.
And everybody's like, okay, I'm listening.
Oh, Jesus
That's
Christ.
just, he's not in the meeting. That means he's not in the meeting.
You think he's just drunk?
Maybe.
They
I
give
think
him
he
a script.
shows up. They're
Like,
like,
let's
here you
go.
go. He's like, fuck it.
Fuck it, I like money.
Fuck it.
Yeah, there's some guy like me puffing a cigar like, Jimmy, here's what we're going to do today.
Jimmy.
How many people are watching the Tonight Show?
Not me.
Got to be nobody.
Yeah, I don't think so.
What do you think? Take a number. 1 million a night?
I don't know what the numbers are. I would
Let's
say-
guess.
I'd say
I
750,000.
mean, if Gutfeld's butt fucking these guys, they're putting out a fucking dog shit program, dude. 'Cause I watch Gutfeld. That shit's nuts, dude. DeRosa
He's
was just
butt
on.
fucking all of them. Was he?
He's killing them.
He's butt
Yeah.
fucking all of them. He's the number one guy.
DeRosa was just on. It was
Gutfeld?
so funny.
Okay,
It made me so happy.
1.3 million viewers.
There you go. You got your
Less
finger
than
on the pulse.
half the viewers of Gutfeld.
Whoa.
Gutfeld, dude. Gutfeld
Less than
dominates.
half. Fallon had, what did it say? Go back to that. Fallon had 30 million subscribers on his YouTube channel, but this does not drive advertising rates for the show. His YouTube channel's way better than the fucking show.
Yeah, 'cause they just do clips of it.
That's wild.
Yeah, they get
Nobody
famous
won.
people on and get a clip.
Yeah.
That'll get you views.
Yeah.
But like, Gutfeld's out there just slaying.
Isn't it crazy? Just form an alternative to what everyone's shoving down your throat. And this, it's like the same thing on every network. The same kind of jokes about the same kind of people. And these are the dummies. And and then on his show, he's just got a bunch of Looney Tunes and
He's got DeRosa.
comics.
He's got Joe DeRosa and Tyrus, dude. You ever see Tyrus?
Crazy people.
Tyrus might look like Thanos himself, dude.
Really?
Yeah, for real. As a guy who is Thanos.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
There's a guy named Tyrus. He is Thanos.
I know you're talking about now. Yeah, dude. It's sad. It's a sad thing. It's all paid for by fucking companies.
Yeah, that dude.
Thanos himself, dude.
Yeah, really. Nice.
What's his hat say? What's his hat say? Where
my dogs at?
I think so, dude.
No. Bigger word.
I can't tell though.
Where my something?
Dude, that is Thanos.
Might be Thanos, dude. That's Fox Thanos.
Tearing it up on
That dude's got some ears.
Hey,
It's a big fella.
that's a big fella.
And so what does he do?
He's one of the Gutfeld's.
He's a wrestler?
Yeah. One of Gutfeld's bros.
Damn, 6'7".
That fucking show, it's amazing how much more popular it is than those other network shows.
That's
Isn't it crazy that the Democrats haven't figured out how to do a show like that? We just get comics and sit around and talk shit and bring people on and fuck around, and that's your talk show. And you review the news together where you all mock it. You read something that Biden did, and everybody's like, bah!
Yeah, fucking Colin Quinn's
tough crowd.
Tough crowd.
Yeah, that was it.
Yeah.
That was a different time.
They had it right. That was a podcast.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was like the first
podcast.
That was one of the first, just a podcast.
Yeah, it was like an hour-long podcast. And comics would just fuck around, talk shit to each other. Patrice, Nick DiPaolo.
Man, those are like my favorite highlight videos.
Yeah.
Dudes bullying other dudes on comic.
One of my favorite ever was Geraldo and Leary.
Unreal.
It's one of the greatest. Leary's giving him a hard time for having jokes.
Yeah.
And he's like, yeah, Dennis, we write jokes. It's what we do. Literally professionally. And like Leary gets upset with him, but he's like talking back to him.
He's like, yeah, maybe your show wouldn't have got canceled if you wrote.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, shit, damn. Judy Gold versus Voss and Patrice. Voss and Patrice would team up, and it's the funniest duo possible. Because Voss is such a motherfucker.
Yeah.
He's very good at being like a sidekick and jumping in and being like, get him, fuck him. Yeah.
He was a classic on Opie and Anthony.
Voss?
Oh my god.
Dude,
he's an animal. You ever see the one when they would introduce him in a like unexpected stand-up? He would go into like a coffee shop and Club Soda Kenny would go, ladies and gentlemen, Rich Voss. And he would just go and start doing his act on the radio in front of all these fucking people that have no idea he was supposed to.
Oh, no, dude.
He's cringe.
He's so fucking funny.
He is,
he's the only dude on there that would he was like the punching bag. They would all try to hit.
And he had a good time.
He could take it and then he would swing back once.
Yeah.
And it would be a knockout.
Yeah.
Dude. Whoever he hit,
but he took it with a smile on his face.
Yeah, he's
never got defensive.
No.
Yeah. Which is the big thing.
Yeah. Yeah, he's fucking funny.
I love Voss so much, dude.
He's great.
He's the man. That's when he used to big up when he would hit you with the billfold. He'd be like, here's $20. Shane.
Oh.
It was the best.
Voss was the first guy to take me on the road.
Oh, really?
Yeah. He was the first headliner that was like, do you want to come open for me?
No shit.
Yeah.
Where did he take you?
Fucking local shitholes in Pennsylvania and Jersey.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, he was the man.
Yeah.
And he'd always be like, lose my number, kid. Stop.
I know.
He was so fucking funny.
But getting friends with like a real legit comic like that when you're just starting out,
was
so
everything.
Huge.
And then when I was getting SNL, the Voss came up and was like, you know I've always been good to you, right?
He was, so I could tell he loved. I could tell he loved you.
I do love Voss.
Great. He's great. But that's like that moment when a guy like that takes you on the road. Oof.
And then Soder got me. Soder was next. It was Voss, and then Dan Soder was like, do you want to come on the road? And I was like,
oh, that's amazing.
Like, bro, I love you so much. I'll die for you. I'll fucking die for you.
He's an angelic dude.
Soder is an angelic.
He's one of the nicest dudes.
He's so nice.
Yeah. He's so good.
Yeah, very funny.
He's somehow underrated.
Yeah,
for how good he is.
For now, it'll change.
I know he's so good.
It'll be overwhelming. It's one of those, it happened with you. It's happening right now with Hinchcliffe. Hinchcliffe is selling out everywhere, man.
Dude,
he's crushing.
Tony does crush.
He's an animal, dude. His stand-up is good.
Well, that's because his character, he's a very unlikable person. His character.
Yeah.
Where he acts like an asshole.
Yeah.
And then you go talk to him off stage, you're like, fuck, this is the nicest guy ever.
Yeah.
I love this fucking guy.
He just loves
and then
pro
you watch
wrestling.
him on stage, he's such a cocksucker the
He
whole time.
wants to be the heel.
Yeah.
He wants to be the pro wrestling heel.
And then he kills.
But he's got it down to science.
Yeah.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, going on the road, man. Dude, fucking that is the greatest education a comic ever gets. When you're first starting out and you get to go on the road.
It's so fun.
And you're doing packed houses because they're all there to see that guy, and you have your 15, 20 minutes you're supposed to do, and you're like, Okay, here we go.
Yeah.
You're in an airport
and shit. Yeah.
Going to an airport to go to a show. You're like,
Stoked.
dude,
Your hotel's paid
I'm
for. You walk
famous.
in the hotel.
Just waiting for someone to ask you, what are you doing? Like, I'm actually traveling.
I'm a comedian.
Open up for Adam Sandler.
Yeah. So
It's the
it was
greatest.
wonderful.
Yeah,
Those are the greatest days.
You get jaded so quickly. I go on the road and I'm just like, fuck.
Really? I still love
Airports. I used
Yeah.
to love airports. I'd go to an airport and
Really?
be like, dude, this is going to be so sick.
I don't know. When you go with friends, it's the best.
Yeah.
The best thing that I ever did, and I did it early on, is I started bringing my opening acts.
Yeah.
I brought guys that I knew that were really funny, that were cool. I paid them. I would get them. I would, instead of like the club paying them because they always underpay you, I would pay them. I'll pay for everybody. Pay for their tickets, pay for their hotel. And everybody's like, well, it costs money to fly people out. You can just get the local guy. Yeah, but that's not an option.
Yeah.
In my mind, like that, then it's depression weekend. Then it's me alone in a Phoenix hotel room, staring at the TV, flipping channels, deciding whether or not I want to work out now, when do I want to eat.
Yeah.
And then my only interaction with people is at the club.
You don't talk for a full day.
For the full day.
The first thing you say is, hey, everybody.
Yeah, that's
Crazy.
weird. Richard Jenny talked about that once. Like sometimes like the first words he would say to anybody all day would be on stage.
Yeah.
Like that's crazy.
Yeah, I kind of don't mind that though. I can wander around by myself for
Yeah?
a while.
You don't get depressed?
Nah, I kind of enjoy it. I can sit by myself for a long time.
I can for a day. I like a day off.
When you're on week number 8.
See, that'll
week
fuck me
number
up.
8.
Yeah,
you're on,
that's
you're
the
in
thing.
But when you
fucking
travel with
hell.
your boys,
See, yeah, that's fun.
when you travel with your boys, you're going to dinner with your friends like this.
True,
Like us right
true,
now.
true,
having
true.
if we were on the road, we would have the same conversation while we're eating steak. Like,
True.
laughing, having fun, cracking a bottle of wine.
Yes,
All right, show's in an hour. Let's go, boys.
you're
Let's
right.
go. And then you go. It's the best.
Yeah, I was doing them sparingly, so I'd be like, "Oh, this is a nice little quiet weekend." But yeah, if that was
I don't
like
mind.
week
I'm
after
with
week
you.
after week after week, that would get.
Yeah,
kind of
I'm with you, like sparingly.
A nice week by yourself does rule.
Yeah,
But yeah, you got to bring the bros.
yeah.
And
We're
when
there.
you're on the road with your boys,
sure.
it's like they're your family. Like
Yeah.
it's like we're all just friends.
Yeah.
This is a great time. We're all having a good time together. Everyone's having a good time unless someone bombs.
Yeah.
The one guy that bombs.
That does
Like,
stink.
bro.
But then that's kind of fun, dude. I love when one of my friends bombs,
you're
dude.
fucking-
You got to go, yo,
Fucked
what
up
the
the vibe.
fuck was that?
Right, but if you're taking guys, like you're giving them a chance,
Yeah.
and you realize like halfway into the weekend, like this is not going to work out.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you just keep bringing them.
Do you?
I do. I got guys on the roster that will bomb. No problem.
Yeah, I'll put those dudes up on a regular night and give them a shot.
Yeah.
But not on the road. When you're on the road, I'm bringing heavy hitters. I'm bringing Brian Simpson and Hinchcliffe and Hans, and I'm bringing killers.
The fun part is still like I remember being excited being at the airport.
Yeah.
And not that
Yeah.
it was literally 3 years ago.
Right.
But
You're a
now
pro.
I get to take like Lemaire and like Nate and all these guys that like they get to the airport and they're like, yo, that's fucking great. Dude, they have this at the airport? Like, they've never flown. They're like, dude, what the fuck is this?
Yeah.
Delta Sky Lounge?
Think about Chipotle here.
You got to keep appreciating it.
Yeah,
That's why I would always take edibles. I would always take edibles when I flew. Because the fly day is just a disaster. Like,
It
you're just
sucks.
flying in. Like, if you got to fly to Philadelphia and you live in LA,
Yeah.
like that day's gone.
Yes,
You got 5 hours on a plane. So I would just take like a 200 milligram edible and just go on a harrowing adventure of the soul for the entire flight. It's like, yo.
Dude, that's psycho, dude. That's psycho.
Well, that's the Joey Diaz way. I learned it from Diaz. Diaz and I, when we traveled together, because we started traveling together in the 90s. I started taking Joey Diaz with me on the road in like 97, 98. We did gigs in New Jersey. That was the Joey Diaz cocaine years, too. The reason why I started taking 3 people, I would take 2 people on the road with me, 2 openers, is because Joey didn't show up sometimes. So I'm like, so that's how Ari got to start with me.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, yeah, I don't want to stop taking Joey. You know, because when Joey did show up, he's the fucking life of the party. Like you hoped that he didn't go on a bender. And he only did it a couple of times, but he did it enough where I was like, I'm going to hedge my bets. And if Joey shows up, we got a 3-man show.
Yeah.
If Joey doesn't show up, we got a 2-man show.
It's fucking funny.
Yeah, but they were the best times.
The
man.
driving road trips were the best.
Oh my God.
Driving.
Yeah. When Hinchcliffe and I have done driving road trips, he's come up with some of his most ruthless material, making me laugh in the car. I'm like, dude, you gotta say that on stage.
Yeah.
He's like, really?
That's also the best thing. To have your friends with you.
True.
Like Matt, if Matt's in the room, I'll be like, all right, I'm going to try the joke that you and me think's funny.
Yeah.
If I'm by myself, I'll go out there and just do my act.
Right.
Whatever. If I know one of my comic friends is in the room, they're gonna think it's funny.
Yeah.
Then it is funny. Then
True.
I'm up there like,
Yeah,
you know?
it makes it fun.
Great way to workshop material too.
When someone says you got to say that tonight,
Yeah, puts a gun to you. Yeah,
it's great.
it's great.
Yeah. And has
Especially
someone
when
there
it doesn't
watching.
work and you're in the back going,
Hey, what time's your show tonight?
we got it.
Yeah, it's 5 o'clock.
yeah.
I'm gonna wrap this bitch up. Yeah.
Awesome.
My man, you're the fucking man.
You're the best.
Very
I love
nice to
you.
meet you. That was a lot of fun.
Thank you, Joe.
Let's do this again 100%. The three of us.
Appreciate it.
100%.
Matt Shane Secret Podcast.
Fun time.
Let's
Matt
go.
Shane Secret Podcast. It's available on YouTube. It's on Patreon. Do you guys have it up on iTunes and all that other jazz? So it's on Apple Podcasts and Spotify and all that shit.
Beautiful.
All right.
First thing, search. What does Matt McCusker do?
You'll never know.
Now they know.
Matt McCusker is a comedian, writer, and what does it say?
Oh, it's
It's
just
a nice bio, yeah.
And proud co-host.
Look at
Matt
that.
and Shane Secret Podcast. You look like a fucking mugshot. That totally looks like a mugshot. Engaging in nonviolent criminal activity, Matt has decided to rest of his days towards the pursuit of peace and harmony. What?
Nice bio, right?
That's a good bio. Who wrote that?
Me. I'm a writer, bro.
All right. Great time, boys. Thank you very much. Bye, everybody.
Thank you.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
All right, we're back after a brief hiatus. We had a little fuck up here, but we're back. Cheers again.
Yeah, cheers.
So we were saying that I was saying that this is Stanhope's move, drinking Bud Light, and you were saying that you like drinking Bud Light because you could drink more. And then I said Stanhope switched to cocktails. All this happened. We had a fuck up with the recording, but you said you lived with Stanhope.
I did.
At the fucking Neverland Ranch?
Yes. It was crazy.
Yeah, what's he doing out there?
What do you think?
Yeah.
Guess.
Just being bombed,
He's
having
nuts.
random strangers show up at his house.
Yeah, he doesn't care. I mean, he's so funny, but yeah, every once in a while he'd get a little nasty.
Yeah,
He'd turn on me.
He turned on you?
Yeah, I'd say because it was like a month, and I can drink, but I can't.
So you lived with him for a whole month?
Yeah, I stayed in the guest house.
What is that place like? That Bisbee, Arizona?
It's a cool town.
Yeah?
It's really cool. Yeah. Yeah, it's like an old mining town. So every house is like an old mine shack. It's crazy.
And most of the people there, what do they do?
I think when the mines closed, because it was an old copper mine, they all, like hippies from California moved in there. So it's like a real artsy.
Is he like the mayor of the town?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Although I think all he does is, I could be wrong. Maybe his routine changed during COVID. In fact, I know it did. But they... Yeah, that was it. He would just go to the grocery store and come back. That was his.
That's it?
That's it.
That's it?
That's it.
Just make sure he's got enough money in the bank?
Talk shit, do podcasts. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. It was fun. But yeah, like I said, every once in a while he'd get a couple of drinks and be like, look at you. He'd be hanging out out of nowhere. He'd be like, you're fat. I'd be like, all right, man. What the fuck, dude?
That's the hard booze.
Yeah.
That's hard booze thinking. People that just drink like Bud Lights, they probably don't get that nasty. It's a slow trickle.
No. Yeah, I got this. This is my dad. Dad just drinks these all night.
It's not the best flavor.
It's crazy. A couple BLs, dude.
It's okay. It'd probably be real good with like crabs. You know, like some seafood and like a nice light beer.
Drinking outside, it's perfect.
Yeah, real cold.
Yeah, you can't drink like craft or like IPAs outside.
Yeah, you can.
I don't like it.
I do.
What the fuck's your problem?
I like dark beer. I do. Yeah. I like
well, you
stouts.
work out. You're in shape and shit.
Yeah, but that's not why I like it.
If I start, yeah, I know. But if I start crushing IPAs, I'll
get hammered.
Balloon.
Yeah, it's good time.
Huge.
Yeah, there you go.
If I drink 12 IPAs a night instead of Bud Lights, it'd be a disaster.
That's true. But you wouldn't need 12. You'd need 5, and you'd have the same effect.
Yeah, but that's why I don't drink. I try not to drink liquor ever. I'm trying not to get fucking hammered at these places.
You're just trying to like keep a steady buzz.
Yeah, because I'll get drunk. I had a bad habit of getting hammered at clubs and talking shit.
That sounds like a normal comedian.
Yeah, it sounds like everyone. Yeah, but then the anxiety the next day, all that. What did I say?
I know, that is the worst. Oh. That's the worst feeling when you're all drunk together and you're like, did I say something stupid?
You said, I say wild shit.
And people said stupid shit to you. Yeah. So you're like, man, was I that guy too? Yeah. Yeah, you were.
Definitely. At the cellar now, it's like we're all having like conversations about like race and shit like that. And
you might get hammered.
I might get hammered and be like, would you guys shut up? Just wake up the next day like, oh.
There's nothing worse than comedians that are virtue signaling. Like around other comedians and trying to establish like a way that we should all communicate. And you're like,
yeah.
What the fuck are you saying?
Yeah,
are you pretending this is real?
Yeah.
Are you pretending this is real?
We're all in on this.
We're all in on this. We're all good people talking mad shit. There's no bad people here. Just because someone says something ridiculous to make other people laugh, like, yeah, that's what they're doing.
Yeah.
We know the game.
Yeah.
It's like it's they're opportunists. They're opportunists. They find a way to claim the moral high ground, to be upset at everybody else, but if you're a comedian, you do that. You're a traitor. You know what's going on. You know that these guys are just talking shit. And talking shit is a real thing.
Yeah.
It's a thing. It's like, here's my real statement. Here's how I really feel about things. Here's honesty. Here's me, just being vulnerable and truthful. And then here's me talking shit.
Yeah.
And when I'm talking,
it is literally shit. It is shit. It's not real.
No, we're saying ridiculous things to make each other laugh.
I'm gonna get fucked up on this.
Yeah, there you go. Good.
So we'll start talking shit by the end.
6 or 7 of these, we'll have a good buzz going.
Yeah,
it might grow on me. It's not bad. I get the idea though. That's one of the things that I've been reading about lately. I'm actually rereading this book by Brian Muraresku on. It's called The Immortality Key. It's all about ancient Greece and how they used to take wine. And they had wine laced with all these psychedelic chemicals, and that's the whole Eleusinian mysteries. But back then, everybody used to drink all day. They all had the alcohol was terrible. Like the wine had like 3% alcohol, the booze had like 3%, like beer was 3%. They didn't know how to make like strong shit like they know how to make today, and everybody was drunk all the time.
Yeah, what else are you gonna do?
Yeah,
sitting around. Waiting to get fucking killed by barbarians. You better get hammered.
And the barbarians are on mushrooms.
Yeah,
they were. That was the thing. Like Vikings, they were all on mushrooms.
Were they?
Yeah, they would do mushrooms and go berserking.
Yeah, they would do some bad things. I can't imagine doing those things on mushrooms.
Yeah, but if you lived back then, you could.
True.
If that was a normal part of everyday life, was cutting people apart, you probably want to be.
Yeah, I'd take mushrooms and giggle.
Yeah, probably.
These guys would take it and.
But they might have giggled too.
I bet they were giggling.
Yeah, I would imagine. We're lucky. But that's why people complain today. It's like, because it's pretty easy. So the things that people complain about, they're relatively mild in comparison to the historical record, how fucked up life was.
Yeah. Yeah, it was terrible.
Did you buy that shirt on purpose? Really?
Yes.
So you saw that in the store and you're like, this is the one.
I saw this shirt. I was like, that's the drip.
That's it.
This is the drip. Gym shorts and a Walmart polo.
Do you play golf?
No.
Good for you.
I go drink. I watch my friends play golf. I'll go on the cart. It's
Jamie,
fun.
Do you have a shirt like that? Do you have golf shirts that you wear?
I do, but not like that.
They're not as fly as this. Is that what you're saying?
I mean,
dude, it's so
Tiger Woods collection.
I was with Ari at the house, and I was like, I look like a dickhead, right? He was like, no, you look fine. I knew that he was lying.
Is Ari staying at Tim's too?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
It's just me and Ari. It's just me and
God.
that fucking guy. Took his dick out already?
Of course he did.
Dude, which is fine. Taking your dick out with other people around is funny.
But just with one
it's
dude.
just me and him. And I was like, dude, who's this joke for, bro? It's just you and me. It was great.
I guarantee you, Tim's got cameras everywhere.
Oh, definitely.
Recording everything.
He's probably watching.
Yes. Take it out.
Let's
go. Let's go.
So we were out, me and Ari were swimming. And I was like, I bet you I can swim underwater the length of the pool. And he was like, I bet you can. So I did it. And then when I was like out of breath, got to the other side, I was like, Puh. It came out and his dick was out. He was standing outside of the pool. I was like, God damn it. I was like tired.
He's a wild motherfucker. Man, that dude lived most of the pandemic in South America.
Yeah.
Just moved to South America for a while. Didn't know anybody down there. Got an Airbnb.
Started doing yoga up there.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's great. Well, he's all about that. Like, me and him we don't share a lot in common. Like, he was walking around. He's like, we should go hiking. We should do this. Dude, shut up. Just watch Sports Center and drink. He was trying to get me to go down there with him.
He's big on new experiences, like hiking type things.
Yeah.
Going places and traveling.
I don't like it.
Well, he got real big on travel a few years back where he took like 3 solid months off where he didn't do any comedy. He left his laptop at home. I think he brought a flip phone, and he just traveled, and no one could get in touch with him.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Didn't he go to, like, China?
Yeah. He went all over the place. He went all through Asia, stayed in hostels. Like, okay.
Yeah, he likes that. He asked me to go to Bonnaroo with him this year. He's like, dude, I'm not going to it's going to be 95 degrees with just hippies and tents.
Where's Bonnaroo?
In Tennessee, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's his vibe. I don't like that.
Yeah.
I'm not going to a fucking tent.
Yeah, he likes taking Molly and hanging out with weirdos.
I like taking Molly.
And hanging out with weirdos?
Yeah, I don't like the weirdos. Like, I take Molly, I want to be alone.
Yeah.
But yeah.
It's he's living the life of a free man. I mean, I don't think I know anybody that values freedom.
Yeah.
Like Ari does. Because he values freedom above, like, freedom from everything. Freedom from the best job in the world. Like, even though stand-up's the best job in the world, he'll take months off of his schedule. I'm not doing anything. I'm not doing any podcasts. I'm not doing anything. I'm just going to wander around with nobody, by himself.
Yeah. It's impressive. I don't have that.
It's a weird instinct.
Yeah.
Well,
I think because it's from when he was a kid, leaving the whole Jewish thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
He's probably accustomed to losing his entire community.
For people who don't know, he lived, what is it? It's not a kibbutz, right? Is that what it was? He lived somewhere in Israel where they read the Talmud like 12 hours a day. And they did chores, and he was in like a religious retreat.
They're Amish.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
Jewish Amish. And then he realized, like, fuck this. Like, what am I doing? This is bullshit.
The strength that takes to be like,
oh my God,
what the fuck are we doing?
Yeah. This takes massive balls.
Yeah. He has those too.
Mm-hmm.
Just saw him.
Legitimately.
Yeah.
They're like shockingly low hanging. What's going on there?
Yeah. The shirt's good though.
Yours?
Yeah.
Okay,
good.
I'm fine with it.
Good stuff.
I'd wear it for a goof.
Yeah.
I could wear that shirt.
You should.
Yeah.
Start wearing golf stuff.
Yeah, why not? People would think, I told you he was Republican.
Oh, yeah, true.
Match that hat you like.
Which hat?
The golf hat.
Which one?
The one that Billboard made fun of you.
Oh, my Little Rascals hat.
It's a golf hat.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
It's a paperboy hat.
Yeah. The golfer Payne Stewart used to wear.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, a Jeff cap. Right?
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. My dad wears those.
I like
Pretty
those.
funny. Yeah.
Those are my favorite hats. So we all have weird tastes. I don't know. I like them. They look good on my fat, round head.
Do they?
Yeah, if I had one here, I'd put it on so you could see. You'd be like, nice.
Yeah, I'd have to be like, well, of course I would. I'm not going to be like, you look like a fucking idiot. I'm nervous, dude. Of course I'm going to be like, yeah, everything you do is great.
Well, we need more of these. Cheers.
Yeah, true. Cheers,
a couple
man.
more of these. So, you still living in New York?
I am.
You liking it out there?
I mean, the only thing I like is doing stand-up, so.
Yeah.
It's the only thing I do.
Yeah.
Just hang out, Uber to the club.
You had some funny shit last night, man.
Oh, thank you.
It was a lot of fun.
Thank you.
These 2 nights have been really fun.
Yeah, they've been awesome, man. You too. It's good. You're still out there swinging like that?
Yeah, we got to swing.
Bro, I was standing in the back with Ari, and you started going. I was looking at him like, ooh, Joe's going to get in trouble.
Yeah, you get in trouble.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I mean, some people are going to get mad, but it's comedy. You know, the people that aren't mad are having a great time. I mean, we just did 2 nights in a row. Everybody's having a great time. And these shows at Vulcan that we've been doing on Tuesday and Wednesday nights, they sell out like instantly.
Yeah.
And it's fun. Everybody's
awesome,
enthusiastic. Great crowds. Austin's amazing. I fucking love it here.
Austin's cool. The area around there, I don't like it.
It's a little sketchy.
A lot of homeless.
Yeah. Well, it's not well regulated. No. And these knuckleheads decided to defund the police, which is a super unwise move. And it gets weird down there.
It's like Bonnaroo out there, dude. It was just intense and on drugs.
Yeah, it's but you know what? Relatively speaking, it's exciting.
Yeah, you got a fucking driver and a bodyguard, dude. And you do karate. Yeah, it's fun. I'm walking around just like, dude, I'm going to get fucked up.
Don't walk
here.
around. You're supposed to.
You got to walk around.
Get from the parking lot into the structure, and then from the structure into the parking lot, and then we vacate the area. That's what you do. Yeah, you secure the perimeter of the area with security.
Yeah, I like doing
a lot of
comedy in fucking Fallujah. What the fuck, dude? It's part of the fun. It is fun. It is fun, but
it is
till it's not.
Yes.
One day somebody's not gonna have fun.
Yeah. But that's like part of what the fun is. Like,
true.
You cannot have light without dark. You cannot have sunshine without rain. If you have sunshine all the time, you have California, and everybody's fucked up.
Yeah.
They don't know what to do because they're baffled. Because it's like someone who stays up for 5 days in a row. You lose the cycle. There's no cycle, so you get confused. You need a little winter. You need a little sun. You need a little cold. You need a little bit of everything. You can't just only eat cake, you fuck. You can't just eat cake. That's what like California people are doing. They're just eating cake. You know, well, even California now, they're recognizing like Los Angeles is hitting a massive crime wave. Like fucking crime is everywhere. I know so many friends who their apartments been broken into, their cars been broken into, they've been robbed. So many people are getting robbed there. It's just a totally different situation. And, you know, that makes it more dangerous, but it also makes it more exciting.
Yeah, more fun.
A little more fun.
Yeah, Philly's doing that too.
Like Burr was saying when he did Saturday Night Live, and when he did that sketch, or that opening monologue, rather, and he talked about, what's his name, that got punched? The little dude?
Yeah, the guy from
Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. What the fuck's his name? Rick Moranis.
Rick Moranis.
They punched Rick Moranis. He goes, New York's back, baby.
yeah. That was a rough one, dude.
Yeah.
Rick took one on the chin.
Yeah, he out of nowhere for no reason. Someone just sucker punched him. But that's what happens when you have all
They
this.
shouldn't have shrunk those fucking kids. It's probably that homeless guy probably saw that. Like,
maybe. He got mad.
I don't like people playing with my kids.
Right. Probably. It's all this crazy rhetoric. This white people are terrible rhetoric. You're just allowed to just run up to random whiteys and punch them.
Yeah. That's good, though. Keeps our head on a swivel a little. It's time for the whiteys to start.
When you're 60 years old and you don't know karate, and you're Rick Moranis, it's probably not the
just
best.
Getting leveled.
Yeah, and that guy's not going to recover from that well.
No.
You know? He's not Mark
Hunt. Yeah, he'll be able to. Rick will bounce back. Rick's tough, dude. What do you know about Rick?
I don't know anything about Rick.
Chin.
I'm just taking a guess. I don't think so. He went down pretty quick.
Well, it was a sneak shot, dude.
It was a sneak shot. That's true. Yeah.
You can see his instincts kick in a little. He did.
Really? You think so? A little covering up?
If you watch it close, you'll see Rick.
I thought that was like a seizure.
No, he definitely did not. He did not react at all. He got leveled. A day later,
I hope he's
he was
okay.
like, what happened?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tim told me, Dylan told me that he was in Times Square and he felt like he was being hunted. He's like, dude, he goes, it's so dangerous there now. It used to be like so easy to walk, and now you walk into the streets, you feel like a victim.
Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy. But I just moved there. I moved there like a year before COVID started.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
From where?
Philly.
Oh, that's where you're from?
Yeah. No, I'm from Mechanicsburg, Pennsylvania.
Where'd you start doing stand-up?
The first open mics I did were at the Harrisburg Comedy Zone.
My parents used to live in Harrisburg. What? Yeah.
Yeah, that's where I started.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, they moved to Harrisburg for a while. They lived in Harrisburg and they lived somewhere else out there. There was another like real rural area of Pennsylvania. I'm like, people that think of Pennsylvania, they think of Philly. You know, you think of Pennsylvania, you think of Pittsburgh, you think Philly, you think cities. You're out there, you just smell cow shit, and you see deer everywhere.
Lancaster, PA, a lot of Amish. Mechanicsburg's. It was white trash. It's getting a little more, it's getting gentrified.
Is it?
Yeah.
Well, people were spreading out.
Yeah.
You know, I think that's one thing that happened with COVID. People are moving out of cities, you know, in a lot of places. There's still plenty of people in cities, obviously, but a lot of folks are like, do I need to do this? I can work from home.
Yeah. Yeah, that'd be nice. I think that's the plan eventually.
For you?
Like to get good enough at stand-up to do like what Nate Bargatze's doing, just living in fucking Tennessee.
Nashville.
Just traveling, yeah.
Or you could live out here. This is the move.
I don't know, man.
You don't like it out here?
No, I like it. It's fine. I like the Northeast.
Yeah.
I do.
I get it.
And I just got in at the Cellar and all that, so.
Yeah.
I want to do that for a while.
Well, you could always just travel around too. You know,
Yeah.
you could always just get a condo and just, I mean, when you like guys like Tim that have places out here that you could stay at. Like I would buy a comedy condo, but I do not trust comedians. Like for the club, I would have a condo out here where comics could stay, but they'll ruin it.
They will ruin it.
They'll punch a hole in the wall and piss on it and then show me
Yeah.
a video. I'm like, what are you doing? Come on, man, you're rich.
True.
Come on, dude.
That's it.
The fight was
swear
funny.
to God, before I came here, me and Ari were talking about that.
It was funny.
We're staying at Tim's place. We should just fucking destroy this house.
That's what I'm saying. And if it's mine, they probably will.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. I would never do that.
I know
Not
you
to
wouldn't, but some guys would.
Some guys might.
Yeah, some guys
But they
for
don't
sure
know you
will.
know fucking karate.
They
Dude.
know.
Fuck them up.
They don't care.
Just a leg
And
kick.
then they'll be happy. Then they'll sue you, and then they'll make even more money.
True. I dare you to fucking leg kick.
Like, all I did was make a video of pissing in a hole in his wall. Whatever.
What's this guy's problem?
Tell me he hasn't done that before?
You ever piss in a hole in the wall?
If I had a hole in someone's wall and I was drunk and it was funny and somebody had a camera, I'd probably do it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. You know, because you think you're never going to get that piss out of the wall.
Yeah. I had a friend that did that. He was at a house party and he got in a fight. And then he went and punched a hole in the wall and threw up in it. John Nunn, what up, bro? I think he's trying to have a career right now. So,
what's he having a career in?
I think actually film. He's working. He does.
Oh.
Yeah.
We can only
Like I
hope.
said, yeah, he'll be fine.
Yeah.
But that was a good. So I think he got stabbed too. At this
Oh,
party.
Jesus
Yeah.
Christ. That's a real party.
Yeah, he had a party. Punching a hole in the wall after losing a fight and throwing up in it.
Have you ever been at a party where a full melee brawl breaks out?
Like a bunch of yeah, in college.
I was in one in just when I graduated high school. There was a kid who was, I think he was from Iran, and his family had a lot of money, and they had a mansion in Beacon Hill. I think it was in Beacon Hill. I'm trying to remember. I don't know, but it was somewhere in the Newton, Massachusetts area where they have like a lot of money. And this kid just invited everybody over to his house. So all these people that he didn't know, hundreds of kids were at this guy's party. And this girl, I still to this day can't remember what she did. She either threw a drink in a guy's face or she hit him. I can't remember what happened, but I was there when the first spark started the fire. I remember exactly where I was. There was like a staircase, and there was like this banister, and I was watching it from here. And I don't remember. I think she threw a drink at him, and this dude just fucking uncorks a picture-perfect right hand in her face.
A lady?
Bam! Punched her head, snaps back. She goes out. She falls back, and then madness.
Yeah.
And then madness. And then there's fucking people jumping on people and smashing things and throwing people over stairs. And I'm like fucking ducking, and I make my way out. There's piles of people. I'm looking for my friends. It was wild.
Yeah, it was pre-Twitter. That's how they handled it.
Oh, yeah. It was way this is like the 80s. It was wild.
Yeah.
I'll never forget it. It was just like all of a sudden you could feel it in the air. Like people were just looking to punch people. It's like something happens to
madness.
people when there's like a mob mentality thing. Like people were just looking to punch people. Like you could tell. People didn't even know anybody. They were just looking at you like, maybe I'll punch you. You're like, hey, trying to get out of here.
Yeah. It's like, whose side are you on?
Yeah, no sides. Get me the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
I snuck through it without getting hit, and I got outside, and friends of mine were like in piles. Just piles of people fighting random piles of other people.
The last one, it was in high school. We got in a group fight. I went to the Catholic high school, the public high school. We decided to meet to fight. And I guess half their guys didn't show up to the fight. So we just jumped them.
How many kids?
It was probably we were probably about 20 to 30 deep. They were probably like 10. We just beat the fuck out of these kids. My one friend Bison, dude, he was like,
you have a friend named Bison?
Yeah, it's his nickname. He's going to be very happy when he hears this. He's a big guy. He was way out of high school. He was like 24. He showed up.
Oh, no.
He was huge. He started doing wrestling moves to these kids.
Oh, no.
He had a kid in a lion tamer.
Oh,
Put him in the walls of Jericho.
Jesus
kid was crying.
Christ.
Kid was crying.
Jesus Christ.
It was wonderful, yeah.
That's child abuse.
That was, yeah. He should face
charges.
He should face charges.
Something.
Yeah.
Someone should call his mom at least.
Yeah, but it was funny because a lot of the kids who were like afraid to fight that were with us, like my friends, were like kind of hiding. It was at night, so they're like hiding in the dark. And then once one kid from the other school went down, they'd all swarm and start kicking him in the face and shit.
Jesus
Yeah.
Christ.
Yeah, it was
Mom
nice.
mentality
That's
is
the one
real.
with Jericho.
Yes, that's what happened.
That's what you meant.
Now imagine a 25-year-old man
Jesus.
who was like 350 pounds.
So MMA fighter used the walls of Jericho to
Chris
win a
Jericho,
match?
that's his name.
Right. But what MMA fighter used that to win a match?
Oh, no, in his fight.
No.
No,
Look,
the
see, it says
caption-
MMA fighter.
Oh, Jesus Christ, I didn't see that.
Yeah.
Jamie.
Jamie's
I
blind.
wasn't looking at the screen.
Who the fuck used that in a fight? If you use that, oh my God, it really did.
No.
Whoa.
Oh my God. That works, man. That's tremendous pressure on your back. That's crazy.
Yeah, I saw it happen to a guy. He cried.
So they're calling it a Boston crab? What is that, a Boston crab? Let's see. Dude, you're tagged in that.
I know. I asked a long time ago.
That's hilarious. Look, it says Jamie Vernon. 197 weeks ago. Wow. Look at that. That seems like it would hurt. Like legit work.
Yeah.
And once someone has your legs in that position and they've got their center of gravity over your lower back, you're not really getting out of that. I don't see how to get out of that. Like if you get to that position right there, you're kind of fucked.
Every single younger brother on earth has had that happen to them.
It's like you shouldn't ever get to that spot. But if someone does get you to that spot, I'm trying to think of how you would get out of that. I don't think there's a clear way out of that. Because the way your body is bent, like you would have to figure out a way to rotate, but you're not going to rotate with full hold of your legs like that. And then someone leaning on your back, and you try to turn, you're fucked.
Yeah.
That might be like the ultimate finishing move. It's just pain though.
Yeah.
Think about that. It's like, it's not going to take you out.
That's
just going to hurt.
That could fuck you. That could fuck your spine up, right?
No, I don't think so. I think it just puts your spine in a very bad position where it hurts a lot.
Yeah.
Here it is. Is this the same fight or a different one?
I think it's the same thing because it's like a cleaner video of it.
Oh, yeah. Nope. Different guy.
My God.
Different guy. This is another guy doing it. I think so because he stuck his tongue out.
I think that could do it too.
Oh, really? Yeah, you're right. You're right. Look at the shorts. Same color shorts. Yep, that's him. They just didn't have the full video. That's crazy that he did that. Because once you get into that position, like when someone has both of your legs tucked under the arms like that, I don't know what you're going to be able to do. You know what this is? This is a guy who's way better. The guy in the blue, he's way better, and the other guy's already done.
Yeah,
so
he did a wrestling move to him.
He decides to have some fun. He's tapping. Yeah, you have to tap from that. But the key is to never let yourself get into that position. Shout out to that fella.
Yeah, he should have not gotten in the ring.
John O'Meara.
John O'Meara?
John O'Meara.
John O'Meara. Yeah. Congratulations, John. So that's a Boston crab, or is that the Walls of Jericho? What's the difference?
Chris Jericho doing it makes it the Walls of Jericho.
Oh,
yeah.
Makes sense.
Shout out to the other guy, too. Congratulations on reliving the worst thing that's ever happened to you on a gigantic platform.
It's not the worst way to get tapped. What? Yeah. No, there's worse ways, for sure. Wrist locks.
Oh, yeah. That would
get so sad when someone
how?
catches him in a wrist lock. Jesus Christ. A wrist lock in an MMA fight is very embarrassing.
Really?
Moment. Yeah, it's embarrassing because it hurts like hell. Like you will tap, but like in jiu-jitsu, it's like the most embarrassing way to get tapped. If somebody gets you in a wrist lock.
Really?
Yeah.
I thought the most embarrassing is getting tapped by like a girl, right?
But that happens.
And that happens to everybody that does jiu-jitsu.
Yep, 100%.
Yeah. You always show up early and they're like, I'll be pretty good at this. And then they pair you up with a girl.
And all of a sudden,
fucking tapped.
On your back, chucking the shit out of you.
Yeah, you're like, I thought I'd be into this.
It's humiliating. When you find out a woman can kill you, it's very sad. A woman who weighs less than you, who's weaker than you, but she can kill you.
Yeah.
Easily.
I don't want to find out.
Multiple times.
Yeah.
Like Duncan. I got Duncan a year of jiu-jitsu once for Christmas. And he went to classes and he was doing it with this girl and she was new. She wasn't even an expert.
They were like starting together.
They're both starting together and she was strangling him. And I was like, oh, Duncan, we got to work on this.
No, just get out of the sport. It's not for you.
He's like, dude, she just killed me.
Yeah, you got to go home.
Yeah. He eventually decided it was not for him. He could have stuck with it, though. He would have figured it out.
And then one day beat a girl?
No, beat guys. He moved from girls to guys.
I guess.
Yeah.
Look, I don't do this stuff.
When I started, there was very few women doing it. Very few.
I remember
really rare.
Football when I was a kid. When we were very young, there'd be girls.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's
I remember
wild.
that. Yeah.
Those girls were wild.
They were.
Any girl willing to play tackle football with boys?
Yeah.
Holy shit.
And then once, then we all hit puberty and they couldn't.
Yeah.
They couldn't play. But there was some lingering around. Giant lesbians.
Did you see that giant transgender woman that's playing rugby in Australia?
No. She probably rules.
She's the king. She's a king. She's a 250-pound man.
People. She's Samoan?
She's a white guy.
Oh, man. She's a white guy.
You ever seen it? Show the video. The video is hilarious.
They're always so funny.
I don't even know if this person's undergone any transition because we've gotten to this super preposterous point where you can just say you're a woman. You don't have to do anything. Like there was a thing about a woman getting arrested for child molestation.
Yeah.
And I'll send the video because I'm gonna send you this.
That's what teachers,
Jamie.
do.
But no, you have to see this because this woman has a beard. Yeah, look at this.
Shit, dude.
Look at that. Come on, look at the size of that male human being who is playing rugby against women. I mean, hilarious, right?
Great tits, though.
Yeah, really good
Pretty
tits.
hot. They did good there.
Brand new.
Ah, it's a nice tits you've got.
Yeah, I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna send you this, Jamie.
Damn, look at the mitts on that.
So I just sent it to you, Jamie. Yeah, that's a large person to be playing rugby against women. And I would say that was probably an unfair decision. But who am I? I'll tell you what. Look at this. Woman charged after allegedly sexually assaulting boy 6 in Toronto Park. Woman with stubble, a crew cut, the most manly face, like a square jaw. That's a fucking male human being. His name is Ruby Ebby. Okay. It's a woman. But look at the title. The title says woman.
Yeah.
Shouldn't they at least say woman with a penis who also has a stubble, also has a beard? They don't even say anything about the person being transgender. It's so hilarious. We've gone through the looking glass. Everything's nuts. She is charged with sexual interference with a person under the age of 16 and sexual assault. Like,
is there any small chance that they just like accidentally put the wrong picture up in the article?
What do you think?
Probably not, but it's happened before, and there's like, oops, we put the wrong.
What are you working for the Toronto government?
No, I'm just asking. I'm just asking.
What's the matter with you?
Just asking.
What is the matter with you?
Just asking.
You don't support the 6-year-old boy?
That's what I'm saying.
What the fuck, man?
Yeah, bro, you are pro molester. It's just the fact that
the teachers should do that. The male teachers that get in trouble for hooking up with kids.
Say they're women.
Should be like, I actually identify as a woman.
Yeah, you get a way lighter sentence.
Yeah.
Yeah. Women who molest boys, like everybody's like,
I retract. I now Googled the name. I see it everywhere.
Yeah, that's it.
I was just checking.
That looks. If I had a bet, guy or girl, I'm leaning heavily
on that
guy.
On that woman, on Ruby,
on Ruby, the guy, the girl, the woman.
I'm gonna take her word for it.
Wow, you're amazing. You're so open-minded.
I don't care what she's done in the past.
Yeah, right. Like, why should we judge? Walk a mile in her shoes. That's another thing they're trying to do now. They're trying to say that that's a sexual orientation, and that being a pedophile is actually a sexual orientation. No,
technically it is.
I've seen. I guess
but technically it is that. It's just a bad one.
It's the worst one.
It's the worst one you can do.
Yeah, but I've seen, like we talked about it recently. I saw a professor talking about how a woman or a man rather could have a sexual consenting relationship with a 13-year-old, and I was like, what in the fuck are you saying?
Maybe he's a Viking.
Maybe it's a guy with no kids. How about that?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, because you have no kids, you think stupid shit because you think it makes you sound progressive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a tough one to get to. Through being progressive. It's a tough one.
Yeah. I don't know, man. People can make some fucking weird mental leaps in gymnastics. They can justify some wacky shit. There's also people that are just a real contrarian. They just want things to be okay, even if they're not okay, so they'll argue for it as an intellectual exercise. You know?
Yeah, for sure.
They do. It's fucking strange.
That'd be a tough one to present, though. Like, be like, no, this is how I feel. I think pedophiles.
You would say that, but we are
so
right through the looking glass with so many things that really are preposterous that I'm not sure if that's the case anymore. You know, like the idea that you can't be racist if you're a person of color. It's not possible.
Yeah.
Because race has something to do. It has something to do with power. Like, okay, that's not true. That's
of course.
not true.
Of course. Yeah, we know that.
Yeah.
We know it's not true.
They know it's not true too.
Experience.
They know it's not true too, but they're counting on the fact that the people that say this, first of all, they're all people of color, so they're in a protected class, or they're white people who feel extra guilty, so they want you to feel bad. And so they want to show you that they're on the side, the good side. They're on the side of the people that are anti-racist.
The thing about the white people or the people of color can't be racist is because, like, you call a white person, like, yeah, whatever, cracker. We're like, yeah, whatever. Right. But they found a loophole, and it's to call us racist. That one hurts.
That does hurt.
That's like our N-word.
That is.
Someone's like, you're racist. What did you say about me?
It's even worse because it makes you feel guilty.
Sure.
Because if someone calls you a bad word, like a negative stereotype about your race, they're the piece of shit, not you. Yeah. If someone calls you a racist, now you have to defend yourself against being a piece of shit.
Yeah, it's tough. I've been there. It's a tough one to defend against.
What was your experience like with the whole SNL debacle thing? What was that like?
It's very, very crazy. I don't know. It's tough to. There's not many people that you can even talk to about it. You know, because it fucks you up a little. It makes you like not trust people and shit for a while.
Like in what way?
I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. But back to the experience of it was like, you just, it was kind of surreal because I was one of the first people to get like canceled or however you want to say it, consequences. However you want to say it. Doesn't matter what we call it. It is what it is.
Right.
But I was one of the first people to go from, I was poor. I was not famous at all. I was poor. And then I got canceled immediately. Like that was my,
right.
It was a very different
experience.
Famous
and then get
most people that get canceled are,
You got canceled on the way.
I got canceled immediately.
Yeah.
They literally were like, how about this guy? And everyone was like, no.
So you got cast on SNL.
Yes.
And then what happened?
So I found out I was getting on SNL the day before they announced it. So I got a call. They're like, hey, we want to put you on the cast. The whole time we'll start from the top. My agents and all those people, they were like, do you want to audit or do you want to write? Do you want to send a packet in for SNL? And I was like, no, I'm not going to be a writer. I won't work on that show. And then I guess they saw me at JFL and Comedy Central thing. And they were like, we like him. We want him to audition. He can come straight in to audition. So I went straight to the main stage for the audition. And the whole time leading up to it, I was like, I'm never going to get this. I don't care. I want to do stand-up. I kind of hated SNL at that point because every sketch was like, you know what it is.
Yeah.
And then I was like, I'll never fit in there. And then when you go to audition, it's just, you just wait your turn in a green room and they keep you there extra long for like 2 or 3 hours to like make you nervous.
Really?
But I knew I was certain I was never going to get it. And I really wasn't nervous. I was in there fucking dipping, hanging out. And then they were like, all right, it's your turn to go. But that's when the nerves hit. Like you walk in and you see the main stage because that's what you audition on is like the stage.
Wow.
And it's a totally empty studio. The whole room's empty except for a table of like writers and producers and Lorne Michaels. And then you go on and they're like 3, 2, go do 5 minutes.
Wow.
In front of just a camera, right?
And are you doing stand-up?
I did stand-up.
Wow.
I did 5 minutes of stand-up. That's all. And then I ran into Michael Che that night. And I was so nervous. Like I was so nervous when I was auditioning that I had to like hold the mic against my chin because my hand was fucking shaking. Well, it was crazy. There's no one in the room. You just have to do stand up for 5 minutes to no one.
That's so weird.
It was so weird. And you're not supposed to look at or acknowledge the table of writers and producers or whatever.
What? They have rules?
They have rules that your agents tell you. Oh. They never told you any rules.
So your agent says, do not look at the writers.
Yeah, they're like, don't even acknowledge them. Pretend the room's full. Just go. And everybody was like, they're never going to laugh. The table, Lauren, all them, they're not going to laugh. First thing I said, they all started laughing. And I was like, I was supposed to not acknowledge them. But, I was doing stand-up.
Do you remember what you said?
No, I don't. Genuinely.
You just did a bit.
Yeah, I was nervous. But as soon as they started laughing, I was like... And then went back to, you know what I mean? I was like looking at them. I could see they were laughing. And I was told the whole time, no one's going to laugh. They were laughing. I was like, oh, fuck. I did pretty good. Ran into Che that night. I was like, I sucked. I was nervous. He was like, no, that was good. Then a couple days later, you get a call back and you go into the office and you meet everybody and you walk around and talk to everybody. And the people I was with that were also doing that. Then you go into Lorne Michaels' office to meet him. So the 3 people I was with, they all went in slowly, met him, left. One guy didn't even get invited in. They just sent him home, which is fucked up. They invited him to the callback and then were like, no, never mind.
Wow.
And then they kept me there for an extra like hour by myself. And I was just sitting there like, oh, fuck, I got this. I'm going to be on it. Like, I can't believe I got this. I wasn't even excited. I was just like, this is wild. This is fucking nuts. And then I go in to meet with Lauren, and he's the man. He's a nice guy. And he was like, I'm going to use you, but I don't know how. And like all that shit. And then time passes, and I figured they were going to ask me to be a writer, because that's usually how it goes.
Yeah.
Usually you work on the show to experience what the show's like. But I don't know. I didn't want to be a writer.
By all accounts, that place is a den of thieves.
Everybody, yeah.
A den of thieves. You hear Jim Brewer's account of the climate in that place, and it's horrific.
Yeah.
They're all stealing from writers. They're stealing from performers. If you're a writer and you submit your packages, the higher-up writers will steal your shit, according to Brewer.
Yeah.
If you submit a package, they own that package, even if they don't hire you.
I know that.
So if you have some great premises, they decide they're just going to take your premises and not hire you. They own all those bits.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
I mean, yeah, I don't care about writing. I didn't want to be a writer.
Right.
So I was like, even if they offer me the writing thing, I was like, I don't want to take it. I think I would have at the time. But anyway, they asked me to go straight to cast. So I was like, yeah, I'll definitely do that. Lauren calls, says, hey, we want to use you on the show. We're going to announce it tomorrow. He was like, do you have anything you want us to check out? Like, they have people that vet you.
Right.
But they're not used to people having podcasts.
Right. So they have to go through hundreds
They
of
go
hours
through your
of shit.
Facebook, your Instagram, your Twitter. I was just like, I'll just delete all that shit. I don't care. Delete it all.
Right.
But I was like, I also have a podcast. And they're like, yeah, what's that? And I was like, I don't know. I say like gay and retard a lot. And they were like, oh, that's fine. Don't worry about it. So I was like, all right, we'll see. And so the day they announced it, it was cool. It was very cool. You hear from everybody you've ever grown up with. They're all like, holy shit. What just like, I can't believe you're on this. And then, so that lasted for about like 3 hours before an article came out. That was like, here's what this guy says. There's a clip of me saying something. Yeah, unsavory stuff.
Yeah.
But
talking shit.
It was the one podcast we ever filmed. That's the one they used.
Wow.
And it just happened. And it was funny too, because people were like, man, they really had to dig to find this. I was like, that's probably like 3 minutes in. It was like, we had one podcast online. And it was 3 minutes in.
Well, it's what we were saying earlier. That's what podcasts are, and that's what comics do a lot. We talk shit. It doesn't mean you really mean those things. But the idea today is that talking shit is not real. They want to take out of context phrases and sentences that you've used and put them in quotes and make you look like a monster.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
There was only one article that came out?
No, there was
quite a few.
So many articles. I think I was number one on Twitter for like 3 straight days.
Wow.
Of just getting fucking eviscerated.
Did you read it all?
Oh, I read all.
Oh, no.
Yeah, everybody was like, stop reading comments. I still read comments. I read every comment.
Why?
I don't know.
Oh.
It's fucked up. And it's crazy, too, because I'll read like 90 good ones and then one bad one.
The one bad one will fuck you up.
Just depends which one it is.
Right.
You know, I'll get called like, fat retard constantly. I'll be like, yeah, whatever. I can walk through that, no problem.
Right.
But then there'll be one that's like, he's nervous, like something where they get you, where they know you.
Yeah.
Like he laughs at his own jokes on every podcast. It's like, oh, fuck.
Do I?
Shit.
Right.
Anyway, so I get all that stuff comes out, and it was funny. This is funny. I went into Lauren Michaels' office, and he was talking, and I was convinced I was getting fired. Like I knew I was getting fired. Because if they didn't get me on that, there's so much more. So much worse. And so he was talking to me, and he was like, no, we think we can. He's like, if we just get you to the first episode, like people will see you're not a piece of shit person.
Right.
Like, just talk. And I was like, whatever. If I get fired here, whatever, I'll just go do Joe Rogan next week and I'll be fine. Anyway, I thought that was funny. No?
What?
I was like, I literally
Is that what you thought?
I literally thought that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I thought it'd be funny.
Well, it could have been funny.
Yeah.
I was booked up, though.
No, it was fine. It was just funny to truly... That was a conversation I actually had.
Really?
In Lorne Michaels' office in the middle of that.
That's hilarious.
I was in pure fucking panic.
Terror?
Yeah. But...
Because I remember somebody contacted me, like, to have you on. And I was like, I don't have any room. Like, for a while. I could do, like, an emergency podcast, but I'm like, let me let this dude ride this out.
Yeah.
And then we'll do one eventually.
Truly glad that did not happen. Because I would have come in emotional. I would have come in like,
guns blazing.
Isn't fair.
Right.
You know? And I never felt that way. Like, the whole time I was like, I kind of get it.
When someone gets really canceled, it's like you need that venom to work its way through your system. And then you develop a certain amount of immunity to the actual moment.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, it ended up being a good thing.
So when Lauren pulls you in the office and says, we just have to get you to the stage. We just have to get you to an episode. Then what happens?
It just kept steamrolling. Like it didn't dissipate at all. Like it kept being like, no, you guys need to fire him. And I get it.
Because,
and then,
that's where the fun is.
Yeah.
The fun in going after someone is not going after someone and then no consequences. That makes them sad.
Yeah.
What makes them happy is they can get you fired.
Yeah. And they did. They did a good job.
Yeah, good job, everybody.
Yeah, and it's fine. Look, the whole time.
Here's why it's fine. Your sketches that you're doing, what is it, Gillian Keeves?
Yeah.
Those are the best fucking comedy sketches that are on the internet right now.
Thank you.
I'm not bullshitting. The only thing that's at the same level is Kyle Dunnigan's shit. Oh, Kyle Dunnigan, the shit that he's doing. Because he's got a massive advantage with that face swap, though.
And he's so good at fucking impressions.
He's amazing. Have you seen the new thing that Dunnigan is doing? He's done the fucking, what is it? He does a Fresh Prince takeoff with Biden. What is it called?
Yeah. Fresh Prince of DC.
Yeah. Something like that. Fresh Prez.
Yeah.
Dude, it's tear jerking.
His Bill Maher.
Oh my God, it's incredible.
New rule.
Yeah.
It just, oh my God.
And there's something about it that it's almost got like a South Park-esque quality to it because it looks so fake, but it's obvious. It's like these things. Like, look how bad these look. Look at the little tiny hand he holds up for Bill Maher. Like, the face swap thing is amazing. It really is amazing because he's like, look at the AOC. Because it looks so fake. Like you would never believe that that's the real person. So it's comedic. But it's also, the material is brilliant. And you can get away with so much in someone else's voice when everybody knows it's not really that person.
Yeah.
It's really one of the most genius platforms ever created.
Yeah.
And he's the master. Him and Kurt Metzger. They're incredible.
They're both, yeah.
It's the best shit.
Kurt's like he's one of my favorite comedians.
But the shit you're doing is right up there with that. It's really fucking funny, man. It's really funny, and it's like something you would never be able to do on SNL. The stuff you guys are doing. How are you financing this stuff?
I financed half, and then we had a production company that financed half.
The Trump one was amazing. The Trump speed dating.
Yeah, it's John McKeever. He's Keeves. He's incredible. Writer, director, he writes all these edits them, makes them.
They're really good, man.
Yeah.
They're really good.
Damn, I spazzed on that SNL story.
No, you didn't at all. How do you spaz?
Felt like it came out bad.
No. Look, it's an awkward story.
It is. And I don't. It's always. Here's what's uncomfortable about it is I don't want to sound like. It's weird for me to rail against cancel culture because I was a victim of it, for lack of a better word. You know what I mean?
Why is it weird for you to rail against?
I don't know. I just it makes me
seems defensive.
Yeah. Yeah. I'd rather just be like, look, if people bring up cancel culture, I'm just like.
Honestly, I really believe it's better for you in the long run. I really do. You're a brilliant comedian, and I think your sketches are incredible. And I think it's better that you not get attached to something that's ultimately corrupting.
And I don't want to be on the other side of it, where it's like, I'm a free speech guy. I'm a fucking. It's like, dude, I don't want to be involved in any of this. I just want to do comedy.
The free speech thing should be. It should just be uniform. Everyone who's involved in creative endeavor should understand context and nuance.
Yeah.
And when they don't, they're either being disingenuous or they're stupid. It's one of two things. Either you don't agree with someone talking shit, which is fine. Maybe you don't like talking shit because you're a more serious person.
Yeah. And in which case comedy is the right venue for you.
But you should, it's not the right. But you should also understand, you know what people are doing. And if you don't know what people are doing, you're either an idiot or you're an asshole. You're either purposely trying to ignore subtlety and nuance and the fact that there's context to what people are doing and joking around. Joking around is a real thing. And how come you can joke around about all sorts of stuff, but you can't joke around about race? Like, why not?
Yeah.
How come? Why does that make you bad? You can joke around about women. You can joke around about men. You can joke around about your dick. You can joke around about anal sex. You can joke around about drugs. You can't joke around about race. That's nonsense.
Yeah.
We're just so oversensitive and we're so worried about being called out for stuff. That's why everybody's so scary.
Yeah.
They're like, oh.
Yeah, people get very afraid of getting called out and
very afraid of not calling out someone else because then silence is violence.
True. You just got to take a second. Like, don't get caught up in it. Like if I see other people fuck up and say something crazy, even still, my first reaction is like, whoa, what the fuck were they thinking?
Right.
And then 20 minutes, 30 minutes later, I'll be like, all right, he was fucking around. I get it.
Yeah.
But there's still that instinct. And then, especially if you just see a clip and it's wild,
right?
You're going to be like, what the fuck
like the
was
Tony
that?
Hinchcliffe thing.
Tony, Ari, all of us.
Yeah.
And every time you see it, Tony's perfect example. First time I saw it, I was like, whoa, what the fuck?
But then you see the whole video. And
See
you
the
go,
whole thing?
oh, I see what he's doing. Then you realize that guy opened for Tony. And you're like, oh, he did kill Tony multiple times. You're like, oh, they're friends. That's just how people do it.
Yeah.
But people outside of our world don't understand. If someone, if you introduce someone and they go on stage and they say, thank you, give it up for Shane, that fucking loser, that fat drunk.
Yeah. Whoa,
and you're like, hey, bro, what the fuck? That's what people do. That's what we do as comics. And we fuck around. It's talking shit. And that's what Tony was doing. And it was real clear if you saw his whole set.
Absolutely.
That not only was he fucking around, but it actually worked.
Yeah.
Like, he got laughs. And it got laughs because the guy's whole set before him was talking about white people being mean to Asians.
Yes.
And he had this whole pandering thing. It was like, what I would really ask is, please stop being mean to us. Or, paraphrasing, whatever it was. And then Tony goes on right afterwards and says that horrible shit.
Says the worst things he could.
And it's funny.
Yes.
That's why people laughed.
That's
It's not like a racist convention at Vulcan Gas Company.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, that's all it is.
It's comedy.
It was comedy.
Yeah, and maybe it's not your kind of comedy. That's okay too. But don't pretend that's his real thoughts. That's ridiculous. This is the thing about joking around. It's like it can be weaponized. It can be weaponized against you.
I had people coming to shows, recording my sets, and then typing them out as if they were real.
Yeah, well, I do that bit. I don't know if you saw
crazy.
it. The bit that I do about what happened when I endorsed Bernie Sanders, where people were taking small pieces of stand-up bits and taking them out of context and using them to show what a piece of shit I am.
It's like, here's a joke.
Yeah.
Clearly. And if you type out someone's stand-up or a podcast,
especially a segment of it, just take the worst parts,
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
intentional. It's just
They're
they're trying to get clicks. I don't even think half of them care.
They're cunts. They care. They're all cunts. Anybody who's doing that's a cunt. Yeah. They know what they're doing.
Oh, they do. They do know what they're doing, but I don't think what I meant to say they don't care. I meant to say they're not hurt by it. They're literally just like, look at this.
Oh,
like, here's wild shit.
No, they're not hurt by what you're saying. No, they know what they're doing. What they're doing is they're intentionally taking something out of context and they're trying to make it something that it's not. There's a lot of range in when people are saying things. They don't necessarily. They're not trying to offend.
Yeah.
When you're saying something in the
what type of
context
comedian
comedy,
would ever
try to
really would be like, all right, I'm going to go up there tonight and really say the worst thing I can think of to these people.
A guy who's going to fail.
Like them.
A failure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Those comics that fail. Well, Patrice always had the very best line about all this stuff. He said, if you think of something is really funny or if you think something is offensive, it comes from the same place. A guy's just trying to have a bit, work on stage and get laughs. That's what they're doing. And for people who don't know, when we create stand-up, we really don't know if something's going to be funny. There's many times where you have an idea and you're like, fuck, I hope this works.
Yeah.
And you go up there and you swing, and every now and then it does.
Yeah. And when it doesn't work,
yeah,
you got to go. Sometimes if you say something fucked up and it doesn't work, you got to be like, all right, my bad.
Yeah.
Everybody.
I've many times said, well, that's the last time I'll ever say that one again.
And then you say it tomorrow.
Yeah.
You're like, all right, this crowd likes it, you motherfuckers. I knew last night was fucking pussies.
So they don't fire you at first, but then it keeps piling on.
Yeah, it was only like 4 days. But the whole time I knew I was getting fucking crushed. Yeah. Oh, and they make you have to put out a statement. So they were like, and this was like within hours.
Who makes you? SNL?
NBC asked me to put out a statement. And the statement they send you is just fucking crazy.
They wrote a statement for you.
They were like, here's what you got to say. It was inexcusable. You got to say all this stuff.
Wow.
And I was just like.
Did you write it? Did you
no, my statement was bad, though.
What'd you say?
Sorry. Let me give you some context here. Because it was. Hold on.
One more.
I'm going to have 4 more after that. Said I was going to do your podcast joke.
Oh, sorry about that. I wasn't sure. I thought that was going
that thing's
somewhere
been
else.
in my head for fucking 5 minutes or however long it's been. You know, Saving Private Ryan when he gets the ringing in his ears?
I thought there was more to it. I was just like letting it hang there in the air.
I like felt my face go flush. I was like, oh, fuck, I blew it. Dude, go back and watch the tape on that. That's going to be rough.
Well, I'm sorry I didn't give you enough.
No,
I was just hanging there.
It was just funny how confident I was at the time of just like, give a fuck, man. I'll go do Joe Rogan. And the call never came. I was like, fuck. I'm fucked. I was doing podcasts for a while, being like, Rogan, help.
Oh, were you really?
Yeah.
Damn, that's one thing about me not paying attention to anything. That shit doesn't get back to me.
I was just joking, obviously. I'd never felt like I was entitled to anything like that. But it was fun to go on podcasts. Like, St. Rogies, help, dude. We pray to St. Rogies, dude. Descend and save me.
You got to kind of just go through these things, you know?
I agree.
In the end, one of the things that you and I have been talking about is that it made you stronger. It really did, right?
Definitely.
Made your stand-up stronger.
Absolutely.
Like when people hear you, and I heard it last night, when they introduce you, and Tuesday night too.
Yeah.
People go shithouse. They get nuts. They're happy you're there.
But for a while, what happens the first like couple weeks I was in New York too, so people are very uptight, and you go on stage, and then it's just in your head. Like you see people like whisper to each other, and you're like, he's telling her who I am. She's gonna be like everything you see,
and you see the girl's face change. Like
and I mean, I was having dreams about fucking comments. I was having like, dude, it was crazy. I'd have a dream about comments or like tweets about the worst secrets in my entire life being out there.
Wow.
Because that's what happens. People like post pictures of your family out.
Right.
Your families that you get people getting death threats. You know, my family's getting letters from fucking dudes. It's like, we're going to kill you. And my family has no idea like what this is.
Right.
We're getting death threats. I was like, death threats are nothing. Don't worry. You're going to be fine. But like, they're just in Mechanicsburg.
Right.
Chilling.
Fuck. Wow.
And this was the first thing they were like proud of. You know, my parents, they don't know shit. I'm like, I got JFL. They're like, what the fuck's that?
Right.
I got this. And they're like, but then when you say like, I'm on SNL, they're like, finally we can be proud of this loser. And then like 4 days later, the whole world's like, your son's a racist piece of shit.
Oh my God.
Yeah. So,
oh my God.
That's who I felt bad for.
So it lasts for 4 days.
4 days.
You put out the statement. What does the statement say, roughly?
All right. So they send you, they're like, hey, you need to apologize right now. You need to apologize. And I was like, can I just not apologize, please? Like, that's how this gets passed. If we say nothing, if we start interacting with this at all, I'm fucked. I'm dead.
Mm-hmm.
So I didn't know an NBC producer was on this group text I was in. I just got it from like an agent that was like, you need to apologize. I was like, fuck them. I'm not fucking apologizing. I had no idea NBC was in the group text. So it made me look like I was a baller, but as soon as I was like, oh, fuck. I'm looking at my phone like, fuck, dude, I'm fuck. I mean, it's pure panic.
Oh,
it's
my
pure
God.
Panic. And this, again, I'm going from zero. Like, no one knows who I am at all.
Right.
To, like, the whole world is, I mean, it's crazy.
Yeah.
And then, so they asked me to put out a statement. I'm like, fuck no, I can't do that. It was a ridiculous statement. Inexcusable, growth, all that shit.
Yeah.
That's just wild.
Yeah.
And I talked to some comedians. And they were like, how are you going to do stand-up again if you say this? Like, how are you going to be able to go do comedy having just said everything I said was inexcusable? From now on, everything you said is, you know what I mean? It's just disgusting. Everything you've done, you regret. And it's disgusting. And then I talked to Lauren. Lauren called, and he was like, just give me something. Give me anything. Because I told him I couldn't do that. I was like, I can't do the sorry, inexcusable thing. And he was like, just give me something, but I need it in the next 10 minutes. Whoa. So I had fucking 10 minutes to write this thing.
Oh, my God.
So I'm sitting there. I mean, it's raining out. I was at the stand in New York. I was like trying to do stand-up. So I go in, and he's like, or my manager was like, just say you're a comedian that pushes boundaries, and sometimes. So my first thing I tweet out was like, I'm a comedian that pushes boundaries. Fuck, that's so lame, dude. God damn it, I blew it. But yeah, I was like, sorry to anybody that's actually offended. That was never my thing. Because I didn't think anyone was actually offended.
They probably really weren't.
Almost no one.
Well, there was a few.
Of course, there are people that saw it that were like, this bums me out that this word's getting thrown around.
Yeah.
You know? And I get that. And I am sorry for that.
Yeah, no, I believe you are. Yeah, because that's not the way you meant to do it in the context.
Yeah.
Again, it's a thing that people do. They're just talking shit. It's not real. It's like you're saying something inappropriate on purpose.
Yeah.
And the only way you can do that is if the other person knows you're not racist.
Yeah.
That's why it works. It works because you're saying something that's ridiculous. I'm like, what the fuck are you saying?
Yeah. We're doing a podcast for 500 people.
Yeah.
That's how many people listen to us.
Yeah.
Me and my friend Matt McCusker. What up, bro?
What up,
I
bro?
can't believe it took this long to shout him out. You would like Matt.
I'm sure.
You guys are the same guy.
Really?
Yes. Everything you've said to me this week, I've heard from Matt. Like, dude, every single thing.
Really?
Yeah, you're like, humans were supposed to be like this. Like, we're supposed to be out gathering, like all that shit.
That's fun.
Matt. What the fuck was I saying? Who cares?
You were at your statement.
Oh, yeah.
10 minutes.
Statement. I had 10 minutes. I put this thing together. It's okay, but it's one of those things where it's like you're caught up in this moment of like, this is huge. You're emotional. And in a couple of, like, you're going to be embarrassed. Don't ever apologize. That's what I'm saying. Like,
you can apologize for hurting people's feelings.
Oh, for hurting people's feelings, certainly.
You can still apologize for things you
don't
said
issue a statement.
Yeah. The problem with those statements are so grandiose, too. It's like people, like when Jimmy Kimmel made his statement about doing blackface in the 90s, it's like, oh, Jimmy.
Yeah.
Everybody knows. They know that you were just doing Karl Malone. They know you're not racist. But you're appeasing to the worst humans.
Yeah.
That's the problem, is the people that want you to apologize for that stuff, they're all sanctimonious shitheads who are just trying to take people down. They're not really thinking you're a bad person. No reasonable human being thinks Jimmy Kimmel's a bad person or racist. That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
They're looking for targets. They got a bag of rocks and they're looking at windows.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
And yeah, it's fun.
Yeah, it's fun.
It's fun to watch someone get fucking crushed.
Oh yeah.
That's what people like.
I like watching car accidents.
Yeah, all the time. I watch, the worst things possible. I watch that.
Mm-hmm.
And on Twitter, even today, even after it happened to me, I'll see it happening to someone else and be like, it's crazy.
It is. But, we're talking about Tony. When Tony goes on stage now, I'm telling you, the round of applause this fucking guy gets is like double what used to happen.
It's your fans.
Cheer.
It's fans reassuring you.
Yes.
We like you.
Yes.
We know what you did wasn't you.
Right.
Like, we know that.
We know it's just, you're just doing comedy. You're fucking around. And it might have been the wrong thing to say at the time, but he probably had about 5 seconds to think about what he was going to say as he was walking to the stage and said, I'm going to light these people up.
Yeah, I like to think about, like, Tony right before he went on, like, looking at someone like, watch this. Going on.
Ruining his life for a full week.
Yeah. No, mine was for a couple months. I got fucking drilled by that. But yeah, it's a very surreal thing.
How long before you went on stage again?
I went on stage that night. I did shows at the Stand.
Wow.
Yeah. Because that was the only place that I wouldn't have been freaking out.
Right.
Like, it was at a comedy club.
Right.
Like, I didn't want to go home and sit in my apartment alone.
Oh, yeah.
It would have been crazy.
That's crazy. What was it like the moment you went on stage? Like, knowing all this shit is happening to you?
Place went crazy.
Really?
Yeah.
Isn't that wild?
Because it was the biggest story at the time. So everyone in the room was like, it was the only time I've ever experienced like what it must be like to be famous and do stand-up as like a drop-in. And then after time, it's funny because after time, everybody forgets what happened.
Yeah. So did you address it?
Yeah. That's all I talked about. I mean, it was happening.
Yeah, yeah.
While I was on stage.
Fuck.
Yeah.
And it happened.
It was fun.
And it lasted for months?
Yeah.
How long before they fired you? How many days were it?
4, maybe.
And so what was the decision? Like, how did they explain it?
I knew it was. I was the one that was like, you guys are going to fire me. Like, it's okay. I get it. I wasn't even like, fuck them. I should have my job. I was like, I get it. I said something fucked up. This is a corporation. It's SNL. You can't. Yeah. I understand. Now, if it wasn't me, I'd probably be defending me.
Of course.
But because it was me, I was like, I said it. Whatever. Keep making your fucking show.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know how to describe it. It's weird. It's weird defending yourself. I don't know. Maybe I got to improve my self-worth.
No. I think ultimately, look, life is filled with these weird trials and moments of revelation and ways you understand things. And the best way to understand consequences is to really have a moment where the walls come tumbling down. And when you come out on the other end and you don't think you're ever going to, because there had to be times where you didn't think you were going to come out on the other end.
Yeah.
But when you do, it's like there's a feeling of levity. It's lifted off
for sure. For sure, yeah.
It's also the embracing of the importance of stand-up comedy, like the real raw nightclub stand-up.
Oh, that was the best. There's been 2 times I've like loved stand-up comedy. One was I went through a breakup after a long time, and I was fucking devastated. I dated this girl for like 6 years, and then I went and did stand-up that night and like almost cried. Like just because it was the first time I was happy after going through a breakup, and I was like, damn, I love this. Same thing with that. Like while you're getting fucking crushed by everybody, you can go out and do stand-up, and people are like, it's like, you guys like me.
Yeah.
Everyone else hates me.
It's a wild art form, man.
It's fun.
It's so fun to watch still. I've been doing it for more than 30 years. And someone goes up and kills, I have a great time. I'm loving it.
Yeah.
It's the best thing to watch.
It's
so
nothing
much fun.
better than someone killing.
No, there's nothing better.
Yeah.
Nothing better when you don't know the material too.
Yeah.
Never seen them before, and they're just lighting a room on fire with really interesting shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's better, man. It is, because like if you're contained inside that Saturday Night Live structure, no disrespect to anybody that is, but you're not as free. You're gonna be more reserved. You're gonna hold back.
Definitely. Yeah, there's that for sure. I think I would have done well though. That's what
on the show you would have killed it.
I think that's what bothers me the most, because people like to. Here's one thing that I noticed: the people that do the canceling or attack people on Twitter, however you fucking want to call it, they like to like vindicate themselves by being like, no one gets canceled. They love saying that. They're always like, cancel culture is not real. It's like,
of course it's real.
I mean, I lost my job.
Yeah, what does that mean?
But they like to be like, nah, you're doing better now. He's better now. It's like, you're the one who got me. You can't fuck someone over like that and then be like, you're fine. Well, it's like a real Big Brother thing. You ever like, like, stop crying, you're fine. Yeah. And they like to say like SNL couldn't have used me or wouldn't have used me. They would have been like, he would have been a waste on there anyway. It's like, I think I could have been good.
You would have been great.
Yeah.
But you would have never had the kind of freedom that you are doing your sketch show now. That you have, rather. For sure. Your sketch show now is wild and raw. And that fucking OnlyFans dad that you sent me today.
Yeah.
Holy shit, dude. I mean, imagine you would not be able to do that anywhere.
Yeah.
And it's better than anything SNL's done. That's a fact. It's better. It's better for me. What I like, people like different shit, right?
You ever get on a Sybian?
Oh my god.
Not yet.
Those things hurt.
I'm sure.
It fucked my groin muscles.
Really?
Yeah. That was like a hard one to film.
How do you film it?
I just had to sit on that thing.
And hold your legs together?
Yeah, I was like straddling it.
Was your cock and balls really out?
No, but I wasn't like a like a flesh-colored like Speedo, which there's all these like girls around, dude. I'm not. It looks terrible. It's just, and you're nervous when you're filming stuff.
Oh yeah.
So I had like the smallest dick possible, of course, like that sticking out forward. Don't even look at it. You might be able to see it through there. Yeah, but that was the whole thing was cool. Filming all that stuff.
It's a great premise too. That OnlyFans thing is wild. I mean, I know a girl who makes $100,000 a month showing her feet.
Nice.
Like what? Yeah, she works for a buddy of mine. She's like works on his podcast. She
just shows feet.
Just showing
$100,000 a month.
Yeah. Yeah. What? Right.
How horny are these guys?
They're so horny. But it's not just that they're horny. They're like it's very like they're fans of this one person because they've seen her before, and so they want to jerk off to her feet.
And it's just her feet.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I haven't subscribed, but that's what I understand. It's just her feet.
Yeah.
I mean, probably like her and her underwear in her feet. Those kind of things.
Like the Pamela Anderson, Tommy Lee thing launched on OnlyFans, how that would have gone down.
Right. If they just started just banging on OnlyFans, just releasing videos.
Yeah. A lot of girls got into OnlyFans during.
Well, it's a great way to make money, but the problem is you get addicted to that money. If you're making $100,000 a month, and then you go, you know what, I really want a family someday, and I got to stop showing my cooter, and then you get off of it, and you realize you got a $4,000 a month condo. Like, what am I doing here?
Yeah, I got to show my pussy again.
Yeah, I got to show my pussy to pay for this fucking Lexus I bought. It gets weird because you can get imprisoned by bills or your lifestyle, and if you have that kind of lifestyle, it's super hard for someone to give up that kind of money because that's like way more than porn money. Porn star, like unless you're like the top of the food chain porn gal, you're not making that kind of loot.
Yeah, porn stars are pretty exploited.
Well, they're doing the OnlyFans now too.
Good for them. That's actually nice. Yeah. That's good.
Well, they're not just exploited. Like they're in a weird situation now where no one buys DVDs anymore, right? Yeah. So that was where they made the most money. One of my neighbors back when I lived in California is a guy that I did jujitsu with. He was like 2 houses down from me. He was a big porn producer. He was a crazy dude. Really crazy guy. He's always coked up and Yeah. He was doing great, balling, making videos, and he would tell me like the real money's in producing, and then the fucking internet comes along and just pulled the rug out from underneath that business, and everybody was just getting porn for free.
Yeah,
and so like they went from making millions and millions of dollars every year to nothing. Boom. Yeah. He lost his house.
What'd they do?
His house got repossessed.
Really?
Yep. Yeah, he lost his house. He moved out of the neighborhood. They eventually foreclosed on his house. And it was a wave of things falling apart. And I mean, I think the only people that can make any money are the girls. The guys make very little money because there's always
the actors, male actors,
the male actors, male actors,
thespians.
Yes, those guys they can't make much money at all. It's hard unless they're very
of course,
very industrious and they figure out some sort of subscription only plan. They only fuck all the hottest girls.
Yeah, I'd love to add to this.
It's a weird world because a lot of people beat off. But a lot of people like to lie about it.
Yeah.
It's a weird world.
I've been up here, before Ari got here, I was just up in Tim's mansion in the hills alone, just beating off up in the mountains.
Nice. It's good. Beating off's good. I'm glad we can do it.
Beating off up in the hills.
It changes people's feelings about things. You beat off, it relaxes you.
Oh, dude, I'll start DMing. They're like texting girls or something. Yeah. Just one beat off. Like, what am I doing? What the fuck am I doing?
I used to have a whole bit about jerk off first, then think about keys to life. Like if you're thinking about doing something, just jerk off and then look at it. Because a lot of times your perspective is marred by this desire to breed.
Yeah.
And you don't really like the person that you're going to call.
Yeah.
That you're not really like socially compatible with them, but you want to fuck them.
Yeah.
And then you jerk off and you go, oh. Like if a guy jerks off, the bit was basically that if a guy jerks off and still calls you, he fucking loves you.
Yeah.
Like that's real. Loves you.
Yeah.
Not just the opportunity to
not coming.
Yeah. So embarrassing. when you're a young man and you don't understand it, like I remember being like 18 and 19, being so confused because I was really into a girl, and then I'd have an orgasm and I was really not into her.
Yeah.
Like really quickly. And some girls would think that like, oh, he's an asshole. He tricked me into thinking he liked me. Like, no, I tricked me too.
No, yeah, I loved you.
Yeah.
I fucking loved you so much. Please leave. Please, I need to be alone.
I bet they feel the same way too.
No, I think they're. Oh yeah, maybe after they.
Yeah, probably like, what am I doing? What the fuck? This guy's sticking in me.
Yeah, with that shirt. That guy fucked me. No, they like it. Once you come, they're like, stay.
Some of them are.
Yeah,
because they want you to raise the children with them.
Yeah,
it's like it's weird primal instincts, man.
Yeah, of course it is. It's everything.
Yeah.
Everything is there.
Yeah. So this, so back to the SNL.
Yeah,
thing.
back to SNL. We talked.
The hits keep coming. They keep coming after you. It's like 4 days in.
Yeah.
Right? And how long in? When do you decide? Like, when do you give up?
I gave up the first night.
Oh.
The very first night. Like the first article, it was funny. The first article came out that said I used the C word.
Right.
My agent calls me and it's like, did you say that? This word? And I was like, I would never say that. I was like, that's not in, I don't say that shit. She's like, here's the video clip. I was like, all right, looks like I said it. Oh, that was UTA. Shout out UTA. They dropped me. They kept Jussie Smollett. Dropped
Did they
me.
Really? They kept
Jussie Smollett as long as they could.
Still?
I don't know if they still have him.
Wow.
Dropped me for maybe joking.
Jussie Smollett, or Jesse Smollett.
Yeah.
As Dave Chappelle calls him. Juicy.
Yeah.
That's right. He was really good in that Alien movie.
Was he?
Alien Covenant. Yeah.
Doesn't mean he's not a great actor.
He's not a great actor.
Maybe.
How about that?
Is he not?
No. He was okay in that movie.
He must have been a terrible actor when those fucking cops showed
around.
up.
Oh yeah, I'm sure.
He's like, what happened?
With a noose still around his neck, holding a Subway sandwich.
Yeah.
It's one of the dumbest plots of all time.
It is up there.
And that Chappelle bit is fucking magic. It's magic.
It's so funny.
It's magic. And the way he spells, like, pronounces his name wrong.
Yeah.
That French actor.
Juicy.
Juicy Smollett.
Yeah, he's incredible.
Oh.
No, I just wanted to shout out UTA.
Yeah, listen, man. All those structures, all those things, like they can do you good. They don't get me wrong, but they're basically like bridges that'll fall apart in the middle of your journey across the river.
Yeah,
they you can't count on them.
No, they turn on you.
Yes, the moment they have to, they'll turn on you.
Yeah,
and they will. That's okay though, as long as comedy doesn't.
Yeah,
you know, comedy is the only thing that we can all count on. Comedians and audience members that love comedy. And there's a lot of people outside of that world that will try to change the true meaning of what you're saying and try to pretend that you're being serious, and try to pretend that you're a bad person, or to try to pretend that it doesn't matter. And you should never be able to say those things again. You're a racist or a sexist or a homophobe or this or that. And like, you guys can all eat shit. You can all eat shit because you know what you're doing, and it doesn't work anymore.
Yeah.
The thing about this whole climate, this oversensitive climate, is that people are fed up with it.
Yeah.
And so there's a massive rebound when someone gets through on the other end.
Yeah. Yeah, people are everybody's tired of it.
Yeah.
It's every day.
Yeah.
It's every day.
But there's still people that is their currency. That's what they trade in. So they're still trying to cancel people all the time. And with a lot of it, and one of the things that Tim said, and then I became friends with Tim after he wrote something really insightful about comics that were coming out against Louis. And he said one thing that they have in common is they're all really mediocre, and they love the fact that this brilliant guy is being taken out, so it moves them up the ladder, and they're trying to gain social clout by attacking him. It's 100% true.
And the Louis thing was, everybody knew that. Everybody knew that story about Louis in comedy.
Oh yeah,
before that it dropped.
Yeah, I knew
before
about
the
it.
news broke. I knew about it. I was an open micer in Philly.
Well, I knew that he used to ask Sarah Silverman, and he would jerk off, and she would say yes.
Yes.
And he would jerk, and they would laugh about it.
We heard the stories, and then so everybody knew it. Again, I knew it. I was an open micer in Philly.
Yeah,
I'd heard about it. I didn't know it. You know what I mean? And then as soon as it becomes in the news, now every comedian wants to speak out against it. It's like, where were you?
Right.
When you heard about it, I heard about it.
Right. They were scared when Louis was on top. that, you know, if they came after him, then everybody else would take out them to try to, you know, make Louis happy if Louis didn't get taken out. But once it was clear that Louis was hit and wounded, you know, you ever seen what happens with buffaloes when they get attacked by a lion? It's really interesting. Like, when there's a video of these water buffaloes get attacked by a lion, one water buffalo gets attacked and finally manages to get free of these lions. They're fighting off these lions, finally manages to get free. And as he's moving around, another water buffalo comes along and slams into him and knocks him over. And then the lions get him. And I'm like, that is comedy. That's nature. That's humans. That's just biology. When someone senses weakness, the really shitty people amongst them, those people attack.
It's pretty funny that Buffalo did that.
Yeah. It's funny. The video's funny because you watch him like, look at that cunt.
He's going to get out of this. Oh, man, he got
and then his friend comes along, rams into him and knocks him over.
I watched those videos. Just stand up for yourselves, water buffaloes.
They try.
Everyone's
horns.
I know, but there's so many of them.
Yeah. There's a place in Africa. There's an amazing documentary called Relentless Enemies. And in this documentary, there's a strange part of Africa where the river shifted. And when the river shifted, these lions and these water buffalo got stranded on an island. And it's a large island, but it's only filled with water buffalo and lions.
Yeah.
And so because the lions can only hunt buffalo, they all grew bigger. So they have enormous lions. Like the female lions are as big as a male lion everywhere else. And they look cartoonish. Like they have giant muscles like the Hulk. It's crazy because all the ones that survive are ones that figure out how to attack lions.
Yeah.
Pull up a picture of these fucking lions. Remember that documentary, Relentless Enemies?
Oh, there's the Kroger one.
Yeah.
Kruger.
Oh, is this the one where the buffalo escapes?
This is where the boys finally unite.
Yeah. This is where they unite and try to take out the lions.
This is great. They start fucking them up.
Yeah. Well, lions are so much smaller than a buffalo.
Yeah. And once they start attacking the lions, it's like, that's kind of sad now.
Not really. It's how it goes. This is how it goes. See if you can find that Relentless Enemies lions. So it's just a weird genetic aberration, like natural selection has taken place, and these lions have gotten way bigger. But the thing is, the female ones have these fucking enormous muscles, man. Like, there it is, the 2006
I love
full
jacked
movie.
women.
Yeah. There's Relentless Enemies full video. Oh, just give me some images of the jacked female lions. Anyway, that's the idea. It's a great documentary. If you're into it, go check it out. That they look normal there. There's pictures of them where they look fucking super. Those are young ones though. That's why. Anyway, you get it. So when do they give up and when do they fire you?
I don't know. It was probably like 4 days in. I met with the people at NBC, like the head of NBC, those people. You're at like a giant marble table at the top of a skyscraper. And they're like, what'd you say? It's like, dude, come on, guys.
You had to meet with the people at NBC?
Yeah, met with NBC.
In person.
Met with people from SNL.
What did they say to you?
I hardly remember. It was such like, it was for real. It was like I blacked it out. Like it was that fucking like.
Traumatic.
This is maybe traumatic, definitely traumatic, but like
surreal.
It was so surreal. Like it was totally, I detached and I was like, no, I don't care. Kept being like, I don't care. And everyone would be like, are you all right? Like, are you okay? I was like, yeah, I'm fine. You know what I mean?
Right.
Because you don't want to be like, no, I'm not okay. I said bad words and everyone's mad. No, you got to just be like, no, I don't give a fuck, dude. Yeah, finally get the call. It's like, we're gonna. They offered me I could resign, and I was like, no, you guys have to fire me. Like this has to be on you guys.
Yeah.
And they did. They're like, all right, yeah, you're fired.
What did they say in their statement?
And then they were like, we're gonna release a statement. You release a tweet. It's all planned. In fact, since my thing, I've seen people issue the apology NBC gave me.
verbatim
to say, just about verbatim. It's all fake. The entire thing's fake. The people that are outraged are not serious. The people that are sorry are not serious. Everybody basically everybody that has said sorry has been like, yeah, I'm very sorry. Fuck them. Like, and that's how it goes.
Yeah.
And the whole time, no one cares. No one cares.
It's a weird dance, isn't it?
It's a very, very weird dance.
So when you
especially
went
over comedy, like that's the thing we're worried about.
Right. Well, it's podcast is what it is. That's the thing that can get you in the most trouble.
Yeah.
Is because it's so free flowing, and when you're doing it alongside another comedian, you're just trying to make each other laugh. And one of the best ways to make a comic laugh is to say some shit you're not supposed to say.
Yeah.
But we know
it's the funniest. Yeah, it's the only way to make a comic laugh.
Yeah.
Just about.
It's one of the ways.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Say something fucked up. You're like,
Yeah. So they eventually released a statement. These things he said did not align.
Yeah, we can't.
Yeah.
He's out of here.
Yeah.
And then.
Did you ever have any contact with Lauren afterwards or anyone?
Yeah. I still talk to Lauren sometimes.
What did he say?
Hey.
You ever sent him some of your sketches?
Yeah, he's seen all those.
What does he say?
He likes them.
Does he say they're better than anything we do? Because they are.
No, he's been cool. He was nice, but it's yeah, he was nice. I didn't take any of it too personally.
He has to do it.
I knew he had to do it. I knew it wasn't up to him. I know it wasn't up to him, and everybody's like, yeah, it was. It's like, no, dude, this was.
If he doesn't,
money.
they'll come for him.
Yeah,
yeah,
I get it.
Yeah, they'll come for him.
And and that's it. I don't know. I thought I'd be more capable of discussing it, but I don't know. It's uncomfortable. It's like I'm not too worried about it anymore. I don't like. I don't know.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
No, it does make sense. It's like I
don't want to be a victim. I want to be a comedian.
Yeah, well,
so I don't want to come on and do stuff where I'm like, yeah, and then it was unfair how I was treated. It's like, no, I get it. I understand why I was treated that way. I said wild shit. I'm gonna keep saying wild shit.
Yeah.
Nowadays, there's no chance I'm gonna work at NBC.
Right.
So those are the rules now. If I want to argue why we made these rules, that's different. But I understand the rules, and I wasn't abiding by those rules.
I have zero desire to do a television show now, but I've been offered multiple ones over the last couple of years, last few years. And the first thing that I think of is like, I don't want to defend any of the shit that I said in like 2009 or whatever. Yeah. I'm not interested in doing that.
Yeah.
It's like, if you know what I'm doing, then good. And if you don't know what I'm doing and you see it, you're not offended, all I can say is just, that's not what I meant. I'm just fucking around, and don't listen.
Yeah.
You don't have to listen. There's a lot of things to listen to. There's literally 1 million podcasts now.
Yeah.
There's 1 million. You don't have to listen to mine.
Go listen to like women talk about murders.
There's a lot of that.
And be like, oh, this is good.
There's a lot
of those
of
guys saying bad things.
Right.
That's bad. Not this entertainment value, murder, rape, suicide I'm listening to.
Chicks love those true crime shows.
They love them.
It's so weird.
Yeah.
My oldest daughter's really into them. I'm like, why do you watch that? Like, doesn't that disturb you?
They like it.
Yeah, I don't like them. I try to watch The Night Stalker, that Netflix series.
You didn't like that one?
No. It's me very uncomfortable.
I don't like
it at all. Did you?
There was some funny parts in that.
Really? What was funny?
Fucking see, this is Bud Light number 4. Here it comes, dude. Now, there was one part where they listed, in The Night Stalker, they listed all his victims. And 2 of them were sisters that he got with a hammer. And they were 88 years old. And then now, obviously, there's nothing funny about it. It's just funny that's the wildest shit I've ever heard. So I was like,
there's nothing funny about that, but it's
just 2 old ladies who's at the door?
With a hammer.
And he's like, it's me, the fucking devil.
See, I hear stuff like that, and I just want
to
find that guy. That's my.
His ending was funny. He went through a Mexican neighborhood, and they all started beating the shit out of him and turned him in.
Yeah, but they didn't kill him.
Is he dead now?
Yeah, he died in prison.
Oh yeah. That was the worst part of the documentary.
Yeah.
At the end, it's he died. He had a long life and died of cancer.
Yeah, I think he died of cancer. Yeah. Yeah. Well, he was broken, you know? There's a lot of broken people out there.
Definitely.
The crazy thing is things like the Zodiac Killer. Like guys that get away with it.
Yeah.
Like leave notes and get away. I think there was a new breakthrough very recently on the Zodiac Killer. They think they know who it is now. But they've done that like 10 times. I think they know who it is.
Yeah, wasn't it Ted Cruz's dad?
Ted
Cruz?
That was in Trump.
I think it was Ted Cruz.
Didn't Trump say his dad killed Kennedy or something? Like,
dude,
he's ruthless. And then Ted Cruz is out there fucking carrying water for him after that.
Oh. He's like, I was about to do a Trump.
Go ahead.
I'm flailing.
Go ahead. Don't be scared. Yeah. So, when did it relax for you, where you felt everything's okay again?
I mean,
well, you felt
it was
normal.
like 5 or 6 months after I got like canceled. COVID started, so that's kind of when everything shut down. So it was like
that helped Ari as well.
We got bigger fish to fry right now. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
So that was it. It just sucked. Like it was kind of inconvenient timing for me because I would have liked to have kept going. You know what I mean? Like not stop at all. But then it did look like I got canceled and stopped because COVID. You know, I couldn't.
Are you still doing a podcast?
Yeah, Matt and Shane's Secret Podcast.
And how many people listen to it now?
I don't know. We usually top 100. Oh yeah, now? Yeah. Patreon went up.
Yeah.
Donate to the Patreon, dude. Support the cause.
Yeah. How do we get to that?
Matt and Shane's Secret Podcast Patreon. Okay. Google it.
How many downloads do you guys get on a regular basis?
I'm not sure. I don't look that up.
Really?
No.
Good for you.
No. Yeah.
That's smart. Yeah, I didn't know until it was too late.
Oh, really?
I wasn't paying attention until it got really big. And I was like, oh, no.
Yeah, now you got to worry about what you say. Or at least not worry about it, but you know what I mean. You got to be like, I'm joking. This isn't real. Because people, you know.
You also have to establish a relationship with your audience where they understand who you are. And they know that even if you say wild shit, you're saying wild shit because you're being silly.
Yeah, but I think it gets so big that like you lose the relationship with people. And people join, but then I'm saying outsiders will jump in and be like, what did he say?
That's okay.
You know?
That's okay. It's worth it. It's all worth it. To be able to have something like, for me, to be able to have something where you can talk. I would do this podcast exactly this way if I was just starting out and no one knew who I was.
Yeah.
And there was just 100 people listening.
Yeah.
I would do it exactly the same way. It can be done that way. But you got to take your lumps.
Yeah.
Like they'll come for you. And when they come for you, you just got to
go, this is crazy, huh?
Yeah, I just keep going.
I was taking the fucking subway home while getting canceled. I would go to like 30 Rock and like meet with Lauren, and they're like, all right, we're going to be all right. Like all that. And then I would get on the train home. And everybody, it was #1 on Twitter. So people were just like looking at their phone, looking at me, just sitting there like, I literally watched people go like this. Like just staring at me. I'd be sitting there going.
Second eyes.
I'd go like this.
And what did they say? Did you have conversations with
I've had a
people?
couple. Yeah, I had a couple. Yeah. And everyone was like, yo. Every normal person is like, yo, this is crazy.
Yeah. Well, people understand people inherently. But when people try to pretend they don't and try to reduce you to the worst thing you've ever said, and this is you. This is evidence of you. They're all failures. That's the crazy thing. The people that want to do that, most of them, they want to be a comic or they were a failed performer. They were either a failed comic or a failed writer. There's something wrong.
Yeah.
Most critics are critics because they don't have anything to contribute.
Yeah.
They don't have, like, do you think Stephen King wants to be a critic, right? Do great writers want to be critics? No, they want to be writers. They want to put out art. They want to, like, explore the boundaries of their creativity and their discipline to bring that creativity into a tangible form where other people can absorb it and appreciate it and enjoy it. And if you can't do that, you criticize.
And that's actually a good point because while I was an open micer in Philly, I was criticizing because I wasn't creating anything good. So I would sit there, I'd be like, this person sucks, this comic sucks.
Yep.
Fuck them.
Yep.
Fuck that. And then you start to get good at stand-up. You start to fucking meet these people that you just shit on.
Yeah.
And you're like, what the fuck was I doing? Why the fuck was I? So it's almost the same thing where like, while you're in that little incubation period of like being an open mind, I was miserable. I was like, fuck these people. That person sucks. They suck. Everybody sucks.
Dude,
I'm good. That thing.
I had the exact same experiences when I was coming up because I was super hypercritical of other people.
Yeah.
But it was because I wasn't doing well.
Exactly.
Yeah. And I remember I had a bit about Jenny McCarthy. And then I met her and she was so nice.
Oh, what a bummer that is, isn't it?
I had to drop the bit.
Holy fuck.
It was just a bit. It wasn't the meanest bit in the world. It was a bit about her. I read that she was getting her breast implants removed. And I go, that's like Tiger Woods chopping his fucking arms off. I go, put them back in and make them bigger and no talking. I go, you're not famous because what are you gonna go do Shakespeare in the park
your
now?
mind?
I go, you're hot.
Do you think we like your mind?
Yeah. But it was just mean. And then I met her and she's so friendly.
It happened to me like crazy. Every comedian, I'd be like, this person's special sucks. And then I'd meet them. Then I'd see them do stand-up. Be like, fuck, they're so much better than me. They're so good. You know what I mean?
The thing about specials is everyone's special is 60% to 70% less funny than how they actually are live. There's no way around that because the experience of being there live is magic. And I say this as an audience member. Like I watched Chappelle this week. We did these 2 shows in Vegas, and Chappelle has this bit. I don't want to give it away because it's so good. But there's this bit about the Me Too movement. It had me crying, like tears are rolling down my eyes. I'm holding my sides. Like if you see this live, it's so good. And I was like, there's a special thing in the air when you see a comic live. And you get a lot of that through a special. Like I said, 60 to 70%. You don't get 100%.
No.
You don't get 100%.
No.
And you also tense when you're doing a special. Like especially like you did this special this past weekend.
Yeah.
And I was super bummed out when I heard that you only got to film one night. Because I like Saturday. 2 nights. I do 2 nights and I do 4 shows. Because that way I'm loose. Because I know I have 4 shows to get it out.
Work.
One of these are going to be great. But you also feel better on the first show. Like my last special that I did that I filmed in Boston, most of it was from the first show. The reason why I did a couple of extra bits in other shows that I figured out a way to sandwich in. Because I forgot to do this on that first show. Because the only reason why I put anything in from other shows. Because the first show I was super loose. Because I knew I had 4 shows.
Yeah.
But some of my specials before that, I only had 2 shows. And you go out there for those 2 show specials, like, boy.
I got lucky. Saturday early, I did well. If I hadn't, Saturday late show sucked.
Oh,
if those had reversed, like if my first show sucked,
the confidence.
I would have just been on stage just
one of my biggest specials I did was in 2014 for Comedy Central, and a lady heckled me during my first set.
I would have lost my you bitch, I'll fucking kill you.
It was such a dumb heckle too. She's like, prove it. And I was like, oh my God, you're in the she also didn't understand what I was doing. Like I was going the bit was about the guy that broke into the White House.
I remember that bit.
That wasn't a bit. That was the second special. It was another bit. Because that was my 2016 special. That was triggered. But whatever the bit was, this it was a setup, and it eventually made men look really stupid. But the beginning was like, hey, where you going with this?
Exactly.
And then, I see where you go.
It happened to me this weekend. I was doing a Trump joke, and I started the Trump joke, and she was like, we hate Trump here. I was like, do you hear what I'm saying?
Right.
Like, do you think I'm going to do a special where I go on stage and I'm like, I loved our last president? Like, what type of psycho would that, you know?
Right. It's not funny.
I'm not going to go on stage and be like, I support the government.
Right. Just let the bit play out.
Just listen to me.
Yeah. But people are just wanting their voice to be heard, and then not taking into consideration that you're filming something, you know?
Yeah.
And if you are, they want to be the one who gets it on recording.
Yeah. As if we're going to keep it.
Yeah. You live, you learn.
Yeah.
Yeah. But filming specials is a fucking harrowing experience because
it was the only one I did. It got done and sat in Tim's house all my friends went back to Philly and New York. I stayed in Tim's house by myself for like 2 days. I'm sad.
Why
it's sad? Like a depressing feeling. I don't know. I never filmed a special.
Yeah. Oh, this is your first special?
That was the only thing I've
How long have you been doing stand-up now?
It was like 10 years, 8 years.
That's around the time to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
it's an uncomfortable feeling when you're done. Could I have done better? Stuff like that, you know?
Yeah. Are you happy with it?
I don't know. I haven't seen it. I probably won't like it.
If you had a chance to do it again, like Whitney was about to do a special, and we were hanging out in the parking lot at the Comedy Store, and she was like, I'm confident and everything in this, but like, what do you think? And I said, you know what I think? I think you got some amazing premises. You're a fucking hilarious comedian, and every special that I've ever done, there's always like 6 months before the special comes out or 5 months. And during that time, I'm still doing some of that old material.
Yeah.
And it gets better. And I'm like, fuck, if I just waited 3 more months. I go, I think you should just wait a little. Because I see some of these bits, you're thinking them out while you're doing them. They're not they're not just drilled into your DNA yet. And sometimes bits do get, they have a time, like a wine or a whiskey or something like that. There's a time where it's, take it out of the barrel, it's ready.
Yeah.
But if you take it out of the barrel early, they seem clunky. Like, I remember Louis was doing a special every year.
Yeah.
And I think even he realized, like, this is not the way to do it. They're not ready after a year. But 2 years seems to be the number. And maybe 3.
Yeah,
maybe 3 is even better.
It's tough to tell. I don't know. I'll see how mine. I don't know if it was good. I think it was good.
Yeah,
I thought it was.
It's always good to just get one out there anyway.
Yeah, and I'm doing it. It'll probably be on YouTube. I'll just make it myself.
Look at what Norman's doing. Norman's
all those
fucking
guys.
killed it. Schultz killed it on YouTube.
Yeah, man.
YouTube made him. He really did. I mean, his special murdered
Schultz
on YouTube.
Schultz helped with Gillian Keeves.
Did he?
He was like a big influence, like talking to the people I was trying to make it with. Like, yes, do it. Because a lot of people are very like, you don't want to risk losing money. It's like, if we just put our money together and make something really good, it'll pay off.
Right.
Maybe not right now, but in 5 years.
Yes.
It'll work.
Right.
You know? And they needed to hear it from somebody who actually had that happen.
Well, he's one of the most industrious of all the young comics.
Yeah.
He's in my opinion, he's like the best guy that took advantage of the pandemic too, because he put out those,
him and Tim.
Those videos. Yeah, Tim's amazing too.
Both of them.
But what he did with those sideways videos, like turn your phone sideways, and then these wild rants where it's like punchline, bang, 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 which is very different than his actual stand-up.
Yeah.
Where his stand-up is like he'll hold a laugh, he'll work the room, he'll fuck around a little. He's super loose and relaxed. But these things, he had figured out a very specific rhythm that's applicable for watching it on Instagram.
Oh, yeah.
Genius.
Yeah. He's
one of the best.
He is. He's a great dude.
Great.
He's the
great
man.
guy.
Nice guy. All these guys are great.
Yes.
That's what's funny about it.
Yeah.
Like, you're great. I was excited. I was like, when you meet someone famous, every once in a while they suck.
Yeah.
You were great.
Thanks.
Anyway, that's cool.
I try to be a nice guy.
You were. It was crazy. You were one of the nicers.
Were you worried I wasn't going to be nice?
Sometimes you can be crazy.
Oh, yeah.
You get to your level, people lose their fucking minds.
Yeah. It's hard. It's the RPMs. It's like your hull can't take the RPM.
It's crazy. I mean, we went to that bar. It filled up after like 45 minutes. That must be crazy.
Yeah. What was weird is like people tell people that you're somewhere. We went to see what's the truth? Netherland?
Fuck,
no.
Dude.
What are they called? Nether Hour.
Yeah.
Nether Hour. Really talented guys.
Yeah.
And so I called Tony. I'm like, where you at? And he's like, we're seeing our friend's band. They're playing at this little bar in the east side. No one's there. Come on down. So we go, fuck it, let's go. So we all get in the SUV. We all head on down. We get dropped off. We hop out. We go in there. There's like 20 people in the whole place.
Max.
Within 40 minutes, there's 300 people there.
Yeah.
And everyone's staring at you, and they all got their phones out. I'm like, oh, Christ.
Yeah, man.
It was weird.
And we were a little fucked up. So like,
we were lit.
Yeah, we were fucked up.
We were lit.
I kind of looked around. I was like, holy shit, this place is full.
I had a pounding headache. Yeah. We just kept doing whiskey. There's a lot of whiskey flowing around. But I was having a good time, man. It was like
fun.
It was great to meet you. I was like, we got this ball rolling. We're having fun. Let's go out. Let's go see a band. Let's go get some food.
Man.
Let's
fuck
around.
Watching you. I got to it's fun to watch you. It's fun to watch famous people like live.
You know? What's weird about it?
You can't like you go out and that happens. Like, it's just weird to see like you have like 45 minutes to be like, all right, I'm normal for 45 minutes out at this bar. And then it's ruined. You know what I mean?
It got ruined.
That's what I mean. So there's like a small window.
People kept coming in. We're like, we got to get out of
here.
here.
I got a picture with you. Just like, God damn it, dude, get out of here.
That's when it gets weird, when you can't have conversations, when everybody just wants to take a picture.
That's what I meant by like it's fun. It's fun to watch a famous person be able to live like a human for 45 minutes.
Yeah.
Like an empty bar, we're all just friends drinking.
You could do it. You just got to move around a lot. You just got to stay at a bar for like 20 minutes and just go.
One of the only times I met Pete Davidson, he brought that. It fucked me up. We were kind of smoking, and he was like, "Yeah, being famous is cool. I can't go outside anymore." And I was just like, "Holy shit, dude, that's crazy!" Like you can't go outside.
You can. You can go outside. I go everywhere.
Yeah,
I just say hi. Most people are nice. I mean, I don't even just mean most. I mean like almost all. Yeah. Occasionally, I'll get someone who gets weird with me. But it's really, really, really rare.
Yeah.
Most people are super friendly.
What do they get weird with you on?
Usually schizophrenics, you know? Yeah. Like, I need to talk to you about some things.
Yeah.
Like, I'm getting these really important messages that I have to deliver to you.
I get some schizophrenic DMs. Yeah. I get those.
There was a schizophrenic the other night at Vulcan who grabbed me on my shoulders, wanted to talk to me. It was really important. I was getting off, said, I need to talk to you about some things.
Yeah. You should have been like, what?
No.
Tell me.
You can't help. There's a lot of nutty people out there. I mean, they say that 1% of all people are schizophrenics, right? So if you have, it's a lot. So if you have 300 million people in this country, you have 3 million schizophrenics. It's a lot of people. They're out there.
They're having fun though.
There was a guy yesterday breaking scooters. You know those.
It's good.
You see that guy, Jamie? He was breaking. Oh, you weren't there.
That's an honest day's work.
Yeah, he was slamming scooters and talking to himself. I told you, motherfuckers. Now fuck that shit. No, fuck that shit. Yeah. He was like walking around, like after he did like body slam these scooters.
At least the schizophrenics like do what they're talking about.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well, you know it is. It's just like
he's having fun.
I think he wasn't having fun. Give me one of those. Thank you. I'm a Bud Light drinker, kids.
Yeah. I used to work, I worked for the state for Pennsylvania for a little, and I would have to go around and go to like, I would investigate like state-run like homes, and a lot of them were like schizophrenic houses.
Oh, no.
So you'd go in and just be, dude, something happens to schizophrenic people, they get very fat.
Really?
They all wear like, dude, every schizophrenic house I went to was like dudes in fucking full sweatsuits, chain smoking cigarettes, just like screaming at a lady. It was great. Just imagine a house of Tim Dillon's. They're like, "Where'd you put my fucking?" Just going nuts.
Well, Tim's mom. Yeah. He talks about it on stage. It's fucking hilarious.
It's funny.
Yeah, he's. I wonder if he worries it's going to come for him.
Might.
Well, as you get more and more famous, like he's handling fame very well because it hit him.
Yeah.
You know, he's got that crazy internet fame where it hit him over the last, I would say, like 3 or 4 years.
Yeah.
It's like it ramped up pretty significantly. You know, but he's handling it really well, and he's getting funnier, which is amazing because he's always been funny. And there's no one better at those just random rants about everything and anything that's going on in life. Did you see what happened with some car thing? Some car rental place didn't honor his reservation. So he said they're all pedophiles and the guy likes to fuck kids. And it's like,
that's crazy.
He put it on Twitter.
What are we talking about? He might get schizophrenic.
Oh, he's out there.
He's there, dude.
Yeah, but he's not schizophrenic. He's doing comedy.
Of course, but I'm saying
but
that's
he'll
literally
attack.
What you just said was the most schizophrenic thing I've ever heard.
Or
I went to war with the fucking Enterprise and called them all pedophiles.
It wasn't Enterprise.
Schizophrenic.
It was a small luxury rental car company. I wonder if he still got it up on his Twitter. They made him pull it down. It's still up there? Wow.
Every once in a while, Tim will do something that reminds you that he is gay.
Every once in a while? Like what?
All
right, we're back, folks. Young Jamie went wacky and he started spazzing out. He started doing karate underneath the table and kicked some wires.
Jamie fucking freaked out, fucked up. I was in such a good flow there.
You were so good.
That was crazy. That's what people say when you come do this podcast. They're like, first couple minutes you'll be nervous, and then you just develop a flow. And I think I did that nicely.
Who said it? Norman?
Norman.
Start being gay.
Yeah,
hey,
comedy.
Hey,
I'm gay.
comedy.
No, I'll be all right.
Yeah. Well, you're how many Bud Lights in now? 5?
This is 5.
That's a normal amount.
This is about where I take control.
Oh, tell me what. Tell me what to say. What are we talking about?
The anxiety over the shit I've said on this podcast already.
Really?
Yeah.
You haven't said anything bad. You're
I
good.
know.
Trust
I know.
me. Just stay off Twitter. You got to stop reading comments.
For sure.
You think you're going to get to a point one day where that'll be untenable? And you're going to have to just like not read it?
I'm getting better. It comes and goes. Like I'll be like, I won't read Reddit or Twitter or all that shit. I read Reddit.
Reddit's wild.
Reddit's wild.
Those fucking people are wild.
Well, that's the thing, because Reddit is wild, and it's funny though.
Yeah.
When it's not me, it's hilarious.
Well, Reddit is filled with some of the most intelligent commenters on the internet.
Yeah.
And psychopaths and idiots all mixed in together.
Yeah.
But it's very self-regulated. But the thing that bums me out about Reddit is generally uncensored, right?
Yeah.
Generally. But they took out the Donald when they had the Donald.
The Donald was great.
Subs, yeah. They took it out. But I think people were really concerned with. There's a thing that was happening during the alt-right movement of like 2015-ish, somewhere around there, where people were realizing like there's a lot of attention that can be gathered up by joining that movement and attacking the libs and and calling them pussies and saying we're going to punch them in the face and all that kind of shit.
Yeah.
And it became like Pepe the Frog, and
Pepe the Frog was funny.
Yeah.
It was funny.
It was funny.
I know it was funny.
It was funny.
Yeah.
It's still funny to me.
It's still pretty funny.
I mean, Pepe the Frog all of a sudden had a Nazi outfit on, and you're like, hey.
Yeah,
but that doesn't mean Pepe's a Nazi. Like, the whole Feels Good Man was funny. And it was like when someone was saying something mean, you'd have the Pepe the Frog crying.
Feels Bad Man.
Yeah.
All
like, it's funny. But somehow or another, it got connected to white supremacy and all this.
That's because they're saying the worst things you can say they were anonymous.
Yeah.
They were so. It's
Some
the worst
people
thing you
were.
could say.
Some people were.
Yeah.
And then some people
There's some
were
dorks
using
actually,
it the right way.
Yeah.
It's I mean, I'm a big proponent of free speech, but I'm also I understand that things can get out of hand with these communities.
No, they did. They did a couple of times.
Yeah.
But do you ever see the thing with Kekistan and Shia LaBeouf?
Yes.
Oh my God.
We talked about it on the podcast.
That was like the beginning of it, where it was like
we played the Radio Lab podcast. It was a Radio Lab podcast. It was brilliant, and Radio Lab took it down. They gave into the pressure, and the podcast was about how brilliant these people were.
They found it.
Yes. They found the flag.
Yeah.
And they went, fuck Shia LaBeouf.
They were looking at the stars and flights. They were like, this bird calls.
And they drove around honking the horn to try to triangulate the location.
Yeah.
So you could hear the horn honking online.
And that was funny.
It was amazing.
There's no denying that was funny.
Editorial update. Radio Lab has decided to take down this episode. Some listeners called us out, saying that telling the capture the flag story in the way that we did, we essentially condoned some pretty despicable ideology and behavior.
Do you think we just essentially condoned
Yes,
that?
we did. I condone that. To all listeners who felt that way and to everyone else, please know that we hear you and that we take these criticisms to heart. I feel awful that the things we said could be interpreted that way. That's on us. It was certainly not our intention, and we apologize. Blah. Come on. Nonsense. You're reporting on a fascinating thing that happened on the internet where a pretty preposterous actor who's really ridiculous, he will not divide us.
Yeah.
He will not divide
he's
us.
freaking out.
Yeah, and he puts up this flag, and they found the flag. They found the camera. Like, that's just what the internet does.
Yeah.
It's beautiful in that way.
Yeah.
And what they said, they didn't condone anything. They're reporting on people smart enough to figure out where the location of this thing is based on the goddamn stars in the sky.
Yeah. And tracking flights and seeing.
Yeah.
I mean, for those of you who don't remember this, there was just one part. Shia moved his flag to just in the middle of Tennessee with like an upward camera angle at a flag. And they just looked at the sky in the background and figured it out.
What did the flag say on it?
I think he will not divide us.
Yeah. That was it. Yeah, he will not divide us. This is the flag.
And then it was funny because they were all like weaponizing autism. That's what they were saying they were doing. They were like, he has no idea the power of autism. Just guys, autistic dudes in their basement. Like, it was fun. They were having fun.
But I can't believe that Radio Lab is owned by a corporation. That's what it is.
Well, that's it. Yeah, that's absolutely. That's again back to the SNL thing. That's exactly what it was. The whole time I was like, I get it. I'm gonna get fired.
Yeah,
I know I am.
Yeah,
I know the rules.
When did it feel like the storms passed?
I would say
right before this podcast gets released.
Oh, God damn it. Yeah, this one. Well, the problem is now I have to like pick a side. So like me coming on here and being like, I understand why I got fired. It's fine. People are gonna be like, fucking pussy.
No,
yeah.
You get.
That's just how I feel.
That's their business model.
I understand their business.
No,
it doesn't mean it's not gay. But you know,
now you're getting double canceled.
That's $5.
The gays are gonna be like, we liked him up until that moment. That's the weirdest gay voice ever. I mean, what was that? It was like a grandma.
Yeah.
We liked him.
You're using white voice.
Shane's a good old man. He's a good fella.
Oh, what's that? A cock?
Put that away before someone gets hurt.
This is a neighborhood. Get those cocks out of here.
Comedy's incompatible with the corporate environment. It just is.
Yeah, of
Always
course.
has been.
Of course.
You know, that's why I was saying that, you know, one of the best things about all these things is you appreciate comedy. You appreciate stand-up. You appreciate what it takes to do stand-up. It's a fucking wild. You know?
Yeah, I like it.
There's not that many of us.
No, there's not.
No, it's more neurosurgeons than there are stand-ups.
Is that true? That can't be true.
Guarantee it's true.
Well, what do you mean? Yeah. People with stand-ups in their Twitter bio?
No. No, not those people. There's a lot of people that claim to be stand-ups. But someone pay to see you.
Yeah. Someone
willing to pay to see you. And it takes a while to get there.
Yeah.
It's like you were saying that you're 10 years in, you're doing your first special. I'm like, that's about right. That's because it really is a 10-year journey. And only if you work hard. The people that sort of dabble in it, like that is one of the saddest things when you see like an open micer who you've seen for 12, 13 years, and they're still an open micer.
Yeah.
And they're still struggling and bombing and they kind of go on stage once a week or something like that.
Yeah.
And it's
tell you what, when you get canceled, those are the guys coming out of the woodworks. They're coming out just being like, that motherfucker was mean to me at a bar once, and here's a 3-paragraph thing. He's like, I forgot about you. What are you doing?
Yeah. Well, you deserve to be mean to.
Definitely. There were guys that were like, he told me to quit comedy. It's like, I was hammered. You just bombed again. I saw you bomb 1,000 times. Finally, I was like, I wasn't mean about it.
There's some people that like, you want to tell them like, you're probably good at something. This isn't the thing.
I had a club owner tell me that once.
Really?
First club weekend I ever had. So I was doing open mics in Harrisburg. I had been doing open mics for about 3 months. There was a local guy. He was doing a weekend in Pittsburgh, at a Pittsburgh Funny Bone, I think, in Mars, PA. So he was like, he asked the club, he was like, are there any good open micers that I can bring to open? They suggested me. He gave me the weekend. I drive out there. I invited my friends. So I was like, yo, we got a hotel room, dude. We're doing it. I brought like 3 of my friends from home. We drive out there. It was right when Four Loko came out. You remember those drinks?
Yes.
We were playing fucking drinking games all day with Four Lokos. Dude, I'd never done a weekend in my life. I'd never done a club in my life. I show up to this thing hammered. The owner's like, our feature bailed. How long can you do? And I was like, he was like, can you do 20? And I was like, yeah. I had 3. Obviously, I had 0, but hostable 3. So I go on in this tiny hotel banquet room, just blacked out, doing 20 minutes of just. I did so badly that there was a guy in the front row. I'll never forget this. He was wearing one of those like throwback Pittsburgh Penguins jerseys, sitting like this the whole show. And then finally, like 10 minutes into my set, he looked at his friends. He was like, that one wasn't bad. As soon as for some reason, nothing clicked that I was bombing. I was so new. I was like, I don't know what this is. Finally, when somebody like halfway through my set was like, yeah, that one was all right. I was like, holy shit, how bad am I doing, dude? Get off stage. The fucking club owner's like, this is when I was in college. He was like, what are you studying in school? And I was like, history. And he was like, you want to be a teacher? And I was like, yeah. He was like, you should be a teacher. There's a lot of good things you could be. He tried to pursue. Yeah. It's pretty funny.
Well, it's hard to tell. when someone's young and drunk.
I should have
and
never been
bombing.
up there. Yeah.
Yeah, it happens.
I mean, it was his fault.
Because he asked you to do 20.
Yeah. What a stupid. Well, I mean, that's how you end up running a hotel comedy club in Mars, PA.
Well, you never know, too, though. You could have actually had 20, right? He didn't know.
Yeah, true.
Yo, dog.
Like if he said,
How
can
are
you do
you?
20? And you said, yeah, and you went.
We've been waiting on you. What's good? How you living, Pimp? We're glad that you're here. We've never been happier that anyone's been here in our entire lives. It's fucking phenomenal that you're here. We're watching Joe Rogan.
We went to the Salvation Army around the corner and bought a bunch of suits. Went to this wedding at the
that's
hotel.
Kim.
Oh my god.
Kim from Harry Potter Obama Sonic Tenino. How you doing, dog? Welcome. Thank you for coming. I just sent you a friend request. Excellent. Hope you're doing well. I just friended you. Let me know if you want to talk. I have my Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu merch on my body right now. I'm repping it on my chest. Can't do any more than that. Shout out to Kim.
It wasn't good.
Yeah, but they're never good. First weekends are always a disaster.
That was about as bad as it could get. Not as bad as it could get, but yeah.
How long had you been doing comedy at that point?
Maybe 4 months. And this is once a week, maybe, at best. I had zero, dude. I had zero.
When did it start rolling for you?
I moved to Philly. So I lived in central Pennsylvania, and I was like kind of dabbling in it. But there's only so much you can do. You go down
What gave you the confidence, or what made you think that you could go to Philly and make it?
I did Magoobies. You know Magoobies Joke House?
Yeah.
I won their new comedian of the year in 2014.
Oh.
And then I was like, all right, I can do this. And then I moved to Philly. Because Baltimore was kind of the closest city from Harrisburg. So I'd go down to Baltimore to do stand-up, go to Philly to do stand-up. And, then I moved to Philly. And I moved to Philly with the sole intent of doing stand-up, you know. I didn't move there. I moved there with no job, none of that.
Had you graduated from college?
I did.
So you had a degree?
I had a degree in history.
Right.
That is
good luck with that.
Useless. Yeah.
So
unless you want to be a teacher.
So you just decided, I'm going to go for it. Did you give yourself a certain amount of time?
No. I got fired from that state job that I was doing, which was fine. I was literally going to like investigating like children's crimes at like state-run children's houses.
Ooh.
It was the most depressing job possible.
Crimes against children?
Crimes against anytime like an orderly would subdue a child, you'd have to go investigate it. But then there was obviously constant abuse. It was rough. But anyway, it was good for stand-up. Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, moved to Philly, did that, and then finally moved to New York.
Did you have a day job? What were you doing?
I worked at a garage in Philly. I didn't work on the cars. I just worked to the front desk. I have no fucking idea about cars. I sold cars after college. I sold Hondas. Have no idea how cars work at all. Worked at a car garage. Have no idea. People would be like, "What's wrong with my car?" I'd be like, "Fucking, the thing, the rotor."
And so, what clubs were you getting up in Philly? Did you Helium?
Helium?
Yeah, it's a great room.
Helium's the best.
Helium. Mark Grossman's opening up a spot out here.
I heard.
Yeah.
What do you think? You got to fucking love it.
No, I'm excited. Keep coming. Bring them all in.
Yeah.
When I lived in Boston, there was 5 clubs on one block. It's possible.
Yeah.
All you have to do is just have enough talent, and there's enough talent here already, and more are coming. You know, it's this is a real unusual place, and I think it could be better. I think this could be the hub of stand-up in the country. I think it's totally possible, and it could be separate, as I was saying before we started, separate from any other showbiz institutions that are more hesitant to take risks, right? Like television and film, and this is connected by it is now a mainstream network of podcasts. Because if you thought about like what mainstream mass media is, podcasts were never thought of in that light, because it's just, even this room, it's like just fucking two of us and Jamie. You know, it's like you would think that for something to reach millions and millions of people, it has to be, there's got to be more folks here. Of course. That's not true anymore. And because Segura is here now, and he's brought his podcast, and his wife is here, who's brilliant. Christina Pazitsky, she's hilarious. Yeah. You know, Giannis Papas is splitting his time here. Tim is splitting his time here.
I didn't know Giannis coming down.
He was here 2 weeks ago doing shows with us. Brian Simpson, he's been coming down here. Fahim's been coming down here. There's so many comics down here now.
Yeah.
And Tony's here. It's just like, there's a good talent pool here.
Certainly.
And there's a real enthusiastic group of up-and-comers. Real enthusiastic.
Yeah, they moved.
Yeah.
A lot of them. There's some up-and-comers that came from LA and New York and all that.
Yeah, I would have had the club up already. The goal was to be up by July 4th, but we ran into some wild shit that I'll have to talk about eventually.
Yeah.
It was a disaster.
That's all right. Take your time.
Yeah.
Get it out.
It's all good.
I mean, younger comics should. It is a good opportunity. Like if you want to move to New York or LA, good luck. There's gatekeepers.
Yeah.
Right here, it's pretty good.
Here there's escorts. They'll help you in.
Yeah.
Because that's what needs to happen. I mean, there's a lot of these comics like Genevieve, who went on the shows.
She's
with
been
us
killing.
Before. Yeah. David Lucas is on the shows with us. Like, we'll help you. Yes. The whole idea of comedy is like a lot of comics just need a little help. They just need a little encouragement, camaraderie. They need to know they're loved and accepted, and they got a place, they got a home. And that's what I'm trying to do out here.
It's a good thing to do.
Yeah, I think so. It's something I can do, and it's not something a lot of people can do. Buy a club. And,
you're one of the few people that can.
And run a club with the expressed expressed intention of just keeping it open. Not using it as a money venture. I'm just trying to keep it open.
That'll be sick. And you'll know, obviously, what a good club should look like, so the room will be good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm excited.
Yeah, that'll be sick.
Yeah, I can't wait till people start filming specials at my club. That's going to be exciting.
That'll be sick.
I'm going to make that available too.
Yeah.
I just want it to be a super comfortable environment for everybody. And also a place where you can do wild shit. You know? That's what I want.
That's why we all get into this.
Listen, man, I would be no one without Mitzi Shore. And Mitzi Shore was a wild lady. She was a wild lady. And if you want to talk about all of the people in stand-up comedy that are important, she is the most important person ever in stand-up comedy that's not a comedian. She's number one. Because all the other ones, whether it's Richard Pryor or Eddie Murphy or Dave Chappelle or George Carlin or Lenny Bruce or Kinnison, they're all comics.
Yeah.
Bill Hicks, comic. She's non-comic. She's a non-comedian who is one of the most important people in the history of the art form. Because when she ran the Comedy Store, her whole thing was, the inmates are running the asylum. Yeah. She thought it was funny that the comics were running things. She thought it was funny that the comics would do wild shit. She thought it was funny that they would say crazy shit. And when people would call in or they would send in complaint letters, you know, like especially if they got kicked out from heckling. Yeah, it was like a lot. They would say, "Your comedians were rude to me." She would read them and laugh.
Yeah, that's
that was funny.
They don't do that anymore.
She didn't give a fuck. It was just her. She was so eccentric.
Would you get like Christians coming at you? That's what everybody always like tries to make the comparison. Like the cancel culture now is like the left. A couple, 2 decades ago, it was the right, like the Christians being like, you can't talk about sex, you can't do that.
I never really had that. I mean, I had a little bit.
It always letters and stuff. Feels easier to dismiss the right.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
They're less aggressive in their desire to stop you from doing your job. They might not want people to go to see you, or they might not want, their friends to see you. But I don't think they're trying to get you fired the way the left is now.
Yeah.
You know what the thing is going on with the left is a lot of it is they're being bullies. And a lot of the people that are progressive, that are really like open-minded, and unfortunately, there's a lot of people on the left that were bullied by assholes when they were young.
Of course.
So now they have like
I was a
this.
bully.
They have resentment. Were you a serious bully?
Not like a mean one. No.
They have a serious resentment, and they want to go after the people that they
nerd
think
rage.
could be. Yeah,
Nerd rage, which is the most dangerous rage.
That is real.
Nerd rage is the meanest, saddest rage.
Yeah, it's
And they
cancel
have
culture.
it.
That's
Yeah,
it. That is it.
What did you say?
Yep. Yep. And it's also people that they don't have a lot of love in their life. If they do have love, it's like very conditional, and it's very, it's very precarious.
Yeah.
It's like, obviously, I'm making mass generalizations of
No,
huge
but-
swaths of people, but it's a personality trait that they have. There's a thing that leads people to want to be completely uncompassionate and attack people relentlessly and try to get them fired. Most of those people have experienced deep pain in their life. It's that old expression, hurt people hurt people.
Yeah.
And that's what it is. Like, that's the reason why the cancel culture coming from the left is so vicious. And the most vicious shit is coming from like transgender people or gay people
Yeah, they're
or
all
people that have
fired
been
up.
bullied.
What are they fired up about?
They've been bullied. They've been bullied. They're angry. They've been picked on.
Yeah.
So that when something happens, they come for you.
I don't know. The one thing I will say, like we touched on a little bit about like when I was an open micer in Philly, like I was talking shit, dude. I was like mean.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's what I think a lot of these people that are like these former comedians or comedians that are like, no, fuck them, fuck this. I think they have that, and I've been there. You know what I mean? Like I've been in that where it's like I'm not doing shit, so I'm just sitting around like, oh, you think they're good? They suck, actually.
Yeah.
It's just bitter.
Even established comedians.
A lot
One
of
of the things
them,
you'll
dude.
see in established comedians is if you go to see them live, like I've seen some of these established comedians on the road, and you got to have Phil Friday night.
Yeah.
Because even though they're established, they're not selling tickets. There's people that even from television shows that have been on sitcoms and stuff, they're not selling tickets on the road.
Yeah, imagine being like, oh, I want to see that guy who scolds people on fucking Twitter.
Right.
Let's go see what he has to say.
I
like
Can you imagine just listening to like a frumpy white dude giving you fucking a lecture about how to be a good person?
It's exhausted. I've had some of those fuckheads on my show before.
Yeah.
You get into these conversations when you realize like they're not thinking deeply or honestly about things at all.
No.
They're just subscribing to this pattern of thinking and behavior that they think is going to get them and
And it's hard. It is hard to be honest.
It is hard.
It's very hard.
Yeah, it's hard.
Like I'm struggling with it. I'm struggling with it during this.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Because I've felt the fucking I have personally experienced what it's like when you try to be honest and you get fucking just back. People are like, what'd you fucking say?
Yep. They come for you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it does fuck you. That's the one thing I would like about cancel culture that does fuck you up. Like all those comments, they do fuck you up.
Yeah. People want to be loved and accepted.
Yeah.
And even the people like, I don't give a fuck, dude, I'm a rebel.
They're wrong.
Nonsense.
They're not telling the truth.
Yeah.
I have experienced it. I've seen people who have experienced. I'm friends with them. It does hurt. It does hurt. It is bad.
Yeah.
It's a bad thing to do to someone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is. Especially when you know.
Everyone's fucking so mean to me. I'm one Bud Light away from being like, Joe, thank you so much for having
Let's
me.
bust out the whiskey. Let's see if we can get you to cry.
I'll take a shot.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Oh, we got some right here.
You're an idiot.
Come on, bro.
Joey
Woo!
fucking
Give me that.
Rogies.
Give me that there.
All right, take it easy, dude.
Come on, bro.
I am gonna cry.
Not here for a long time.
I'm
We're
gonna
here
cry,
for a good
dude.
time.
Yo, YOLO? I'm gonna cry on the podcast.
Woo! That's what's up.
Fuck SNL, dude. This motherfucker.
Fucking Laura Michaels isn't even American.
Dude, those guys will fucking talk shit on me.
Yeah, it'll all be one water under the bridge. If it's actually already, right?
It really is. I mean, no matter what I do, there's always a couple people that are gonna be like, "See, I knew he was a Nazi," or like, whatever.
Yeah, those people can all eat shit, and they're all crying themselves to sleep every night.
Yeah, I mean,
they're not happy when people are just attacking people randomly and trying to exaggerate who that person is so that they can make them more cancelable. Those are not happy people, and I think part of it is I don't think you were here when I was telling you this story to some friends the other night. That there's this guy that I'm friends with online, and he runs I don't even know what he looks like. He runs a philosophy page, and he's a really fucking smart dude. And he'll send me some things sometimes about a podcast, and they're like super insightful. Like he's one of the rare people that I contact online that I actually listen to what he says. Yeah. And he said, you're going to have a problem with what you're doing with other people because you have a walled garden. And he goes, and you're very close to your friends, and you're very supportive of all your friends. Yeah. And people on the outside, they don't like the fact that they can't get in, and it makes them angry. So they want to attack that walled garden.
Of course.
They want to attack these close friendships because comics in general, we're all insecure to a certain extent, but also like desiring of love and attention. That's why we go on stage in the first place. And when you see a whole group of people that seem to be having this amazing party that you can't get into, and they're all supporting each other and it's rare for comedy. It's a rare thing for comedy to have like this, like real love and acceptance amongst people that also do what we do.
Yeah.
But the people on the outside, man, like even people that are successful, they're resentful. It bothers them. Like to be an island, to be one person alone, even if you're doing well out there floating around, like the only people that like you are your fans.
Yeah, that's tough.
Other comics don't like you. You don't have real comic friends. Like comics without comic friends, bro, that's a shit life.
Dude, if you didn't have your comic friends, like if you just tried to go out and what happened the other night happened and you were just by yourself, that shit would stink.
It'd be weird.
It's like every time you went out, there was just a crowd.
It would be really weird.
And you're not there with your friends fucking around being like, this is weird, right?
Yeah.
You're just by yourself, like, this is fucking weird.
Or if I let it change me,
yeah.
And all of a sudden I thought that I deserved all that it was normal. Like, yeah, this is what people feel about me, man. I'm affecting people, changing culture.
Yeah.
That's a slippery
bad place to
fucking
be.
place too. That's a gross drug to be on, and people get on that drug too.
Yeah.
Comics without comic friends, that's a terrible life. Like, because you got to think they're the only people that are going to understand you. And if you have a job that you do and you don't have the love of your peers, you don't have the love of other people that do the job you do, they don't feel like you have their back, or you're not.
Yeah.
They feel like you're a traitor, or you're not helping, or you're not supportive, or
yeah. But that walled garden thing, that's very, very true.
Very true.
Especially with you and your guys, that happened.
Oh,
I've seen it. Yeah, I was probably doing a podcast in Philly. Like, fucking all those guys fucking suck, dude. Dude, 100%, 100% that happened.
Yeah, I'm sure.
And that's real, and that makes sense.
It does make sense.
It makes sense. And that's why, like, if a comedian talks shit on me, which a lot of them did, a lot of them very publicly shit on me, I didn't really respond and go after them because it's like, I've been there.
Yeah.
I know exactly where you're at.
Yeah.
Where it's like, I'm going to take advantage of this moment because nobody good shit on me.
Right.
Not once.
Not once. Of course.
And I met you, Louis, Chappelle, Burr, everybody. You guys were all fucking cool. Burr was my favorite one. Everybody else like had like advice and talked. Burr followed me at the stand, and he watched some of my set, and he was just, you're funny, you're gonna be fine. Just walked right past me.
That's perfect.
Like,
that's his outlook on everything. Burr is an interesting cat because he's not on really social media at all.
No, good for him.
Yeah, he doesn't really pay attention. He's smart about it. He'll post things every now and then, but he's not reading.
Yeah,
things.
He's posting he's like the Bruins.
That's who he is. He's remarkable in his ability to like maintain who he is in spite of this massive amount of fame that he's achieved.
Yeah,
it's really
that was
incredible.
That was the first podcast I listened to was Bill Burr's, and it hasn't changed.
Well, his podcast is like Tim's in a way that he's got that muscle where he can just rant.
Fucking crazy.
With no one on for
you ever
hours.
try to do that?
I've done a few podcasts solo. They're not as it's not my thing.
It's hard.
I could do it with just me and Jamie. It was just me and Jamie. See, the way Tim Dillon does
it was just you and Jamie. Like, Jamie, put this on.
Yeah.
Yo, look at that.
Exactly.
Jamie,
I talk shit. We'd be fucking with each other. But like, that's one of the things that Tim has a massive advantage. He has his producer, Ben. So Ben is sitting there laughing at everything he says.
Yeah.
So he's got like this one in the house crowd,
which is important because if you're doing it by yourself, you're like, is what I'm saying funny?
Right. But that's the thing about Bill. He's not worried about whether or not he's saying something funny or not. He doesn't give a fuck.
Yeah, but he makes himself laugh.
Yeah,
which is very funny.
Yes.
I'm talking to this fucking guy.
Yeah.
It's incredible.
Yeah. No,
that was maybe the worst Bill Burr impression.
It's not a good one, but
It's not
he's a gem. He's a real
kill myself,
gem.
dude. I fucked up. 5-6 drinks. I fucking blew it, dude. This is my big opportunity.
Have some more whiskey. You'll be fine.
Yeah, dude, I'll get confident. It's the last thing this podcast needs.
You're not confident yet? You should be confident.
Getting there. I'm pretty good.
Pretty good.
Now.
Should be confident.
I really do want that part, that SNL part was great. There's one moment where I was like, and then I was like, I'll just go on Joe Rogan. And you're like, what?
I was waiting for more.
I know.
But I should have helped you there.
Dude, you should have seen my face just like, like it was fully like.
That was my failure as much as yours. I thought about having you on, and I thought about like even rescheduling people, but I was like this guy's just got to go through this.
No,
I also thought that like perspective that you achieve through time is valuable for something like this. You don't want to catch it on the wave.
It would have been worse than this. It would have been me. It would have been me on there just like, what happened? Everybody's mean. Everyone's so fucking mean. Fuck Chrissy Teigen, that bitch. Like, it would have been crazy.
Did she go after you?
Of course she did. Now she's getting canceled. I'm sitting there like,
she's not just getting canceled. She's going
through a mental breakdown.
She might be irrefutably. What's the word? Irreparably? No, that's not a word. Irreparably. That's the word I was looking for. That's 3 Bud Lights and 2 shots of whiskey, folks.
Yes. St. Rogies has descended, dude.
She seems like a legitimately like mentally ill person.
Yeah, for sure. She was a model. Now she's fat.
She's fat?
No, she's not fat. I'm fat.
She's
chubby.
She's chubby?
She was like wasn't she a Victoria's
Well, if you're
Secret?
fat, you can call her chubby. Was she a
True.
I don't know anything about her. I know he's a musician. This is how out of the loop I am. I don't even know. I find out about good music from my kids.
Yeah.
But not really.
I think she was a Victoria's Secret model.
Yeah.
Toss that up. Yes, dude.
That's her? Okay.
And then she started dating or married John Legend, who's a hot guy.
Is he?
Yeah, he's a hot guy. And he
In what
sings.
way?
He's just a good singer. Also, he's good.
I don't know any of his songs.
Banged up, dude. I shouldn't be speaking on these.
Yeah, you
people.
should. That's the best time to talk. Dude, 60% of my diet is old hip hop and classic rock. That's 60% of my diet when it comes to music.
Literally the only music there is.
Yeah, I love like old school, like Gangstar, like Eric D, Eric B and Rakim.
Gangstar.
Yeah, EPMD. I love listening to shit like that.
You know what's funny though is like when you get canceled or whatever, you get out of nowhere like there's like celebrities because I was fans of these people and they just fucking crushed me.
Who crushed you?
Kareem Abdul-Jabbar wrote an article on CNN. He was like, "This motherfucker stinks."
Kareem Abdul-Jabbar,
all-time leading scorer.
Oh my god!
I saw that.
He was in a movie with Bruce Lee.
Yeah, Kareem shit on me.
Oh,
Talib Kweli, he's a good rapper. They talked about it a lot.
I worked with him this weekend.
I like Talib Kweli.
He went after you?
He's got a lady on his podcast that hates me. But
he's a brilliant guy.
Yeah, he's awesome.
Talib is brilliant.
But
he really is.
Like,
he's a really good person. Like, you meet him, hang out with him, he's a great guy. And he did these shows with us this weekend. He rapped. Like, it was part of the show. Like, and it was a surprise musical guest. So, like, Friday night, DJ Trauma does a set, and then people don't even know Talib's going on.
Yeah.
And then he goes on, the place went shit house.
Yeah,
and
he's
crushed.
great. It was just funny, like sitting back and like getting crushed by people that I was like, "Damn, I was a fan."
Who else crushed you?
Well, think of someone. They did.
Really?
Name one person that tweets. They did.
I don't really pay attention to Twitter.
Yeah, there's a couple in
My diet of Twitter is about 10 to 15 minutes a day.
Yeah.
And I'm always like, what am I doing? And then I shut it off.
Yeah. I'll read something and then I'll read somebody saying some wild shit. And I'm like, all right, I gotta get the fuck off here.
I want to take those people and
anxiety.
put them on a podcast alone.
Yeah.
Let's just go over your thought process. You know, like, what are you doing? And what do you think when you release it? Do you ever feel bad? Like, once you say something like hurtful?
Yeah, that was another thing. Like, I feel horrible after everything I say.
Yeah.
Everything I do and say, I'm like, who the fuck am I? Why would I say this?
Yeah.
And then that was one thing. And this was a real weird moment of clarity I had while I was getting canceled by these people that have always gone after me. They've always, like in Philly, the alt scene we always had a problem, which was weird. Always.
They're nerds.
They are. They're fucking nerds. I played football. They hated me.
Huh?
And then I was like laying in bed at night, like really thinking about what I had said, why people were upset about it. And I was just like, I don't think they're doing this. I genuinely was laying there. I was like, I don't think they're laying in their bed. Like, maybe I'm being mean to Shane.
Right.
Meanwhile, I was laying up at night, like, maybe I fucked up. Maybe these people, you know what I mean? And that gave me some assurance of like, at least I'm second guessing myself. I don't think these people are second guessing themselves at all.
They will if they have to. And that's the thing. Do you know Jamie Kilstein?
Yeah.
You know the story with him? I've told the story 100 times.
A lot. Yeah.
Jamie was a super social justice warrior.
Yeah.
And he had like feminist on his, like, instead of his, back then you didn't have pronouns on your Twitter bio.
Yeah, yeah.
Nobody had pronouns. They didn't have pronouns.
True.
That's new. It's within the last 2 years.
How good is a he, him on a dude?
It's amazing. It's like, what are you doing? I'm going to start putting that on my shit. He, him. If someone does that seriously, unironically, I'm like, okay, cut the fuck. My favorite is like she, they.
Yeah.
Oh, you mixing it up?
Yeah.
You're making me comply. I have to say they. If I don't say they, if I don't say her, I'm a piece of shit, but I can say she.
I'm going to say Marina Franklin. You know Marina Franklin?
No.
New York comedian. She's great. She has a joke about it. I'm going to ruin her joke. She has a joke about it. She's like the they, them thing. She's a black lady, so she's like, makes me feel like a fucking slave. She's like, they's going to be mad. It's like, dude, it's so funny.
That's perfect.
It's like, what, them down by the river?
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
That's very good. That's very good.
Yeah.
It's just a way for people to be special that they don't have to put in any extra effort. But it's also a way, legitimately, for certain people that don't feel like they fit in to any gender to try to like have like a path carved out. If you say someone's he, him, there's certain people that just, they don't feel like a he or a him. They feel fucked up. They don't feel it because there's a fucking crazy spectrum of human beings in males and in females. And some people, they don't want to play the game. They're either asexual or they don't care. They don't feel like they fit into gender norms. Listen, when I joke around about shit, I still get it.
Oh, for sure.
I still get it. I couldn't imagine what it's like to be a biological male who doesn't identify with being a male, who doesn't want to be thought of as a female, and you want to be they, them. Can you just leave me the fuck alone? I don't want to be a part of your reindeer games.
Yeah, but then they're on fucking Twitter.
Well, okay.
Get off, but, you know?
But sometimes it's not even them. It's like other people that want to like reinforce them that are the most annoying.
Of course.
Because they're just doing it for brownie points.
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but I get it.
Of course. You can't
even though making fun of it, I get it. But I make fun of everything. I make fun of my own children. I get it.
Yes.
I get it. But if you tell me I can't make fun of things, or I'm a racist or a sexist or a homophobe or a transphobe, I say fuck you. Because I know what you're doing. Yeah, fuck you.
Of course.
That's not real. That's not real. You can't. I make fun of everything, including myself. I love me, and I make fun of me. So what? So what are you saying? I can't make fun of you if I love you? I can't make fun of you, or I'm some sort of a person who is I'm in some way demeaning or marginalizing you. That's not true. I'm making fun of life itself. Life itself is a big, messy soup of crazy shit, especially being a person. We've got billionaires flying into space for no apparent reason.
I like
billionaire
it,
space
I
race.
like it.
One's gonna die.
Yeah, it's gonna be wild.
One's gonna blow the fuck up. 50,000 feet in the sky on the way up to space.
Their wives just sitting there watching them take off. Like, please be a challenger.
Yeah, they just
give me this money, dude. Challenger off right now, dude.
Yeah, right. It's wild. It's a weird way to die. It's
What,
like
in
experimental spacecraft?
That's a good way to go. That's a fucking good way to go, dude. I'll have a heart attack in a hotel at like the Albany Funny Bone. Some dude's gonna launch into space. You're like, oh shit.
When a comic dies on the road, that's like for us, it's a little bit like he went out on a shield.
It's a Viking funeral, dude.
Yeah.
You died in Rochester?
Yeah. I think George Carlin died in Vegas at a hotel room.
Nice.
Where he's performing. See if that's true. I believe that's true.
It's still a little too glamorous. I'd like to die.
The places he was performing were not that glamorous.
I hope I'm in Flint.
He was like at the Stardust and shit.
Oh, really?
One of those places. Have you ever? There's something about like the Orleans.
Yeah.
He was in a hospital.
All right. Well, they probably.
The legend was so much better.
Where was he when he got before the hospital?
Let's say the heart failure at a hospital. So.
Did he have a heart failure? Find out if the weekend before that he was working.
How about the guys that die on stage?
No.
You ever see those?
Yeah. He was admitted earlier in the afternoon with chest pains.
Damn, the lore was always that he died on the road. Like people say, he died in Vegas. He was working that weekend. He never stopped working. He was George Carlin. He had money in the bank.
I hope
he could have quit.
I hope I'm bombing. I hope a lady says something. I'm like, "What'd you say, you bitch?" And then just
grab his chest.
You got me. That was a good heckle. Just fucking die. Man, I should have showed up fucked up.
No.
1 week after his last performance in Vegas.
All right, there you go.
I'll take it as a win.
That is a win.
That's a win.
He had 1 week to sit on that and be like, "That show sucked."
He feels his heart twitching every now and then. I bet before your heart gives out, it probably gives you a few warning shots.
I bet it gives you a warning. And like any man, you're gonna be like, "I'm not going to the fucking doctors."
Do you know when you're poor and you have a car and you're starting it and it goes,
yes,
yes, and you know one day that is just gonna be click 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 click, click 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 click.
Yeah.
That's
Definitely everybody's heart.
But like, how else do you want to die? I mean, it would be nice to die around your family, but wouldn't that be very traumatic for them? It's traumatic for them no matter what if you die. But you want to be in the room.
I hope I spontaneously combust. I hope it's at Thanksgiving dinner. I'm just like, "Hey, would you pass me that?" And I just burst into flames.
I was as close to my grandfather as anybody in my family. And when he died, I remember there was part of me that we knew he wasn't doing well. So there was part of me that was relieved that he wasn't in pain anymore. But there was part of me that was, I don't want to be there. I don't want to be there when that happens.
Yeah. I watched my grandpa die. I was in the room, and he started he was laying there, and he just started and they had to shove a tube down his throat, and they pushed me out of the room.
Yeah,
and it was
it's
just
like they know it's over, right? And so they have to do whatever they can to prolong life. Isn't that fascinating? Like how we feel about life. Like even if a guy's 136 years old, if he's in the hospital, but you know what I'm saying, right? Even if he's he's done it all. If he's in the hospital twitching, they'll get clear.
Bro, give him heroin.
Yeah.
Give him something wild.
Give him some heroin.
Give him
a drip. Let him do it himself.
I did. My friend Spud. Shout out Spud. Shout out Billy.
Shout out to Spud.
He took Molly with me for the first time, and he was like, "My mom died of cancer. I watched her get put on every drug imaginable." He's like, "Bro, if they would have just gave her fucking Molly, or gave her one of these drugs to just, you know what I mean?"
Mm-hmm. Yeah, give her something that makes her feel really good before she goes.
Oh, you'd like this. That night, the night we were talking about that, me and Spud, we took a couple hits of Molly, and then I ate. See, I'd always done mushrooms, but I always did a little bit, enough that you'd get giggly. It felt like weed, almost.
Right.
It felt like weed without the anxiety. And then one night I must have eaten 7 grams.
Ooh.
I mean, bro.
Ooh.
I never did that. So we're sitting it was my friend Matt's bachelor party. We're outside. We're at this fire. All of a sudden I blacked out. Dude, I couldn't see. I went like blind. I was sitting there. I was like, yo, guys, I'm blind. And they're like, you're all right. You're all
You're
right.
not supposed to do 7 grams with a bunch of people around.
You were on Molly too.
I did do a little Molly.
So you started on that.
Started on Molly.
That seems like that's a little more too, right? Should I give me
Listen to
something?
Jamie.
It was a lot.
It's like
Look,
you're starting like your precursor.
I haven't done drugs since.
Yeah,
It was that extreme.
100% right. Yeah, but it's funny the way you describe it. You're being like cautious. Like this seems like
Look, yeah.
Someone should have told you to.
That's such a crazy idea. First of all, it's a crazy idea to do Molly and mushrooms together.
Yeah.
Look, it was the Molly. The Molly took over. Somebody dropped.
Oh, the Molly made you do mushrooms.
Ziploc bag of fucking mushrooms.
Wow.
And I was just sitting there munching as many as I could.
Oh my god!
To the point like I was having trouble swallowing them.
Dangerous.
Is it?
No.
Yeah, it was. There was nothing actually.
You never
dangerous.
really die.
But I did die.
McKenna thought there was a time
I
where
did die.
McKenna did. I think he did some sort of an MAO inhibitor with mushrooms. And it was one of the few times, like I've listened to a lot of Terrence McKenna lectures.
Yeah.
Really interesting. Not really, there weren't lectures. It was like he gave these talks they would do in front of like a couple hundred people who travel around the country and do these. And he gave one of them about some combination of drugs. I'm not completely sure I remember, but I think it was an MAO inhibitor and a large dose of mushrooms together. And he said that he could feel like his thought process, his ability to think was getting erased. He could like lines of code getting erased. Yeah, that his ability to process thoughts and the ability to communicate was like he could watch it get erased. He was like genuinely concerned that he was never going to come back from it. I'm not paraphrasing it. I haven't heard that in maybe 10 years.
The mushrooms thing
conversation, but
everybody talks. My friend Matt McCusker, he's all about the mushrooms.
Shout out to Matt.
Matt, the shaman, Matt McCusker.
Shout out to the shaman.
He's always talking about how it's like a religious ego death. Like he talks about the ego death. And I'm more of a Bud Light guy. You know, I'm like, dude, fuck, what are you talking about? I took that amount of mushrooms fully. Dude, I had a vision of, I kept dying, going to heaven, seeing my dad, who's still alive. I would be in heaven with my dad, and then I'd get brought back to life with a paramedic shining lights into my eyes, like I was overdosing. It was crazy. I thought you'd be fired up.
Wow. Wasn't it wild? That's pretty wild.
And wasn't it wild for you?
It is. And now I'm trying to absorb
Wasn't my story wild for you?
It is. I'm trying to absorb it.
And it was so vivid. I stopped doing drugs. I was like, that was an overdose. That was an overdose that I would have had if I kept doing drugs. I don't know.
One of the things that I think about with psychedelics is how much of the way you think normally plays a part in what you see. And if that's the case, what is happening? Like, what is happening? Is it that your anxiety and your fear and all your ego is interfering with your imagination and creating these nightmare scenarios that aren't real? Or is it that the way you think about life and the way you behave and the way you treat people changes the world itself, and it changes your world, and it's represented in the psychedelic world? That when you embrace a certain mindset and go into these psychedelic experiences and release yourself and allow whatever it is, the DMT or the mushrooms or whatever it is, to take a hold of you and take you on a journey, then those journeys are generally positive.
It was extremely negative.
Yeah. I wonder what
afterwards, it was great.
Yeah.
Like I woke up the next day like, bro, I got to change a lot of things.
Right. So that's the thing about negative ones. They're not really negative. They're just
it's just hard while you're in it.
It's just a hard lesson.
Yeah.
It's a hard lesson. I think when people struggle with psychedelic experiences, or people have legitimate mental illnesses that do psychedelics, that's never a good idea. You know, people that are like hanging on by a thread already and they eat 7 bags of mushrooms. Like,
bro, I was staring at people. Like we were outside by a campfire, and I'd be like staring at someone, and they'd be like, "What are you looking at?" Because their face would change. They'd have like 3 heads. I'd be like, "Dude, are you okay?"
So that makes me think, like, what is that?
You know what's weird is we all kind of see the same things.
That's a problem.
It's like you ever have sleep paralysis?
No, I haven't.
I had sleep paralysis one night, and it was at the foot of my bed. Have you heard of sleep paralysis?
Yeah,
right?
yeah, for sure.
Foot of my bed, there's a long, spindly, shadowy figure just standing there. And it was fully real. It was real. And it walked along the side of my bed, like reaching its hand out at my face. And I woke up, tried to fight it. I thought it was so real that I thought it was like an intruder. You know what I mean? There was no part of me that was like, this is a demon.
I wonder what that is.
And then months later, I found out about sleep paralysis. I had never heard of it. Googled it, and there was a image of exactly what I dreamed on the internet. Like I saw it.
Whoa.
And I was like, it gave me fucking chills.
Like
I
it's
was like, holy
common.
shit. And everybody sees the same thing. Ooh, it's crazy.
But that's what I'm saying. What
And
is real?
that goes to the mushrooms thing with like the ego death or whatever all those dumb fucking hippies want to call it. I did experience it. Even though I'm like, these fucking dumb hippies. I literally experienced an ego death.
One of the weirdest experiences I've ever had is with 5-MeO-DMT, which is a different kind of dimethyltryptamine. I think it has like a different molecule attached to it or something. And there's no visuals. With regular DMT, it's like these wild fractal psychedelic.
Looks like a video game.
Yes, it's super luminous, and then you have entities that are communicating with you, and these wild things.
I'm sorry to cut you off. What are the entities saying? Like,
I had a bunch of jokers the last time I did it. Give me the finger. They were all jesters, like with the bells.
Really?
And and they're like this.
Oh no!
And it made me realize instantly, because my first thought was like, "Hey, fuck you!
Hey, fuck you guys!"
My first instinct, like it was all laid out in front of me. They were saying you take yourself too seriously.
Really?
Yeah, and I was like, "Oh, you're right."
Damn, I wish everybody got to see you get that high. Get that high and be like, "Hey, fuck you!"
But it was a real lesson because it's true, and it changed the way. I mean, this was just a few years ago. The last time I did it, I think it was 2.5-ish, 3-ish years ago, and I still think of that as like that made me a markedly more relaxed person from that moment on. Like the way because I was realizing like there's this tension when you're worried about what people think about you, and there's like a thing if you take yourself too seriously, you don't want people to talk about you a certain way, and whatever it was, I'm doing this experience, and I'm also I'm in the DMT world, and there's these guys going like this, fuck you, and I'm like, what? And then I'm like, oh, and I go like this, like, oh, I get it. Like it was instantly apparent. Like I knew I had because you're managing a certain level of fame, and sometimes your ego gets in the way, or that your perceptions are off, and you're not willing to readjust, whatever it was. Yeah. But these gestures giving me the finger, I realized exactly what it was about. You take yourself too seriously. I go, oh, and then I had to examine it really briefly. I'm like, you're right. And then they all started nodding like that. Wow. And then they went away. And then it became this beautiful journey. But it was an opportunity for me to have a bad trip, because not terrible. It wasn't like demonic shit. Sure. I was just seeing, fuck you. Bothered me. They were all giving me the finger. I was like, oh my God, there's so many of you. It was like fractal. There was like like who knows how many? Like there's no way I could count them. But there was a massive number of jesters giving me the finger. And it let me know, like, that shouldn't bother you at all. Like, that shouldn't bother you. You should embrace that. You have two ways to look at that. You could look at that and you could be bothered by it, and you could look at that and think that's hilarious. Yeah. If it's true. The only reason why you'd be bothered by it is you're connected to your own self-image, and you're connected to this idea that you want to project out to all the other people. And the jesters were right. I was like, you're right. It's a great lesson.
It is.
You're right.
You got a good point.
You're right. I was like, you're right. I don't know what to do, but you're right.
Isn't that this kind of goes back to the cancel thing, but same thing with like the mushroom thing I had, where like there's that trauma, the jesters, whatever, however you want to describe it, but there's like you wish you could keep it, because eventually you start to lose it again. Yeah, you forget that low point where you have that moment of like, this is what I am. I fuck everybody. You know what I mean? That fucking who gives a fuck attitude. You do lose it.
You can,
and then you get it back.
You gotta reinforce it. Yeah, you know, and that's one of the good things about failure. Like failure forces you to reassess, and also you can get too, like with comedy in particular, because it's so weird. Like there's no director, there's no producer. It's just you. You're writing it and then you're producing it. and then you're performing it in front of everybody. And you could get lost in what you're doing. You know, you need a little failure. You need a little like slippage. You need a fucked up word. You know, the word comes out wrong. You stumble on your words. Those are good, man. Yeah. They don't seem like they are at the time, but they really are good because that's the only way you're gonna like reignite your enthusiasm.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at, which is like I just started doing the Cellar, and everybody there hadn't seen me do stand up. So then I was able to do my best material, my old material. I was killing it. People were like, damn, this guy's great. And now it's like, what do I have anything else? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Where it's that moment of like, I got to start trying to do new at a club that I'm just at. Like, just film that special. Places. I got to do new.
Different places for different things, right? Like, if you're just doing arenas, you're not going to write new material. You're just not. It's not right. It's just like it's a detached sort of feeling.
Yeah.
But there's a thing that's detached about doing a top level club like the Cellar.
Yeah.
The Cellar's, it's an A club.
Yeah.
You know, it's one of the best clubs in the world, and it's in Manhattan. And everyone knows that Chris Rock goes up there occasionally. Yeah. Dave Chappelle shows up. And, you know, it's the best comics in the world. David Tell's there all the time. The best comics on earth. So there's a pressure to a place like that that's not necessarily conducive to creativity. Like it's good to do open mic nights. It's good to do shows where no one knows you're going to be there. It's good to do shows with small amounts of people.
Yeah.
You got to think about it like if you're a fighter.
Yeah.
Like you don't just box. You have to do jujitsu. You have to wrestle. You have to go to the strength and conditioning gym. And if you don't do those things, you won't get as good as if you did those things. Like you could be a successful fighter and just work on takedown defense and punching. And you maybe get pretty far with that. But you won't get as far as a guy who learns jujitsu and a guy who has amazing cardio. You need more weapons in the
guy
toolbox.
who failed.
Yes.
Like we just saw.
Yes.
With Poirier.
Yes.
Wasn't that cool?
It was very cool. But that was an unfortunate ending.
Oh, that stunk.
Because apparently that was an existing injury. He had that ankle scanned. He had probably kicked someone really hard in training and created a stress fracture. And John Wayne Parr and then Eric Nixick from Extreme Couture, who's one of the top coaches in Vegas, they both put videos up on their Instagram. And when John Wayne Parr noticed that his leg was starting to buckle in a weird way after he threw one leg kick, kicked him in the thigh, because he apparently had a cracked shin going in there. And it was, it was of concern enough that they went to the doctor and got it scanned.
Yeah.
So when you see him throw a kick, there's one where he hits the elbow,
and
then he goes back to sit down, and his leg just gives out on him totally. That leg was already broken.
Yeah,
he's probably kicking him with a broken leg, and that's what you have to realize. That's what kind of a savage Conor McGregor is. He was kicking him with a broken leg, man, because he's a left-hander, right? So his left side is the power side. So his left kick's his big kick, and that was the kick that he was throwing, even though he had a broken shin. Pretty wild.
That fucking, I mean, it's insane. It's truly insane.
He's wild.
That video we were watching of him driving around on a scooter, dude, he's so funny.
Respect.
He's so funny.
Nothing but respect for that guy. And people are like, I did not enjoy the way people who are not MMA experts were talking about the conclusion of that fight. And they were saying that Conor is old, Conor's done, he doesn't have the anger anymore, or the drive to become a champ anymore. Horse shit. You people don't know anything about MMA. Let me tell you what happened. You got a guy who went out there, guns blazing, to give it his all with a pre-existing injury, and he got beat by a better man. He got beat by a guy who might have beat him anyway, but took him down, has a superior ground game. Dustin beat him up. And here's the thing that I was saying going into that fight. Historically, and this is never an indication of like what can happen in the future, because people can improve, they get better, but historically Conor's really dangerous in the beginning of a fight. He's not as dangerous as the fight goes on. Dustin Poirier is dangerous for all 5 rounds, and that's a big factor. He relishes these combat trench warfare type fights where like you're 5 rounds in with Dan Hooker and he'll win it in the 5th round. Like that's who Dustin Poirier is. And he's had these 5-round wars with like Max Holloway and Justin Gaethje. Like he's had savage fights. and gone into the trenches. So he's like real confident he can get through those trenches and be victorious. So the problem with the fight is not just that Conor broke his leg. The problem was that Dustin dominated the first round.
Yeah.
When Dustin
that was
if he dominates the first round, he's likely the favorite to win the second round, and then he's even more of a favorite to win the third round. And this is just based on historical moments and fights, what Conor has done and what Dustin has done.
Conor Diaz too, though.
Oh my God, that's
I remember
next.
thinking that but the second fight,
the third one's next. I guarantee you.
Yeah, it's got to be.
That's it.
It's got to.
That's the fight. You can't go right back
How
to Dustin.
great is Nate Diaz?
Nate Diaz had fights with no time limit. He'd win them all.
Exactly.
He'd be undefeated.
That last one.
Yeah, what the fuck? Crazy.
He was. I mean, that's my.
He
guy.
hurts Leon Edwards in the fifth
points
round.
at him.
Yeah, it's like I got you.
He didn't care about winning.
Oh my God, I had an argument with someone. They were like, "Yeah, he let Leon off the hook. He should have gone after him." I'm like, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. He did exactly what you're supposed to do. Leon's not dead. Like you don't just go after him. You go after him. You run into a straight left. Watch Pat Barry versus Czech Congo. Okay, watch Pete Sell versus Scott Smith.
Yeah.
When people go after people recklessly,
that just
they
happened to
get
Hardy.
cracked.
That just happened to Hardy this last weekend.
Well, yes, you're right.
He thought because what's his name?
He thought Tai Tuivasa was in
took a
trouble.
misstep, and he tried to charge him, and he got fucking destroyed.
You got to be super careful when you're going after people you think are hurt. And people who don't know that, they should shut the fuck up.
How great is
The
that?
picture he points at.
Dude, how about his fucking I don't know if it was this one or the last one. His post-fight interview where he was like, yo, house party at my house. Dude, I would watch that. I was like, this is the greatest dude of all time.
He's a gangster. Well, that was one thing that really popped up that I was trying to express after the first Conor fight. I was like, you guys have to understand, I know you want to promote this one superstar.
Yeah.
You got another superstar. He's a goddamn superstar. When I interviewed him after he chokes out Conor McGregor, he goes, I'm not surprised, motherfuckers.
So look, I went into that. You asked me because I was wearing like a Notre Dame polo or whatever. You're like, you're an Irish fan or whatever, and you like Conor McGregor. I love Conor McGregor, but the Nate Diaz, the build up to the first fight, when Nate Diaz and Conor were doing interviews with each other, I was like, dude, Nate Diaz is the fucking because Conor was getting into everybody's fucking heads.
Yeah,
talking all that shit, and then he tried to do it to Nate, and
Didn't
Nate.
work.
There's one interview with like CNN Business or some bullshit where Conor's sitting there and he's like, you're skinny fat, you're like a gazelle, I'm a lion, I'll fucking tear you apart. And Nate just goes, no one even knows what a gazelle is, dude. This is and just immediately I was like, well, that guy's gonna win, dude. That guy. Oh, and in the same interview, Conor was like, probably knock him out in the first round. And he was like, he better. And I was just like, oh, it's the meanest shit talk I've ever heard in my life.
I was telling people going into that fight because it was a last minute replacement. Someone got injured.
Oh, yeah. He fucking... Dude, this interview is incredible.
I think it was Rafael dos Anjos. It was a dangerous fight for Conor.
He's like, Nate, go
Give me
get
some
her,
of this.
go
Give me
get
some
her
of this.
coffee.
And Conor, did you change your approach once it got named Nate for your fight?
The only approach I changed is I dug the grave a little bit wider, a little bit longer for Nate's skinny, fat, long body. That's the only difference I made.
Nate, Conor says this has been the easiest training week of his career. Do you think he's
Fuck
overlooking
him.
you?
Look at the lineups. He has fought little nobodies. Look at my last 20 fights. Better step it up for this one.
Conor, your response to that?
His last fight was a decision. I bounce heads off the canvas every time.
Against a normal-sized human being.
It's just,
Conor, you said
I mean, it's a fifth
at the
grader.
press conference last
It's incredible.
week that you actually like Nick and Nate. Has your opinion changed about that now after this week?
No, there's no emotions in it. I have no problem with him. I'm going to slap the head off him. It's business as usual. I'll bury him, and you know, I'll let his gazelle team.
You got to recognize that he knows what's real. He knows this is the real.
See, you know
that
it's the real. You know it's the real. You know it's a and you'll know Saturday night.
Yeah, right.
You'll know Saturday night.
Connor's gone on record by saying
coming
that
with the
he's going
Gazelle
to
comment.
win by